one of the presentations that we'll receive this morning is a presentation of the annual report of the Commission for Restitution of Land Rights. And I was reminded how we have come whilst addressing this United Nations Special Political Decolonization Committee on Western Sahara in New York. Despite the progress we have made here on our journey to restitution on land rights, I have echoed what President Ramaphosa said in reference to Western Sahara. We shall not rest until the occupation ends. Likewise, we say that we cannot rest until the land rights are fully restored and justice and dignity prevails. The work of this commission lies at the center of our democracy project. For what is the worth of democracy
Recording in progress.
without the restitution of land rights, which was stripped from our forebears during the colonization of South Africa? This was tantamount to stripping them of their dignity, and that tied them to their land, their roots, and their identity. Today we celebrate our collective heritage and history and have to work cooperatively to fulfilling the constitutional obligations of justice, human rights, and dignity for all. For some, that dignity lies in the restitution of land and land rights. And for others, that dignity lies in giving up the occupied land or advancing restitution through voluntarily supporting a process that seeks to restore land rights. Between the two imperatives of nation building and national reconciliation lies the process of restitution of land rights. How we navigate that journey determines the degree of social cohesion that prevails in the case of Western Sahara. It has been a hard and bitter struggle, but their cause is just and will triumph in the end. For us in South Africa, the journey has always or has only started, and nearly 3 decades down the road, we cognizant of the challenges and the obstacles along the way. We do not falter, we dare not fail, for we are one nation with a common destiny. The future of our children rests upon the choices we make today. Honorable members, we have a series of presentations that we will be engaging with and receiving today. So we're gonna have to be patient in terms of the process, as we will be taking some of the presentations in the morning session, and therefore also engaging with other sessions in the afternoon. We have a briefing by the Auditor General on the 2021 and 2022 annual report of the department and its entities. And therefore, after the AG, the department, together with the commission, will present their annual report. Let me, honorable members, welcome the Auditor General of South Africa to present the annual report. Michelle, good morning.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Honorable Chair and Honorable members.
How
it's
are
good
you
to
doing
see you
today?
again. Oh, no, we are good. Thank you, Chair.
Very well. Please, you and your team proceed.
Thank you so much, Chair. My name is Michelle Margaman. I am the Deputy Business Executive at the Office of the Auditor General. We have multiple committees today. So Khabo Mape, the Business Executive, is joining another session. So I'll be leading the delegate. I'm with the Senior Manager on the portfolio, Thabo Ditodi. If he can just put on his camera, he'll be taking us through the presentation. I also have Adele Howard. She's the Senior Manager at the KwaZulu-Natal Business Unit. And she's in charge of the Ingonyama Trust and the board. I also have Kabiso Madlala. He's the Deputy Business Executive in the KZN Business Unit, also in charge of the Ingonyama Trust and the board. And I have with me Delta Rapiti. She's the Senior Manager in charge of the Agricultural Research Council. That's the delegate I'm with today. Chair and honorable members, we are going to take you through the audit outcomes for the portfolio. We also included some observations in terms of some of the key programs. Those are not necessarily audit findings, so you will see when we get there that we will just give you our observations in terms of what we see, where we see opportunities for improvement. We've also included that. We also have then at the end some of the recommendations that we are giving to the department and its entities, as well as the portfolio committee. And that is the presentation that we will be giving. We've also included a detailed briefing document. We've tried to include as much detail as possible, just to give you some of the feedback. So it is important that you read the briefing document in conjunction with the presentation itself, so that you just get a bit more detail in terms of that. But for today, we'll just take you through the presentation for the outcome. So I'll just hand over to Thabo Ditodi. Thabo, are you
yes,
ready?
I'm ready.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm
you
ready.
can go ahead.
Yes. Good morning, honorable members, honorable chair, and honorable minister, and the officials of the department. I'm going to be taking you through the audit outcomes of the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development and its entities. If I can just get confirmation that the presentation is being flighted, is it on, Michelle?
Yes, we can see the presentation. You may proceed, Dr. Ditodi.
Thank you, Chair. Here we've got our mission of the Auditor General to say we have a constitutional mandate, and as the supreme audit institution of South Africa, we exist to strengthen our country's democracy by enabling oversight, accountability, governance in the public sector through auditing, thereby building public confidence. Our vision is to be recognized by all our stakeholders as the relevant supreme audit institution that enhances public sector accountability. The next slide is a slide around the national government accountability ecosystem. In the main, what this slide aims to communicate is that everyone in the public sector has got a role to play if we are to see a culture shift in the public sector, and also an improvement in the audit outcomes. From the left-hand side, where it's written portfolio just above it, we do have officials of the department who have got responsibilities that have been assigned to them that they need to fulfill. Then their senior management needs to provide direction and leadership. Then the DG, who's also the accounting officer, or the accounting authorities in case of public entities, there are various responsibilities that the PFMA places on their shoulders to make sure that indeed there is accountability within the public sector. The accounting officer or the DG are being supported by internal audit and audit committee who have to play their independent role in providing necessary assurance that the internal control environment is in place. And then lastly, still on the left-hand side is the executive authority. The minister needs to also provide political leadership to the department in its entities. From the right-hand side, these are the oversight and support structures to say, one, this portfolio committee and also SCOPA must hold the department, the DG, the minister, the entities and its accounting authorities accountable. And then they've got the benefit of also the coordinating departments, which is the National Treasury, the Public Service and Administration, and the DPME as far as monitoring performance and evaluation. And then in the middle, we've got the Auditor General, where from our side, we aim to provide insight through our audit work to say whatever we can pick up and recommend to the portfolio, we do provide that insight, try to influence some of the actions of the department so that there can be an improvement. And in instances where there is resilience, we do have additional powers that the office has that might need to enforce. And ultimately, this is meant for the benefit of an ordinary man on the street, which is our citizen. But honorable members, if you really look at the slide, if any of the role players in this slide don't really play their part, it's likely that the person that's going to suffer, it's going to be the citizen. And us as the AGSA, we do play our part, but also it's not only audit outcomes that can be used to make sure that within the public sector there is the accountability that is adequate. The next slide provides an overview over the audit outcome since the first year of this administration. The portfolio consists of 11 auditees, including the department. Overall, through this administration term, the audit outcomes have remained stagnant. And if you look at the current year audit outcome, meaning 2021-22, there's 3 auditees that received unqualified audit opinions with no findings. 4 have got qualified with findings, and then also we've got another 4 that is qualified. We have seen improvement from the previous year. There's 2 entities that have improved, which I will go into, which is the OVG and the Commission on Land Rights and Restitution. Then the overview of the current year audit outcomes, the portfolio has slightly regressed when compared to the previous years. And the notable concern is the audit outcome of the department. We commend the Commission and the Office of the Valuer General for obtaining an unqualified opinion with no findings. The department received a qualified opinion on the Presidential Employment Stimulus Initiative. The department could not provide us, the auditors, with confirmation that some of the farmers received the goods for vouchers redeemed and paid for. The other prior year qualification on the receivables relating to the recapitalization grants was not adequately addressed. The necessary assessments in determining whether the funds were utilized for its intended purposes and the steps to recover the money has not been finalized. Also, the ARC obtained a qualified opinion on property, plant, and equipment similar to prior year, and there's also qualification on irregular expenditure, contingencies, and depreciation and amortization. The Ingonyama Trust submitted their financial statements late. However, the audit is concluded and they have a qualified audit opinion on expenditure and contingencies and investments in control entities. Deeds, NAMC, which is the National Agricultural Marketing Council, OBP, and the Ingonyama Trust Board obtained a material non-compliance findings on expenditure management, procurement, and contract management, consequence management, and material misstatements identified in the financial statements that were submitted for audit, and would like to commend the PPECB, Deeds, OVG, and OBP for submitting financial statements that did not contain any material misstatements, meaning when we performed an audit, there were no material adjustments that needed to be effected on the originally submitted financial statements. 3 auditees, the Commission, NAMC, and ITB submitted financial statements that contained material misstatements, which we allowed to be processed, and it then resulted in the audit outcome being unqualified. Then the next couple of slides talks to the financial management and compliance. And from the top left side, there is key financial management controls that we assess as part of the audit, one being record keeping, daily and monthly controls, in-year and year-end reporting and review and monitoring of compliance. As far as it relates to record keeping, 27% of the entities really needs intervention. Those are the ones that are highlighted in red, and it's mainly the department, the agricultural land holdings, and the commission. Daily and monthly monitoring controls, where we are concerned, it's at the ARC, and where there is a concern is the department, NAMC, OBP, and the commission. In-year monitoring, it's sitting at 36%, but the most worrying one is the last one, which is review and monitor compliance. And there is quite a few auditees that have material non-compliances in our audit outcomes, which is sitting at 6 of the auditees. And if one looks at the impact of it is, and I'm now in the middle block where it says impact on quality of financial statements submitted for audit. Initially, there was the 4 that we had commented to say there were no issues, and then there were 7, and then from the 36% that is in green, then we allowed some adjustments, and then others could then improve or avoid a qualification. And to the right of this slide, the main qualification areas is one. There's one qualification in the department, which I will go into much more detail in subsequent slide. And then ARC was qualified on 4 areas, which is on assets, their property, plant, and equipment. They're also on expenditure, which relates to the depreciation of the same assets and the accuracy and completeness of their irregular expenditure. We had problems with it. And lastly, they were also qualified on contingencies. When it comes to the Ingonyama Trust, I will talk to it in subsequent slide, but they had on municipal rates, expenditure on investment in subsidiaries, and also on contingencies. What is the impact, honorable members, of these qualifications? One is to say it's the inability to follow the money, the lack of transparency of the process, because if the reported financial figures cannot be relied upon, then it really casts doubt over the process behind the numbers, and it also contributes to a lack of accountability, and also the inability to meet the planned targets, which may impact the 5-year strategic goals of the portfolio. The next slide is talking to the qualification on the department, just so that the honorable members can have an appreciation of exactly what is being qualified in the department. The department had a program whereby household and subsistence farmers were being given vouchers, and they could redeem those vouchers to get production inputs. Initially, there was a budget of 1 billion, and 84% of it was transferred to the service provider that is administering this program. Up to 31 March, 843 million was transferred, of which 242 was transferred in prior year, and in the current year, 601 million was transferred. Now, of that 843 million, 335 million was the value of the vouchers that had been redeemed, which is the 40% of that money, and 60% is what is still being held with the service provider to still continue the redeeming the vouchers as and when they are being submitted for redemption. And the qualification mainly sits in the blue block, around the 40%, to say the 335 million we were unable to get sufficient evidence that indeed the farmers did receive the production inputs. This slide talks to the process, just so that there is also further appreciation of how it played itself out. The applications would be submitted by the applicant. There is a verification of the application information, either at a local or district level. Then at provincial level, then there is an approval or rejection of these applications. And then at national level, the national office will either concur or reject applications, and then the service provider will be provided with a list of the approved farmers to issue the e-vouchers via SMSs. The farmers would then use those vouchers at a store or so that they could take delivery of the goods. And in some instances during the year, intermediaries were involved in assisting to redeem some of the vouchers, and then the supplier or intermediary will submit the claim to the service provider using the e-voucher system, and the service provider would then settle the claim. In the main, if one looks at the challenge, it came roundabout in the red areas to say confirmation was not maintained, that indeed when the farmers were redeeming, or when the suppliers were redeeming, that the goods were actually received. And on this next slide, these are some of our observations in terms of the risks and challenges that the program we've observed as part of our risk assessment and auditing some of the transactions. One is from the farmer side, we observed that some farmers could have received few inputs, because you could either redeem your voucher at a store with a supplier that has got a store and goods, or you could redeem with intermediaries. If you redeem via an intermediary, that would mean part of your approved amount would have gone to a commission that would be paid to the intermediary, effectively meaning that you might be receiving less goods than you had applied for. And farmers submitting their vouchers to intermediaries who may take time to provide them with the production inputs. From the supplier side, intermediaries could have been accepting vouchers and redeem them before providing the inputs to the suppliers, or getting paid, but the inputs were not delivered. And also on number 3, to say payment made without this proof. And this is where we found the qualification area to be lying. And from the department side, we noted that some of the verifications commenced later during the year, which was around about November. But of concern was that there was no intention initially to perform these verifications or proof of delivery of the goods. Now, this is the qualification on the department, honorable members. The next slide talks to the journey on the ALA qualification. As some of you might recall it, we did present it in the prior year to say these are historic funds that were paid between 2011 and 2017 to the tune of just over 2.2 billion. It's only approximately just over 500 million that has not been accounted for. In 2019-20, there was a change in accounting treatment on these unaccounted for funds, which was the first year by which the trading entity was qualified. Then in 2021, the assessment of invoices and reconciliations was not finalized. The entity was qualified, meaning in the prior year, and we had agreed that a detailed assessment should be finalized and supported. Then on the bottom of the slide, where in 2021, in terms of what did the department do, there was a circular that was developed by the department to come up with a new process to assess and evaluate the unaccounted for funds. However, the audit outcome still has not improved as yet, because the reconciliations are still not yet finalized, and some of them are not supported by evidence. And then there were certain key principles of the legal consequences of the contracts on expiry that were not applied within the assessment. And that is the journey on the ALA qualification since we started reporting it to the portfolio committee in 2019-20. Then the qualification areas for ARC. The first one, the irregular expenditure. Some of the irregular expenditure items that we have identified were omitted in the disclosures, and then there were also others which were included that do not meet the definition of an irregular expenditure. Then on the assets, we noted material differences between the financial statements, fixed asset register, and the underlying schedules. There were some other assets that could not be physically located when we performed asset verification, and land portions for which ownership has not been obtained were incorrectly recognized. And then in the gray block, depreciation, which is the expenditure and amortization on some of the assets, the entity did not depreciate and assess the useful life of some of the assets. And lastly, on contingencies, there was no evidence for the basis for estimates of some of the legal costs and litigations disclosed. Then on Ingonyama Trust, in the prior year, Ingonyama had qualification areas on PPE, receivables from exchange, and also on expenditure. Some of these have been resolved. The one for PPE has been resolved, and the one for receivables have been resolved. The remaining ones on is from prior year is the expenditure one, and was in the current year. Ingonyama Trust was qualified one on the municipal property rights expenditure. Why were they qualified? It's because they did not fully account for the municipal rates for land owned by the trust, and thus impacting the expenditure and liabilities of the trust. What the trust did is to recognize those municipal property rates as contingent liabilities, which they should have been recognized as expenditure in the financial statements. And then lastly, there is a subsidiary of Ingonyama Trust, Ingonyama Holdings, that was formed in 2019 that has not been consolidated into the financial statements of the trust. Then one of the other areas that we audit is compliance with legislation, to say 6 auditees had material findings on compliance, and the most common areas of non-compliance. One is the quality of the financial statements, which is at the department, ALA, ARC, NAMC, and the Ingonyama Trust Board. The prevention of irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. We've noted that at ALA, ARC, DEEDS, NAMC, and Ingonyama Trust Board, and not effecting consequences that was noted at the department, ARC, NAMC, and the Ingonyama Trust Board. And we do have findings on procurement and contract management at the department, ARC, and the Ingonyama Trust Board. Then the next slide talks to findings that relates to procurement and payment. 4 entities did not have any findings on procurement and payments, and we are saying to the other entities, let's aim to move into the greener block, that we don't have findings that relates to procurement and payments. The findings, one is uncompetitive and unfair procurement processes at ARC, minimum number of required quotations not obtained at Agricultural Research Council and the Ingonyama Trust Board, bid documents not stipulating the minimum threshold for local content at the department, and then contracts extended without the appropriate delegation at Ingonyama Trust Board and DEEDS. And then there was 120,000 payment at NAMC for goods relating to a service provider who was providing secretariat services where the quality of the minutes were not of the right quality. Then the next slide is on the irregular expenditure for the portfolio. Irregular expenditure in the portfolio for the current year is sitting at 256 million. Year on year, the irregular expenditure remains high, honorable members. In 2019-20, it was at its peak at 398 million. It slightly dropped or almost reduced to a quarter of it at 105 million in 2021, and now it has gone back to 256 million. The top contributors, one is ARC at 210 million, and then followed by Ingonyama Trust Board, then ALA, then DEEDS, and NAMC. Although ARC is the top contributing one, members have to read this in context of the fact that the irregular expenditure at Agricultural Research Council was qualified to say we had concerns around the accuracy and the completeness of the amount disclosed. That is one of the qualification areas of ARC. Our assessment of this irregular expenditure, to say what does it mean? One, we are sitting with about 18.5 million, which breaches one of the 5 pillars of procurement of ensuring equity, fairness, cost effectiveness, and transparency. And the other ones, we've categorized them as other. And in the main, at the bottom of the slide, ARC has got 207 million on expenditure incurred without the explicit delegation or to the CEO by the board. And also Ingonyama Trust Board have got the 14.7 million for the entity exceeding their budget and overspending on employee cost and their general expenditure in contravention with section 53(4) of the PFMA. Now, when it comes to the irregular expenditure, what we do is we follow through the prior year's irregular expenditure to say, is consequence management taking place to deal with the irregular expenditure? So if we look at the balance year on year from 2018-19, started off at 643 million, went to 886 million, then 1.44 billion. Now we are sitting at 1.48 billion. And if this balance, honorable members, is not decreasing, it means one of two things. One is a new irregular expenditure being incurred, and two, consequence management not being implemented timely so that the irregular expenditure can at least go down. Now, if we analyze what happened to the prior year closing balance of the 1.44 billion, 10.6 million of it was condoned and 208 million written off. And the one that has not been dealt with is the 1.22 billion. And on the left-hand side, we are indicating the top 5 contributors of the irregular expenditure, which is the ARC on top of the list, followed by ALA, then Deeds and DALRAD and NAMC. Now, what are the reasons that we have observed why is the irregular expenditure not being dealt with or not reducing? One is the investigations into these irregular expenditures are not being performed, or in some instances, the investigations remain ongoing. And if the investigations has not been concluded, obviously the consequential processes cannot follow up until those investigations are finalized. And then we do have instances where also the consequence management has just not been implemented. Then on slide number 18, we provide an overview on the financial health and financial management of the entities as far as it relates to revenue and expenditure. On the blue side, left side of the slide, to say at 5 ODTs, the debtors collection period is greater than 90 days, which is at the department, ARC, OBP, OVG, and the Ingonyama Trust. More than 10% of the debt is irrecoverable at 4 of these ODTs. And in the middle block, we've got 7.2 million of the expenditure that was fruitless and wasteful expenditure. The two significant ones being ALA at 6.7 million and ARC at 375,000. This mainly relate to interest on late payments of invoices and penalties. And then the creditor payment period at 8 of the ODTs is greater than 30 days, meaning that the suppliers are not being paid in 30 days as required by the Treasury regulations. To the right-hand side, this is the impact to say this debt that is not irrecoverable is about 856 million, sitting at ALA at 582 million, Ingonyama Trust at 150, the department at 98, ARC at 19. And this is where in the accounting records, the management and the accounting authorities and officer are saying it's unlikely that we will get this money. And Ingonyama Trust Board ended up in a deficit. What is encouraging though is that we have not seen any of the entities, including the department, having a significant doubt over its ability to continue as a going concern in the foreseeable future. So in the main, we are not saying the department or any of its entities might not be here next year. Then on the next couple of slides, so that honorable members was dealing with the performance information, sorry, the financial statements. I'm now moving to the performance information. The quality of the performance report that we have received is quite good. 86% of the portfolio are giving us performance information that have got no findings. It's only OBP that had a finding, and we have found that the indicators and targets of the portfolio are useful, and the actual reported achievements were reliably and accurately reported. What this does, honorable members, is it provides a proper basis to facilitate oversight and decision making, so that the members can really get comfort that if the department says we've achieved this target, it really means they have achieved it, or if they have not achieved it, it's actually being accurately reported. On the right-hand side, we would like to commend the department, ARC, NAMC, OVG, and PPECB for submitting information that doesn't have errors. The department have improved from the prior year, from having material misstatements to no findings, and others have maintained the credible performance reporting. At the bottom of the slide, we do scope in specific programs. We don't audit the full performance report. From the program that we have selected for audit, the department did not meet 54% of the targets in program 3, which is food security, land reform, and restitution. And they've cited various reasons, which includes, among others, that the department experienced a lot of rejection on their offers to acquire land on behalf of beneficiaries, and on others, the hectares of land available to allocate to women, youth, and people with disabilities was not sufficient. For the members to know, as part of the standardized outputs and output indicators, which is at the back end of the performance report, the department had reported an overachievement on the number of farmers supported, which included the PESI program. But this is the same program that on the expenditure side, we had qualified the department on. Then on the performance against the targets, the graph, the green and red, just indicates the percentages of targets that have been met. And as can be seen from the graph, none of the entities have achieved 100% of their APP targets. And from our side, we are saying it is important for the portfolio to reflect on the progress made on the achievement of the NDP 2030 and MTSF targets to successfully implement land reform, job creation, and rising agricultural production. And we are saying an opportunity remains for the department and its entities to still achieve on some of these targets in the future, provided they are planned and implemented accordingly. What we did, honorable members, we further did some analysis on the annual reports that have been tabled, and in the main, just to highlight areas that could be low-hanging fruit or could be significant areas of improvement to have the maximum impact. And one of those is on the LDS, right? The LDS is the program that supports farmers either through funding, infrastructure, or mentoring. And on the left-hand side is the overview of the process to say there is an application process, it gets evaluated, gets approved, the support gets implemented, and then there's ongoing monitoring. The department reported that they've supported 35 farmers against planned of 146. This is an underachievement of 76%. And from analyzing, it's mainly because, one, the approvals have been decreasing, and then also the expenditure that is being incurred is low relative to what the department had budgeted for itself. And in the current year, LDS expenditure incurred amounts to 176 million, which is 297 million, 0.7 below budget. We are saying, as much as we can see the challenges that the management and the accounting office have indicated on not being able to achieve on these targets. This is one area where the department does have the money, and these numbers can really be improved, honorable members. And then also lastly to say the department needs to pay attention to the collection of revenue from the farmers who are receiving the LDS support. At the same time, farms are being leased to them to say, if we are giving you money and we are leasing you the farm, part of the funding is to pay the rent on the farm. So if the department can just watch out for that area. And then the other area where we further analyzed in the annual report is the value of or the finalized claims. Honorable members, if you look at the targets, the number of land claims settled, it's 240, actual performance is achieved, and also land claims finalized is 316, actual performance is 442. The performance is being met or even exceeded. But what we observed is that these land claimants, majority are opting for financial compensation. And we are saying this may impact the issue of land equity redress if everyone that is coming through really opts for financial compensation. And then also we are saying there is an opportunity to improve the turnaround time for finalization of the land claims. Yes, land claims are complex and they can take a significant period of time up to finality, but also once it has been settled, we can really move slightly faster, because we have noted some that it takes as long as 3 years to settle. And then in the 5th bullet, we have observed that, and this talks to the graph on the bottom left of the 5-year land claims finalized. If one looks at that graph from 2017, 18, 19, the targets were very much high. And in the last 3 years, these targets seems to be going down. And if we are really to finalize all the backlog land claims, the targets needs to slightly be upped, because as it stands, we are sitting at approximately just below and above 400 going forward in the APPs. And to really finish the backlog, we at least needs to be hitting the levels that were being targeted and beyond in 2018-19 of over 1,000 and maybe up to 1.3. And then on the last bullet, we did note that you get instances where money gets disbursed. It gets paid through one of the major banks, and that money, the major banks, the department will make a bulk payment, and the bank would then need to distribute to different beneficiaries. And if they are unsuccessful, either because the banking details the bank's account are closed or they are dormant, that money gets returned to the department. And we have about 73 million that is sitting in the department, and some of it dates a few years back, and we are saying, let's pay out this money, because the money is there, the claims have been finalized. It's just a matter of following up with the beneficiaries on their correct banking details, and then it can be released again. The next couple of slides, honorable members, at the back end of the presentation, it's around the conclusions and recommendations to say what have we observed that is driving the audit outcomes that we are seeing. For the department, they did not adequately implement the enhanced internal controls following the lessons learned from the COVID-19 interventions on pacing. Poor record keeping of supporting evidence as information was not readily available. There is inadequate review of the financial statements to underline supporting records and schedules to enable reliable and transparent reporting, and inadequate implementation of action plans and undue reliance on the audit process to identify misstatements in the financial statements. What we are recommending against these root causes or the observations or these audit outcomes is that for the redeemed vouchers on PACE, these needs to be followed up to adequately account that the production inputs were indeed received by the intended beneficiaries. And there needs to be maintenance of reliable records to adequately account for these funds and how money has been reported on. And this in the main is to say, if we are going to say, we have paid the 335 million, let us be sure that yes, it went to where it ought to have gone, and it's merely the principle of following the money. Then secondly, there is an urgent need to enhance the asset register at ARC to ensure that it's accurate and complete and supported by appropriate supporting evidence. The detailed assessment on ALA should be finalized, and this assessment should be supported by correspondence and reconciliations of the entity's contract management. Mechanisms should be developed and implemented for ongoing monitoring of compliance with legislation as and when transactions are entered into. I think here we are saying let's rather have preventative controls as opposed to creating the burden of having to investigate irregular expenditure, take consequence management. If that takes too long as well, it really derails the department and its entity on focusing on achieving its mandate. And the accounting officer and accounting authorities and senior management must monitor the implementation of action plans adequately. Action plans are being developed, however, we are not seeing the desired impact in certain instances. And a posture of zero tolerance to non-compliance to legislation should be fostered through timely investigation of transgressions, followed by effective consequence management. And in the earlier slide, I did indicate that record keeping is a challenge in some of the auditees. So we are recommending that adequate record keeping systems should be put in place to ensure financial information is supported by credible and reliable evidence. And then lastly, we've got the recommendations to the committee members to say what should the committee be doing as part of their oversight. We are saying there needs to be monitor and regular follow-up with the minister and the accounting officer and the boards on the progress made on the implementation of action plans by the department. And the specific one is the one around the vouchers as well. And then also maybe to check if the progress that will be provided, is there some assurance either from internal audit on it to say, yes, indeed, if the department says or one of its entities says they fully implemented the action plan, is it really implemented? There is an opportunity to enhance the controls around PESI, as I've indicated that as at end of March, there was still 508 million that was still with the service provider by ensuring that the evidence to support the beneficiaries is in place. And in the main is to follow through that these controls are being put in place. And then also to follow up on the status of consequence management on all the cases of irregular and fruitless expenditures, and also addressing the root causes that resulted in these deficiencies that have been identified. Honorable Chair, let me maybe hand over back to Michelle if she wants to maybe supplement the presentation, if there could be an area that she might want to add on. Thank you.
Thanks, Thabo. Chair, that is our presentation. In a nutshell, for the department, you see that we've elaborated quite a bit on PESI. We do see that there is an opportunity for controls to still be implemented for the remaining of the funds, so that we make sure that there is evidence that the beneficiary received the goods. Also, we're saying that for ALA, the assessments need to be finalized so that we can see who's owing us and whether the money was used for the intended purpose. For ARC, we are elaborating on the property, plant and equipment, that if that asset register can be focused on and so that it is credible. For Ingonyama Trust, we are seeing movement. So if you look at the detailed briefing, we've included all the qualification paragraphs from the years, and so that the committee can also appreciate the movement that has been made and what is remaining as qualification in the current year. We are pleased that all the performance reports are credible, and that's why we took the opportunity to unpack the land development support and land restitution, just to give you a synopsis of what our observations are in terms of those. But thank you, Chair. I'll hand back over to you.
Thank you, Mayor Magaman, as well as Ndadedi Todi from the AG of South Africa. Honorable members, before we embark on questions, let me invite the Honorable Minister to have opening remarks on their report, as I know she is due to go and launch the Biosecurity Hub in Pretoria University. And she will be in and out of the meetings, but also at 1 p.m. she will be attending a joint meeting with the Finance and Agriculture, which will be with the World Bank. Honorable Minister, you are most welcome to the Portfolio Committee on Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. Let's afford you an opportunity to have opening remarks on the department's annual report of 2021 and 2022. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, Office of the Auditor General, and in particular the Business Executive dealing with the Agriculture and Land Portfolio, senior officials of the department, good morning. I wish to thank the committee for allowing us to present the annual reports on our performance together with the various entities that supports the department. These reports, Honorable Chairperson and members, indeed outline the activities under the year which we are reviewing, but as we have seen from the report of the Auditor General, they also look at how the expenditure on the resources that have been given for the work has been expended. I wish to indicate, Chairperson, that while there have been areas of improvement, indeed there have also been areas that remain which are challenges that we are facing. You will note when you look at the various reports of the department and entities, which I won't deal with in detail because the officials will actually take you through. There are instances where you have seen that we have moved on certain issues, but there are those that still remain as vexing questions that must be addressed. There has also been, as the Auditor General had indicated, improvement on non-financial performance, and also confident that what is in the reports indeed indicate what has been done and therefore giving confidence. There's also been improvement in other entities on the performance, particularly when it relates to finances from the previous years, though in others there has been some decline. Honorable Chairperson and members, you will recall also that in 2020 COVID intervention, which actually the Auditor General did the audit while the program was being implemented, there were certain observations that were raised by the Auditor General that related to the expending of funds and how we support farmers in particular. Some of those related to the system that we were using, which was manual, which according to Auditor General will actually raise the level of errors if we do not relook at our system and also move to digital process. And I must say, Chairperson, that when the president in the 2020 October, when he tabled in Parliament the Employment Economic Recovery Program, ERP, he announced the Presidential Employment Stimulus Initiative, which, as you know, was not part of our program, nor was it budgeted for. So there were particular amounts that were given to the specific departments, such as ourselves, water affairs, environment, and education, to actually have programs that can assist in retaining employment in these sectors. Chairperson, when we received these resources later, we still took into consideration what the Auditor General had indicated, and therefore implemented an automated system which would, as best as is possible, avoid a lot of errors as it was indicated. But we know that even when you try to perfect the system, there would always be some of the seepages. Clearly, the question and the issue that has arisen is how would you have, or rather, what types of controls beyond what we thought we had done should we have put in place to make sure that we avoid some of the issues that the Auditor General has raised? For instance, given that the system was automated, after the adverts, it would actually be the farmer who will apply through a USSD, and all the processes of application and the departments, committees in the provinces and national would look at what is there and approve that has been approved, and then the vouchers again will go automated to the farmer, and the farmer will redeem the voucher from the supplier, and what will receive is the invoice. And in this area, it does indicate, as the Auditor General, that maybe there are issues that collectively together we might need to look at, and how best we avoid some of these errors going on, and also the lived experiences on how some of the farmers, as it was related in our sampling of 8,000 farmers, how they might have gone around in the redemption of the vouchers, the collection of them, which unfortunately created discrepancies that Auditor General has picked and raised some concerns. I'm raising this, Chairperson, because these are some of the issues that the department has been engaging the Auditor General for some time. We might not have found one another, but it is in our interest to find a better way in which we avoid indeed some of these issues going forward. Also, even we appreciate the Auditor General that he has allowed for an investigation to be conducted to make sure that we can indeed finally validate the information that we get from the farmers. But I would also say, Chairperson, in that engagement, it would be good to find a way in which the department and the Auditor General would also agree on the elements that will be, sufficient and satisfactory, so that we do not, in trying to improve, find a way that we miss one another in the process. Because in my view, the Auditor General, yes, must investigate and ensure that we account for resources, but also enable us to be able to improve where there may be issues that we might not have attended correctly. So on the issue of PESI, as it is in the recommendation, Chair, we appreciate that we'll have to continue engaging with the Auditor General on the investigations going forward. On the restitution of land rights and the awards which are dictated by law, as the Auditor General in his recommendation and observation has indicated, that some of the claimants opt for financial compensation as opposed to land. The challenge that the Commission might face is, how do they nudge, persuade, where claimants, they use their legal right as per the legislation to choose for financial compensation? It's one of those issues that are a bit sensitive and require better management. But I'm just raising it, Chair, because the observation by the Auditor General has been made, and just to remind ourselves that actually there are 3 awards that are in law which claimants may choose from, whether land restoration or land that is alternative if a restorable land is no more available, or financial compensation, which may be either those communities have been so settled where they are and they wouldn't want to go back to the land in question. So it's these issues that maybe as a committee together we can say, going forward, how do we make sure that as best as is possible, more communities opt for land as opposed to financial compensation? As I say, that ours is to persuade, nudge, but we may not dictate, because people will be using their legal right in law to make the choices that they're making. On the issue of the ARC on property and land in particular, some of these issues, I know that the ARC is already, Chairperson, working with the Public Works Department, because you would appreciate that some of the departments get allocated land for use by Public Works. When a time comes that the entity or a department does not utilize that land, it has to revert back to Public Works, unless Public Works may actually transfer it to the department or to the entity concerned. So this is one of the issues that I know in terms of the issue of qualification that already the new CEO and the board are working on them, but also working with the Public Works on some of those assets, even to clarify whether these assets are recorded as owned by the ARC or owned by the Public Works entity. One would like indeed, Chairperson, to indicate that we know that some of the issues may not have arisen as a result of the financial, assessment by the Auditor General, but are those issues that, in my view, from a policy perspective, we will need to deal with, particularly as it relates to the issue of the OPP and how we assisted finally to be able to come out of those legal issues that are impeding it to go forward into finalizing the infrastructure that is so required. But also the other issues that we have been reflecting, which had been coming time and again from the committee, relates to the availability of vaccine on time, but also a knowledge of where those can be received. And that the board, as well as the management of OPP, are working to make sure that they deal with those issues, because they have been raised with them as challenges. With regards to the IDP and IT, Chair, I think there are some issues. I'm closing, Chair.
I was gonna say we should withdraw from responding to the AG's report. I thought you were doing an opening remarks on the department's report, so that we give the honorable members an opportunity to revert back to the presentation made by the AG.
Okay.
So when we invited you, it was to say, because of the time constraints, you're having to leave to do opening remarks on the department's presentation.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chair, that I might have taken long. I was just, making opening remarks on the department and also its entities and making certain observations. But I would defer back to the Chair, and thank you indeed for allowing me an opportunity to make my remarks.
You're most welcome, Honorable Minister, and we always appreciate having you in the Portfolio Committee. We will take up the opening remarks and the input you have made with the officials when they present the report of the department. Honorable members, let us welcome the report of the Auditor General that has been put before us by Mayor Magaman as well as Ntate Ditoti. We will now open the sessions for questions of clarity and their presentation. Honorable Kape.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to yourself, my colleagues, the Auditor General, Minister, DG, and the whole team and entities that are here. It's a kind of a mixed feeling report for me, Chair. Most importantly, the Auditor General is noting that the audit outcomes has remained stagnant. But let me also commend PPCB, DEEDS, OVG, and OBP on their improved performance. Chair, I think in the main, for me, the issue is on PESI from the department side. It has had a huge impact on the total audit outcome of all auditees. Now, Chair, you remember that in our engagement previously, it took even the minister to stop the process here, PESI, with the hope that they would want to deal with challenges that were experienced that cropped up during implementation of PESI. I have listened carefully to the Auditor General. This is quite a huge challenge, especially looking at the money that is remaining still to be implemented, the 508 million. It's a huge amount, even the amount that has already went over, that is your 335 million, for which evidence is being sought. Now, I want to hear from the Auditor General, are they in consensus with the department on the plans that the department has undertook to make sure that they would want to deal with this evidence to prove that indeed farmers received the allocated vouchers or the amounts? Because when you look at the slide that talks to the further analysis of PESI, the risk and challenges, issues of redemptions and payments, it's quite worrisome. Now, I remember, Chair, when we were talking to the department previously, they spoke about having to go and verify, which the AG is also attesting to, that they went late in the year. I just want to find out from AG, are you in agreement with the department is doing, so that as and when we deal with this quarterly report, quarterly oversight, as you recommend, we know that you and the department are in agreement with the physical verification of what the department is doing, because apparently the department did a sampling and Auditor General wants each and every farmer to be verified. That will be my point, so that we know there's no contestation, there's an agreement, and we need really to follow this up. Chair, on ALA, the AG is indicating that due to the circular 21 that was issued by this entity to deal with assessment and accounting for funds that were issued, there has been improvement. I saw it is even colored yellow. Does the Auditor General feel comfortable that this circular will work with time? Also taking it that if we follow this circular implementation, that could help. And I want to align this with what has been indicated as irrecoverable debt on this entity, 582 million. It's a quite huge amount that is having a huge chunk on the 856 million that can be recovered. So I want the comfort of AG on this circular implementation. Do you see it as something that can help this entity, or is there something else that you can advise on? Chair, issues ARC are not fundamental issues according to me, it's just negligence. When you look at the definition, of irregular expenditure, either omission or inclusion, they didn't really get to grasp what needs to be included, what needs to be excluded. But we will also monitor, as the Minister indicated in her opening remarks, that on property, they have already started to do some work with the transferring department, that is Public Works. So I would request, Chair, that in our engagements with ARC, we look at the remedial plan in terms of irregular expenditure and how we're going to monitor their issues of property transfers from Public Works. IT, I want to find out from Auditor General, especially I'm not worried much with your municipal rates and contingency liability issues. Those are issues that internally we can follow up and make sure that they comply. But my issue is on the subsidiary not being consolidated in the financial statements. Knowing the history of IT and AG, I want to find out from AG, is there acknowledgement from IT and understanding that they need to consolidate the subsidiary funds within their financial statements, or is there contestation in that regard? Chair, for the slide here, procurement and payments, status of compliance with legislation and procurement and contract management. Really, these are just negligent issues, and it cannot be acceptable that at this era, entities and the departments could be negligible in terms of contract mutual management. You extend contracts without mandates, you just do as you please on this. That is a very key issue and it should not happen. And this is where our focus should be as a portfolio committee as we monitor. My other point, Auditor General, what needs to be done? This besides your consequence management on irrecoverable debt, do we just leave this 856 million, or it cannot be recovered? I stated on ALA, Dalrat come now the department with 98 million. What will be your advice to this committee on irrecoverable debt? What needs to be done? Because I'm just sitting here and thinking, well, even if you can follow consequence management and make sure that you fire people or you do consequence management, whatever you do, do we, such amounts, do they get written off, or what happens if you say a debt is irrecoverable? I'm not happy, Chair, with the department not having achieved on food security and land restitution. And I will pack that for their engagement with this portfolio committee, as we did during their presentation of the fourth quarter. But I would also want us to look into this issue because of people opting for financial compensation for land. Chair, we know that in our culture in South Africa, control and access to land determines your political, your social and economic power. So we would need probably, together with some stakeholders, your traditional leaders or whoever, make sure that we spread the message. We go and talk to our people, our communities, because I agree with Auditor General that we'll never close the equity gap in this regard. Otherwise, I take the recommendations for the portfolio committee and I would submit to you, Chair, in this committee that probably within our tight schedule of meetings, we meet with auditors and just deal with their remedial action plans that the Auditor General would have okayed. Thank you, Chair. That will be my submission.
Thank you, Honorable Metape. The Honorable Mamon Babama.
Thank you very much, Chair. I don't know why my video is not coming on. Maybe I should just leave it off, Chair, to make things easier.
The video was on
Chair,
Mamon Babama.
Yeah, but it's moving around, Chair. It's fine. Chair, I'm cognizant of the fact that we need to comment on this particular report in front of us, because the questions that I have and the comments that I have will really be for the department based on what we have heard here. I do not have a lot of questions for the for the Auditor General. I really appreciate their presentation. The way it is made, it is very clear and understandable, and very, very, very comprehensive. I think it's the best one so far that I've seen, and I really appreciate that. What I would like to ask, though, of the Auditor General is when they do their auditing, is the auditing of the qualifications of the people that are employed in the particular jobs, let's say, for instance, the CFO or anybody else that is dealing with the PESI documents, etc., sorry, PESI program. Is it part of their brief, or would it be part of their brief to actually look at fit for purpose in terms of the people who are deployed to do these jobs? Because I cannot believe that a person who is fit for purpose can keep on doing the same things that they did the previous year. And yet the auditor's report is there with recommendations from last year, because we're seeing repeat findings on this. So I'd just like to know from the Auditor General whether they would do that. As I said, Chair, most of my questions will be for the department and the entities. Based on this, I think it would be really unfair of me to ask the Auditor General themselves. For instance, I'll give you an example. I want to know, was there an agreement on the commission charged by the intermediaries? And what percentage is it? You know, things like that will have to be asked of the department themselves. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mbabama. The Honorable Ntate Matias.
Well, thanks, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, pardon, I'm driving and the network is very unstable where I am. So allow me to not to switch on my camera.
Please proceed, Ntate Matias.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I must express my disappointment that the session should have been exclusively for members of the Portfolio Committee, and the department, including the minister, should have been listening, sit back and listen, and observe the discussions. Unfortunately, the department and the minister have been allowed to say some remarks, but nonetheless, Honorable Chair, let me contribute in the presentation by AG's office. Look, clearly the department is really not doing what it's supposed to do. The extent of non-compliance cases, the extent of the departments and various agencies or components receiving qualified audit reports is disappointing. But this was to be expected, because time and again we have been raising concerns that the Portfolio Committee is really not doing enough to hold the executive accountable, ensure that officials perform their work, and one is not really surprised to see the state of deterioration in terms of financial compliances, and to extend that today, the AG's office reports that the department itself, as a custodian of principles of good governance, is also found wanting. It's not really surprising. I've got one question also. Look, I don't know why Ngonyama Trust and Ngonyama Trust Board are assessed and audited separately, and their reports are presented separately by the Office of the Auditor General. Perhaps they should offer us a response. It would be interesting to know why that is the case. But in an overall, Honorable Chair, the chickens have come home to roost. Heads must roll. I don't know if the portfolio committee has the appetite to hold the executive accountable and ensure that heads will roll. But I trust in the collective wisdom of the members of the portfolio committee that something drastic will be done. Lastly, perhaps the committee will have to have a physical meeting with the minister to get to the bottom of the state of crisis that the department finds itself. We have to call it by its name. This is the state of crisis. And in a state of crisis, serious measures ought to be taken. And I suggest that it should be a physical meeting with the minister to get to the bottom of this. These visual meetings at times are not effective to hold the executive accountable. Time has come that we get out of the comfort zone and have physical meetings to hold the executive accountable. Thanks, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Tate Matthias. The Honorable Chwete.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to the members of Portfolio Committee and the institutions that are present in this meeting. Chairperson, firstly, let me welcome the AG's presentation. It is very much clear, Chair, and we also note the recommendations and the findings. In that breath, Chair, let me commend the Office of the Valuer General and the Commission on Restitution of Land Rights for obtaining an unqualified opinion with no findings. That is really, which is for OVG is an improvement from previous year. Chairperson, I only have two issues. The first one, Chair, I think Honorable Mangenzi covered extensively, is the acknowledgement on the side of ITB when it comes to the issues of auditing. That is that an acknowledgement, and finally we know, Chair, the issues of OTB. And the last one, Chair, I really need AG's not advice, I don't know, or comment or recommendation on this one. When you talk about over 800 million, that's almost $1 billion of irrecoverable debts. How can we need an insight from AG. How can we really deal with this? What is the meaning of this? Indeed, do we write it off as if we don't, there's nothing we can do about this, almost $1 billion? And but Chair, mine is more into the most question that I have, Chair, is for the departments and the entities. But for AG, I'm covered extensively by Honorable Mangenzi. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mamuchwete. The Honorable Tate Masipa.
Chair, my lighting is not great here. Can you allow me to carry on without the video?
It's fine. I also don't have good lighting, so you can proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I just want to echo Ndate Matthias's concern with regards to the minister, that she had to respond to AG's report, which was meant to be a report that was supposed to be discussed with the committee. Chair, I think really maybe in the future, you must take your committee into confidence and maybe just clarify at the beginning in terms of, the proceeding of the meeting, because I was kind of caught off guard because this AG report is supposed to be just a committee and obviously the AG. So just in future, I will really request that you indulge us and you engage us, and obviously then we understand the proceeding of the meetings. Chair, my concern, obviously, a number of my colleagues have raised them. Somebody speaking?
You can proceed, Dr. Matthias.
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah,
Dr.
Masipa.
Masipa.
Yeah. So, Chair, the recoverable funds from the AG report, I just want to really ask the AG if they can really break it down for us, if they are able to. If they're not able to, maybe just to share with us, you know, a breakdown of this 856 irrecoverable debts, so that we're able to see and how to follow the money and to see where the problems are in this department. The second question of clarity, obviously, it goes towards the issue of the ARC and the ALA, which are having the repeat finding. ARC specifically with property, plant and equipment is an issue that has been coming every year, I think, since I've been here. The question for me is that, is there a problem of accounting in the department, I mean, in the ARC, or is just a problem of people not really doing anything about this situation? Because, I mean, year after year, we are sitting with the same problem of property, plant, and equipment that are not recorded properly. The other issue that we know of the ARC is the land that they own across the country. The question for me is that, have they had sight of the farms that the ARC own? And if they have had sight, what are the situation or the conditions of those farms? When last were they evaluated? Because I think it's important that we get that report of valuation of those farms and those that have been invaded. ALA as well, I think the question for me is that, are there accounting issues? Do we have really professional accounting people there that really can do the work in ensuring that, you know, the money that goes into ALA really ultimately, you know, is doing what it's supposed to do? Because land reform is with us, and if we do not address it, it will be indictment on us as the committee. So I just want to know what is really the situation there in that particular department. The next one, Chair, is that I just want to know from the AG, how does this department compare with other departments in terms of value around the irregular expenditures, controls that are in place, the deteriorations that are being experienced, and are we in a worse situation as compared to other departments that are in the economic cluster? Yeah, I think these are all clarity-seeking questions. I think the rest will be indulging with the department. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Dade Masipa. And let me also, honorable members, just clarify that the Honorable Minister was invited to do opening remarks on the department's report. And this is why I intervened when I picked up that she was even going to the extent of talking to the AG's report. So it was not our intention to have make comments on the report of the AG. And the officials of the department will present the report of the department, and we will engage with the minister's opening remarks as well as the report of the department when the time comes. We had to excuse the Honorable Minister to go and attend to the launch of the Biosecurity Hub at the University of Pretoria. We'll proceed, honorable members. Honorable Memahlo.
Good morning, Chairperson, and also to our Minister. Good morning to our officials, my colleagues present in this meeting today. Chairperson, the report of the Auditor General is of a high standard, and it has assisted us to understand some of the loopholes on the annual performance plan of the department. Therefore, most of my questions have been articulated fully by Honorable Hlape. I have nothing to ask to the Auditor General presently for now, but just to comment sorry, and acknowledge the good work that they have done, and also to comment for those other entities that managed to get a clean audit, which is a good thing. We are happy of. My question will go to the department when they come. Presently, I think the Auditor General, yes, you have done a good job. The only thing that I wanted to ask, even if all my questions have been answered, is the one of, on their presentation, Chairperson, the bullet number 1, where they were talking about the vouchers of PESI. I just wanted to understand from the Auditor General, what can be the amicable solution between them and the department with regard to the issue of, with regard to this point number 1 that they have presented to us. Will they, is this question or this recommendation from Auditor General going to take long to be addressed, or can together the Auditor General and the department help one another in finding a solution to close this matter forever? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Memasho. The Honorable Ntate Montwedi.
Ke a leboga modulasetilo madume go botlhe ba ba tsenetseng kopano gompieno. Chair, one must start to raise a concern that clearly it looks like we'll never have this department getting a clean audit, because they move from unqualified to qualified. The next thing we'll find would be disclaimer and all of this other type of audit opinion. Now, it's a concern, Chair, that we seem not to be moving towards the right direction of getting a clean qualified audit, which should actually be a target of all government departments, Chair. The issues that I also want to raise with regard to the presentation, as was done now, Chair, is on the PESI voucher, where the Auditor General has raised a number of concerns around the PESI voucher. And I want to speak to the Auditor General and say, there was a COVID-19 relief that the department had given to farmers a year or 2 ago, which the same Auditor General identified the same issues that you are today bringing before the portfolio committee around the PESI voucher. Now, it's a serious concern that it looks like there are no lessons that are being learned from implementation of different government programs, because had the department learned a thing or two on the COVID-19 relief, we wouldn't be where we are today with regard to the report that we are getting from the portfolio, from the Auditor General. Now, I want to ask the AG to say, what is their advice? In particular, the AG on slide 29 spoke of on their recommendations to the portfolio committee around PESI. There are some recommendations that they did there, but for them to be clear to say, what would be the best approach in terms of implementing some of these programs? And the PESI program, was it implemented by the department or by a service provider? And what was actually the cost of implementing that program on behalf of the department? Because I saw at some point that a certain amount was transferred to a service provider. Because AG also raises a concern to say there was no value for money, because of and high commissions that were charged by these intermediaries where farmers could not actually get value for their money. Is there any other better approach from the Office of the Auditor General that they can actually advise the department to say, this must be the way in terms of you implementing this program in future, Chair? The other issue, Chair, is on the ARC, where there's an omission on irregular expenditure. With the recent amendment to the AG's Act, where accounting officers could be held liably responsible for some of these things, how does the AG advise the department on dealing with this matter, especially with regard to these omissions that were made with regard to irregular expenditure? If we could speak to that in relation to the recent amendment on the AG Act, Chair. The other issue, Chair, is with regard to the land and development support from the Office of the Auditor General. Was there any, or maybe I'll take these questions to the department, Chair, because it was more about if money could not be spent in the program, was there any application for rollover? Was it appropriate? I think it's more relevant for one to take it to the department, Chair. The other issues are actually taken by the other members. The last question, Chair, is to check with the AG to say, every department should have its own risk committee internally where they're able to deal with the risk, to plan for them, and even around the mitigation. Do you think that the strategy implemented by the department with regard to the risk is actually working? Because it should have proactively guided the department to say, this is what went wrong before, especially with that COVID-19 relief fund. This is actually what needs to happen. Do you think the risk strategy that has been used by the department is able to proactively deal with any other identified risk that the department may actually be confronted with? With that, Chair, there are many questions. I'm saving 2 minutes from now. That 2 minutes I must get when we get the departments to speak on their issues. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ntate Muntwedi. Honorable Baukapa.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me also join my colleagues in appreciating and accepting the presentation from AG, and also thank them for even the recommendations that are directed to the committee. And these are the things that are supposed to going to assist us. But because also that a lot of my questions have been covered by my colleagues, that also saves me and saves your time, Chair. I have only 2 questions, one on ITB or IT. In the understanding of the Auditor General's office, is it possible now that at this stage, there is a consensus on understanding by IT where they are supposed to be or where they ought to be audited, so that there should be no way they think that this is not what would be expected of them? Because if not, it's not going to assist us. And the second question, Chair, also has been touched a lot by my colleagues, is on this issue of the vouchers. I want to ask from the AG, is also asking and also recommending, is it not possible that they seek for a way of understanding or common understanding or a mutual understanding on this issue, so that we should not have a situation where the department says we have done the best we could, and then the Auditor General finds that no, this is not the best you could do more, and it's not satisfying, because if it's not resolved, it's not going to assist us in our oversight duty. I really would like to find out from AG if it is not possible to find a way of maybe the department should understand more what they are supposed to do and they did not do. And if that be the case, it's going to assist us even in our oversight duty. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kapa. The Honorable Akbar Breed.
Môre voorsitter.
Goeiemôre, hoe gaan dit
Hoe gaan-
vandag?
Goed en self?
Dis goed.
Dit is net warm hier in die Vrystaat, maar but we are glad the DMA has been lifted and our farmers can continue. So it is a better Tuesday here than it was last week. Chairperson, I don't have specific questions to the AGSA, and I would like to reiterate what my colleagues have said, that I am quite worried about the stagnation and the regression of some of the entities and some of the audit findings. I think a matter of big concern, and I think what we've seen is PESI with the vouchers, and I think we need to have a session separate on that to engage with that. I think there has been multiple findings, and I think Honourable Masipa and Honourable Matthias have summed that up perfectly in terms of that. And I think when we interact with the department as well, what is very worrying to me is that we still seem, and if memory serves correctly, it is a continual finding is that we do not have, or we have inadequate implementation of action plans. And I think that is something we need to address with the department. I think as a portfolio committee have a big role in terms of oversight, what we need to do. And I think it was the Honourable Matthias, and I might be agreeing here with him for the first time that this is going to make or break us in terms of us as a portfolio committee, how we handle this BRRR, how we handle this AGSA report, and whether we either successfully bring the department to account or we fail dismally. But I would leave my comments at that. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Akbar Breed. The Honorable Mematlatsi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to yourself and colleagues, Minister, and all on the platform. Chair, let me first and foremost welcome the presentation by the Auditor General. Indeed, I must echo the sentiments that this is amongst the best audit reports that one has received in terms of content and context. One is able to follow through issues much more easier compared to the previous reports. Therefore, we really want to send our gratitude to the AG. Chair, I'm taking note of the fact that in the Auditor General's report, we must take cognizance of the fact that there has been some part of improvement from restitution in OVG. And I'm raising this one precisely because we've been struggling with OVG over the years, not only because of qualifications in terms of Auditor General's report, but also in terms of getting OVG to run promptly, effectively, and efficiently. The mere fact that they are able to get an unqualified report is a clear indication that at least OVG and restitution are on the right path, because these two, they are interrelated in terms of their work. So having them to get to improve in terms of the audit outcome, it also gives some sort of confidence in terms of the work that has been done there. However, one must raise serious concerns in terms of the ARC's report, given that part of the issues raised by AG is non-compliance to legislation. And to a large extent, when you look at the financial statements, there were misstatements in the financial statements. My question to AG, it's just to say, much as these matters might be relating to internal controls in as far as the work done for dealing with financial statements, is there a possibility that there are issues of capacity, efficiency, or deficiency in this particular institution? And I would also want to reiterate the question that was asked by Honorable not Matthias, but in relation to the risk management. Do these particular institutions that have come out with quite bad audit outcomes, do they have risk committees that are functional, that are able to make sure that even prior to us having these bad audits, there was work done internally in the department. Then my last part, Chair, in terms of my questions is around the issue of PESI. As clearly reiterated by Honorable Tlhapi, to say this has become a problem in the institution, to a point whereby when things went bad or went seriously sour in relation to getting PESI to operate efficiently, the minister came to put a stop to it. Now, the question is, according to AG's report, do they see this as a capacity issue in terms of us going to an automated system, given that our manual system had been giving us problems and it became even worse during the COVID period? But however, Chair, number of issues that have been raised by Auditor General is clear indication that there's negligence from the department in doing its work. But I'm just cautious to say, in us doing oversight, Chair, I don't think we should actually be subjected to a perception that says we had not been able to do oversight over the years, even when we're doing oversight on virtual platform. If that is the case, that means ourselves as a portfolio committee, we are warranting ourselves as unable to do our work. Of course, there is a need for a physical meeting where we can engage robustly on issues of the department and make sure that the department works efficiently and effectively. And the outcomes of the Auditor General, they begin to show some level of significance in terms of improvement. But for us to warrant ourselves as our unable to do oversight, it's quite questionable. And I would also want to really reiterate the fact that, yes, of course, we do need a meeting because everybody is back in Parliament. It will be necessary, but not to raise a concern that we were unable to do oversight, given that we were now, on virtual platforms. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mahlatsi. Kosenkulu, the Honorable Nkosi Cebekhulu. Ndaba ezitha. It doesn't seem to be on the platform from the list. Honorable Kruger.
He is also not on the list, Chair.
Not on the platform. Any other honorable member on the platform who may wish to pose a question that I've not recognized? Thank you, honorable members, for the questions to the AG. Let me sponsor one or two honorable members to the AG, and in your support or in your own analysis, what are the underlying factors that are obstructing the department to finalize the reconciliations on account of the recap monies that was dispersed? We will need to also find as to how do we remedy the process. In regards with Circular 21, in note that there is still failure to account despite the Circular 21. Can the AG comment on this? Is it helping or is it not advancing the cause? When it comes to Ingonyama Trust and the Ingonyama Trust Board, perhaps a comment that one can make is that as the portfolio committee, we find ourselves in a situation where the ITB refuses to the committee on the Ingonyama Trust, to the extent that the matters the AG has raised about Ingonyama Holdings Pty Ltd will remain outside oversight of this committee. Perhaps the question that the AG must reflect on is the legal basis for separate the trust and the trust board, given that the fact being that the trust board takes on the responsibility of the trustees and is an accounting authority of the trust. From the portfolios committee's perspective, this separation creates a scenario where public accountability and transparency of the trust is hindered. For information purposes, honorable members, has the AG audited the Ingonyama Trust annual financial statements for 2020 and 2021? If I recall well, during the meeting of the 20th of September this year, we were informed by the department that financial reports for 2020-2021, which has not been tabled in Parliament, was still with the AG. May you please confirm with us if this is so, and if you have already concluded the auditing report. That will be all on my side, honorable members. We'll now hand back to the AG to respond to the questions put by the honorable members. Magaman and Ntate Ditodi, you may proceed. You are muted, Magaman.
I just noted. Thank you so much, Chair. I will allow the team to just start with the responses. Tabu will take on the department and the other questions, and then I'll hand over to Kabiso to take the Ingonyama Trust, and then afterwards I'll close off on some of the areas if they haven't covered them. So Tabu, can you just start?
Before Tabo proceeds, Mangaman, I can see on the chat that Honorable Mema Hlati has submitted a question she didn't cover, and it reads as follows: does the concurrent function have bearing on the performance of the department? And what is the view of the AG on the matter? Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you. Tabo, you can start.
All right. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, honorable members. Some of the questions are linked and more specifically on PACey and ALA. So I will try my level best to answer them in one. And starting from Honorable Hlape's comment around the issue of PACey, to say, are we in consensus with the department on the action plan, and whether are we in agreement with what the department is doing with the physical verification of all of these matters? Honorable members, in the main, we have not yet fully agreed on the action plan. However, we have indicated to the department that we at least need some form of confirmation that we can trace the money, and not necessarily saying there must be 100% verifications, but there needs to be 100% confirmation. So in the main, we're trying to say there could be various options that can be explored, but we have not agreed on the final want to say, if you do these ones, this will solve the problem. What we do normally, and we have been doing it at the department, is we come in earlier. We do what we term as the status of records review. And in most instances, we embark it before the end of the calendar year, meaning between November and January. We will do a dipstick to the department, and not really auditing, but assessing the action plans, having discussion with management, and that would answer the question that Honorable Tlhape was asking. And at that point, if we do identify that the journey is not on the right track, we highlight it to management. So we intend on doing that as well much earlier this year. And then afterwards, we give the department so that there is our objectivity and independence is intact. We give them a couple of 2 or 3 months, and then we actually come in and do an interim audit so that we actually test that based on evidence, not just discussions or reading of documents. And there was a comment around in terms of the money that is being spent or that still needs to be spent, is the internal controls watertight to such an extent that we won't find ourselves here, which also touched on the risk committee to say, is it working as it should be, right? Our response to this is that we did look at the standard operating procedures of PESI, and the standard operating procedures were crafted very well, and in the main, they required that at the point of the farmer walking in and taking the goods, they ought to have signed, pictures ought to have been taken and so forth, and maintained digitally. I think where the department falls short is just making sure that that gets implemented. And when you try and implement after the event, that's where you get challenges to say, imagine if you gave someone seeds and they put those seeds on the ground and they've already harvested, and today you want to take a picture. It will bring about dynamics that could have been avoided. So the risk management process, it really needs to be effective to the level of implementation, documenting internal controls, and then not following them through that indeed they are being implemented poses a challenge. And maybe on this one, the department might have thought the digitalization thereof would maintain everything, but systems as you have it is as good as what you put into them. And I think that is the one lesson for the department to say, as you want digitalize, bear in mind the controls that you would have had in place in a manual system, not just let them by the wayside. Honorable Montwedi mentioned that the COVID-19 had issues, and it seemed like there were no lessons learned, right? In the main, yes, on this particular issue of keeping proof of delivery, yes, really the department falls short, but the COVID-19 had a whole lot more issues when it was manual around the approval process, people that were qualifying and were rejected, or vice versa, those that needed to be rejected were approved. So there is an element of improvement that we have observed. In one of the slides that I was sharing, I did highlight that it's only in the red areas to where there were challenges. Also, Honorable Mematlo mentioned what can be an amicable solution. I think as as we walk away from the 2021-22 audit, both ourselves and the department, the department would need to submit those action plans to us, and then we assess them and we give our input, because time is running out, so that if there are areas that needs to be action upon, they can be action upon swiftly. Now, with regards to ALA, right? There was a question around will the circular work? My assessment is it will work partially. And why I'm saying it will work partially is that certain things in terms of the contractual obligations ought to have happened at particular points in time. And now it has not happened. And if you try and do something that you should have done 4 years ago and you do today, one, it will have certain limitations, and there will be certain things that the department along the journey, they will find themselves where certain things, it practically would not make sense to try and do today. But there are legal implications also if you don't do it. E.g., if somebody has breached a contract, you ought to have told them that you are breaching a contract. So the department has done some of those things to say, now, if I had not told you, I've now told you. And if now you continue not to account, then I can then implement the next steps into the recovery process. What is challenging in Circular 21 is most of the things or actions are dependent on finalizing the reconciliations and assessing the invoices. And unless those processes are completed, one would never really see the full fruits of Circular 21 being implemented, because as time passes by, somebody that potentially you could be extracting 1 million out of them, if you take 2 years to get to them, you might find that bank balance now at zero. Would it mean Circular 21 was not good? It was good. It's the speed at which these processes are being undertaken, and that's why we try to provide a journey in one of our slides. The issue around the irrecoverable debts, the irrecoverable debts of 856 million. Maybe first let me break down, because one of the members said, can we be able to break it down? These are the amounts that are disclosed in the financial statements. And maybe let me clarify, the department have not written them off. They, in terms of the accounting, they had to assess to say, what is the likelihood that this money will be received? It still remains in the books, but the assessment says it's unlikely that we will get the money. And what should then happen to this 856? One is, if there's a debtor that owes you money, and let's use ALA as an example. If somebody is renting a farm and they are not paying, firstly is to stop the continued debt, is to get them out of the farm, or before getting them out of the farm, could it be that this farmer is waiting for LDS support? And once we understand the root cause, if there is a bottleneck to unlock certain funds that would help this farmer to be commercially viable, that the department needs to unlock, I would say let's unlock it. If it's not on the part of the department, this farmer, they are just not doing their part. Let's stop the increasing debt. And I think in one of the slides on LDS, we said, let's watch out for the ones where we are giving them money, but yet they are not paying. I would also say, let them be removed from those farms. Then this amount won't grow. Then secondly, the money that they do owe, debt recovery, including legal processes, needs to be actioned so that everyone, there's not a culture that the occupants of these farms think it's government, it doesn't matter that I don't need to pay. Some of the comments, I'm just following on my list around ARC from Honorable Club to say the ARC issues will still need to be continued to be monitored, and also around people opting for cash. I do agree that there's an element of persuasion that one needs to do, well, including with the traditional leaders. Then the comment from Honorable Mbabamba around do we assess fit for purpose on the officials, and around PESI, I would say the fact that the department had written quite extensive standard operating procedures around the approval process and so forth, and it's being monitored at a national level. I would think the right mind was applied to it, and maybe the area that needs to be improved upon is the monitoring thereof and following through. It's sometimes in good faith, though sometimes we believe that everybody will do their part and do what is expected of them without a yardstick pushing them. But sometimes you do get people not doing their part. There was a comment to say, was there a commission agreed upon? Yes, there was a commission agreed upon with the service provider. It's on a monthly basis. It was not necessarily a new contract. It was a transversal contract with National Treasury that the department hopped on to. Then the comments from Honorable Matthias around ITB and IT, my colleagues from KZN will take that, and also the comment from Honorable Chwete relating to the same. Then moving on to the comments, I think I've covered the one from Honorable Masipa around the irrecoverable funds, to say it cannot be just estimated that we won't get the money. There needs to be handover of these funds. There needs to be legal processes that are instituted where it can, but obviously with an appreciation that one won't spend good money chasing bad money. So meaning if the chances of recoverability are low, it would not necessarily help to try and spend 1 million to chase 5 million that you will get zero from. So that assessment really becomes critical, and also making sure that the debt does not grow. Equally in business, if somebody doesn't pay you, you would not continue selling to them on credit. Maybe you might consider dealing with them on different terms. And then there was another comment around ALA to say, in terms of what must be done or what is being intended to do. And also, I'll go back, there was a comment to say, what is it that is making this issue not being finalized? I think it was you, Honorable Chair. It's twofold, right? There is the element of backlog, right? One has to work through the 500 odd contracts, but I believe we are 3 years down the line, and some of these contracts have expired 5 years ago. So really, the time frame cannot be saying at this point that it's because of time. The entity cannot continue to be qualified in perpetuity. And maybe it's the will to really finalize the process, to say, if the legal consequences of finalizing is not, there's no will to it, then we can then stay at the reconciliation process for an extended period. And I'm saying, for as long as we stay there, it then decreases the likelihood that we will get anything out of these funds. Comments around, and this was from Honorable Masiba, around the Agricultural Research Council, to say, have we had sight of the farms? When last were they valued? As part of our verification procedures, we have visited a sample of the farms, and we do find the farms. We have not found really any vandalism or illegal occupation. It's just vacant land that it's just sitting on its own. Then, Honorable Mahlo, you did ask about what would be an amicable solution. I did indicate that we will go in now to do a status of records review so that we agree on the journey. And then also we met with the audit committee about a week or two ago, and we committed that we will do an interim audit. Then there was a question from Honorable Montoedi around the irregular expenditure omitted, and to say, how can this be dealt with, and considering the additional amended public audit. As part of the audit, we are considering the irregular expenditure in terms of the extended definition of a material irregularity. And in the main, we need ARC to get to a point where, one, if they are including something that is not irregular, then they must remove it, because that would never fit into the definition of a material irregularity. And the ones that are actually valid and they are omitting, we then have to have evidence of that to then get to also assess it and take it through our assessment process. And then Honorable Kappa, you mentioned the issue of a common understanding on PACE. I think I have answered that one. Okay, the other comment that I think I might not have responded to from Honorable Mahlatsi is on Agricultural Research Council, to say, is there a possibility of capability at the institution to really sort out these qualification areas. Our assessment is that there's no capability or competency issues because the vacancy rate, obviously there will be vacancies in between, but they are not to such an extent that one can say the entity is either underfunded or under resourced. Then maybe for now, let me hand over to my colleagues who from KZN who can then respond to the questions around the legal basis for separating the trust and the trust board, and whether is the trust really acknowledging where they need to be and where they are at. Over to you, Kabiso. Thanks.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Thanks, Thabo, for that. Greetings to the honorable members and honorable chair. Colleagues, I will be assisted by Adele, the senior manager on the audit, but maybe just to have Honorable Tlape's question around whether is there contestation around consolidation. I think with regards to this, Honorable Tlape, we did receive bank statements. It's just that at that particular time, this entity, Ngonyama Holdings, hadn't prepared annual financial statements, but they did give us bank statements whereby we were able to see that they actually started trading. However, Adele will give more information. And I think Honorable Matthias, will also be able to just give a rationale of what the judge chairperson gave in terms of separating IT and IT. Honorable Chair, maybe just to cover your question, I think it was linked to Honorable Matthias on the legality of the separate entities, but you also questioned whether were there any outstanding audits around the Ngonyama Trust. Maybe just to give you comfort, Chair, no, there aren't any outstanding audits. We did audit the previous year as well, as much as it was also late, but we saw a slight improvement coming from an adverse to a qualification, which they then still retain that qualification around the 21-22 financial year. Adele, can I then hand over to you just to cover those points? Thank you.
Thanks, Kabiso. Greetings to the Honourable Chairperson and Honourable members and colleagues. Yes, just to add on the consolidation for the Ngonyama Holdings into Ngonyama Trust, there is consensus and understanding by management on that being a requirement of the accounting framework. And they even disclosed as such in the financial statements. And the reason they disclosed in the financial statements that the consolidation was not done is that financial statements of Ngonyama Holdings had not been received as yet. And then just to add further information, so the Ngonyama Trust and the Ngonyama Trust Board are two separate legal entities, and it is the Ngonyama Trust Board that is listed in the PFMA. So because they are two separate legal entities, they prepared two separate sets of financial statements, and then we audit those separately. So that was the reason why there are two audit reports regarding that. Thank you. I will hand back to Michelle.
Thank you so much, Adele and Thabo and Kabiso. Chair, I just wanted to round up just in terms of PESI and ARC as well. I think from our side, Honourable Tlape, and some of the questions that came through regarding PESI is that the aspect that we are concerned about is that evidence for whether the beneficiary received the goods is a critical component. The other areas in terms of the application process, like Thabo indicated, we were fairly comfortable. So it is important that a process does get implemented. So there needs to be the two areas. So the money that was already spent, We are aware that the department indicated that they are visiting the farmers and getting that confirmation. And that is the option that they have chosen. And then the other aspect is that the one that is coming in the future, and there we do not necessarily get any confirmation in terms of what control that they will implement. The SOP is there, so the control is designed. So it's just a matter of how is it going to be implemented? And that is a key component. We have met with the audit committee, and we are willing then to do the interim audit like Thabo indicated. So we should be able to get consensus or see what the department has and give input in terms of the controls that they've implemented before the financial year ends. In terms of ALA, I think some of the difficulties that we are observing is that because the expenditure happened in such a long time ago, to get that invoices and to do the reconciliation is a bit of a challenge. That is just from our observation. But it is important that the department and the entity then just finalize those reconciliations. Where they cannot get any information, let us be clear to say this one we cannot get. Where we can and we are in a shortfall and we can even identify the farmers, let's go and get the money. But we need to finalize the process and identify who is in which category so that we can implement the next steps that are necessary to be implemented. In terms of the ARC, yes, the farms are there, but I think the key one is really just to say, do you own the land? Do you own that property? As most of them are sitting with some of them are sitting under the Republic of South Africa, and that ownership is critical for accounting. And we know that some of the discussions are happening with DPW in terms of where should the ownership be. But yes, the farms are there, but the ownership of those farms is critical. And that also then determines what is the value of that farm and where should it be sitting? Should it be sitting in the ARC books or not? In terms of the breakdown, there was a question on the capabilities. Like Thabo indicated, we don't necessarily see the concern in terms of capability from our side. But what we do alert, and in some of the recommendation that we have is that there should be no tolerance to not adhering to controls. So somebody needs to do their daily function and somebody needs to review it. And where a person is not abiding to the controls, your supervisor, your manager should implement some consequences to say you're not doing your job. So I think that is the element where I just wanted to alert to, if you look at our recommendation, to say everybody must play their part, and where you're not playing your part, there should be your supervisor, your manager should come in and implement some consequences in terms of that. I think from my side, that is all. In terms of the material irregularity for the irregular expenditure, we are looking at all the findings that are coming out. I must indicate that when you have a limitation, so if you look at the findings in terms of irregular expenditure, where we're not sure what is happening, it is posing a bit of a challenge for us in terms of internally finalizing if there is a material irregularity, but we are working on the expanded mandate, and we'll see what the result of that comes out as. Honorable Chair, can I hand back over to you? Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am Michelle Mangaman, as well as Ntate Thabo Ditoti from the Auditor General of South Africa for your presentation, as well as your responses. You have truly empowered us to be able to do proper oversight in terms of the reports that will be put to us by the department, as well as the entities of the department. So we truly appreciate your input. Honorable members, will now move on to taking the presentation of the department, which will be led by the DG in the absence of the minister. Honorable Ntate DG, how are you? Tate Ramasodi?
Thank you, Honorable Mandela. Good to see you, and great to be here in terms of the discussions that we will have today on the annual report of the department. The Minister had introduced earlier on the issues that we would touch base on. In reflection of our performance, Honorable Chair, we referred to the engagements that we have had with the Portfolio Committee earlier in this year, where we were presenting the fourth quarter report. So the last report would not be significantly different from the fourth quarter report, but would be taking into consideration the performance of the department right through. From a financial perspective, I think the report is literally almost the same. From a performance point, there's only a percentage increase in terms of the performance of the department. And that's something that we are still working on to ensure that we as a department perform better than we have done. We have also taken liberty in line with what the chair had indicated previously to also reflect on the plans that we have in terms of performance improvement from a non-financial performance point of view and also from a financial performance point. And I think we are starting to see the green shoots in terms of the interventions that we have had. Yes, we will also reflect on the qualification that we have had from the AG with specific reference to PESI, and we will be able to engage on the issues relating to PESI. On the other areas where there were areas identified by the AG, we will also be responding as the department based on the areas that the August Portfolio Committee would be guiding us towards. With us today to make the presentation on the department's performance is Mr. Mukutula Khobokwe, who's responsible for the component that does monitoring and evaluation, and therefore also measures the performance of the department. And from there, we will also take the presentation from the CFO of the department, Merendani Sadike. There's the order that I would advance to the Honorable Chair, and if Honorable Chair is agreeable, we will request that Ndate Khobokwe starts with the presentation, followed by the CFO. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and honorable members.
Thank you, DG. Dr. Khobokwe, you can proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, Honorable Chair and DG. We have made an arrangement that Dr. Puti should take us through the presentation due to some IT glitches from my side. So Dr. Puti will take us through the presentation. Thank you, Chairperson.
Good morning, Chairperson, Minister, Member of Portfolio Committee, DG, and Departmental Management. I will run through the presentation, introduction, operational environment, the scorecard of 2021-22, and I'll get into performance per program, perhaps with the guidance of the Chairperson. When we get to that point, I probably only focus more on the targets that were not achieved. Thank you. Yeah. I think we are happy to report to the committee that the department once again obtained an unqualified audit opinion on predetermined objectives for the second consecutive period. 60% of the targets which we have set for ourselves were fully achieved. Amongst some of them, as you might have seen in the actual report, the targets were exceeded. It is also important to say that the department is continuing with the implementation of integrated performance management system to ensure full accountability for every cents spent. And there are already fruits, as DG was saying, that have been realized because some of
Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair.
Yes, Dr. Matias.
You see, it is the reporting like this that really makes things bad. Can the gentleman go back to the previous slide? He reports here that the department obtained unqualified audit report, and he makes this false claim immediately after the AG's report has submitted a report that majority of the entities, including the department, have obtained qualified audit opinion. Do we have to sit in the meeting to be light like this, Honorable Chair? Can you please guide us and please provide leadership? We can't just sit here, listen to reports and be told lies like this and we don't say anything. Is it proper? Please give guidance, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Matias. We'll allow the department to present their report. Then we will ask them to clarify the contested issues. So let them proceed to present their report, and we will then be able to ask questions of clarity and contest the issues, because we've received now a report from the AG. Let us be patient, honorable members.
Chair,
Continue.
Chair, on a point of order.
Yes, Dr. Masipa.
Chair, this opening statement obviously clouds the whole presentation. Can we really get a clarity around this? We have just received a presentation from the AG that says that the department received a qualified audit opinion. And the opening line says that the department obtained an unqualified audit opinion. It clouds the whole, even if you allow him to do this presentation, you will not really be bringing us along, because we have got this opening statement that is really talking something else. Can we get clarity around the statement? Please, Chair.
Honorable members, mine was to allow the presentation so we can then contest the terrain or whatever has been put before us. But DG, please, can you clarify this opening statement for the honorable members, as it seems to be conflicting with the report that the AG has been able to put before the committee?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Noting the input that came from Honorable Matias and also from the ensuing engagement that seeks clarity on the same matter. I would like to invite the honorable members to go through the very same text that is in front of the August committee and read it through. The department obtained an unqualified audit opinion on non-financial performance for the consecutive period. This matter and that statement is correct in terms of non-financial performance, Honorable Chair. We received a qualified audit in terms of financial performance of the department. There is separation in terms of looking at the two issues in terms of how we look at non-financial and financial performance. But this matter at its highest refers to non-financial performance. And according to my assessment, it's a correct statement. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Okay, thank you, DG. Can I continue? Ralph, if we can just move to the next slide. Yeah, just to.
Yes, Honorable Member Hlatsi.
Chairperson, I would want you to really make a request to you and honorable members that we take your ruling on how we should proceed so that we don't continuously stop the presenter from presenting if we've got contentious issues, that we allow them to present, and later on when they are done, we can then raise all our questions, because if we're going to proceed like this, it clearly indicates that we might begin to stop the presenter from time to time. Thank you very much, Chair.
Yes, Honorable Member Hlatsi, this is the manner we ought and are proceeding with the reports. Every entity or the department or any stakeholder that comes to the committee is afforded an opportunity to present their report and have their say. It is in our own engagement that we can be as robustly as we wish in terms of contesting what has been put before us. So let us, honorable members, hold on to our questions or our remarks. We will have ample time to do so once we've had the presentation. You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Members, in front of us, it is just a slide that illustrates the strategic focus that the department is working towards. I will not even get into it. I believe it's information that is now well known. Next slide. The performance scorecard, just as a reminder, because it's also something that we are now accustomed to, that we only regard a target as fully achieved if each and every activity, each and every milestone, and all the supporting evidence as stipulated in the technical indicator description have been fully fulfilled with. Anything below that is regarded as not being achieved. Next slide. Now, for 2021-22, out of 50 targets, annual targets which we had, the department achieved 30, which is converted into 60% an achievement. You can note that the two programs which achieved very low is land administration and food security, and we'll be able to focus more on those particular programs when we move on. Next slide. Next slide. This is just a grammatical representation. I think this is the point that the DG has made. I will not labor onto it, just to also acknowledge that we have just increased by a percentage from 2020-21 as a department. Next slide.
My apologies. And Tate Masipa, please mute your microphone. Tate Masipa, please mute your microphone.
Apologies, Chair.
Now this slide, Chairperson and members, as a newly merged Department of DALRRD, we are doing a lot of analysis to try and understand all the different dynamics that might end up, affecting different permutation of performance. It is of interest to us to understand the performance behavior, the performance culture of the department, so that we can be able to advise proactively the management, especially around the issue of planning, once we understand all issues that are occurring in each and every quarter. Now, in front of us is just a trend of how different programs performed over the 4 quarters of last financial year. You will be able to realize that Q3 is actually the quarter which almost all programs declined in their performance. And we had to dig a little bit deeper in Q4 as a department, to make sure that all the programs are going to improve. Hence, we are now talking about a 60%. If it was not because of the issue that occurred in Q3, we will be talking a different picture. But however, now that we are aware about all those different permutation and dynamics that are at play in every quarter in the department, these are the issues that are now being properly managed and better managed in the current financial year, with the hope that we'll be able to present all the quarterly performance in the current financial year, which are much, much better compared to the previous one. Next slide. Now I'll be moving into the performance of various programs, and with your permissions, Chairperson, may I only focus on those targets that were not achieved. Program 1 is administration. The unqualified audit opinion, I won't talk much to it, but again, just to emphasize the point that it is the financial of 2020-21. I think it is important to emphasize that the financials, the audit outcomes on an annual basis get to be released around July or August. And at that stage, most of the time, we are at the end, we are in the second quarter of the financial year, of the current financial year. So it is against that regard that this target which we had during 2021-22 financial year was the target of 2020-21, which were released in July 2021. Next slide. With regard to the issue of percentage of valid invoices, this is one target which we are still having challenges in achieving 100%. We have a variance of 4, as we have achieved 96% at the end of financial year. And amongst major challenges is the issue of banking details of the suppliers, which the department is working very hard to try and improve that understanding so that we can at least start moving closer to 100% target. Next slide. Moving into program 2, may we just go to the red ones. Before this one, there is this animal improvement scheme, and I'm sure we'll be able to get an appreciation in the ARC reports that the improvement schemes are continuously being implemented. And I think it's an issue which we have spoken about it as a department to say, in trying to avoid presenting the department as if it's competing with ARC, we opted to rather focus more on our coordinating and monitoring effort as a department. And unfortunately, because the target was already captured as if the department is an implementing agent. So we ended up not achieving that target precisely because of that. Though on the side of ARC with our coordination, the target is being achieved. Next slide. Next slide, just move to the red. Okay, program 3. You realize that generally we had a challenge with the issues around acquiring of land, whether for farm dwellers or whether for strategically located land, and it's mostly to deal with the protracted settlement negotiations with landowners. And this is one of the issues that led to non-achievement of the intended target to be acquired for farm dwellers and labor tenants. Next slide. And once we have a challenge with the issue of acquiring, that automatically will impact on land to be allocated. If we do not acquire enough land, we'll have challenges, in obviously being able to allocate the intended target, and hence that is why this very key disaggregates around women, youth, and people with disability were unfortunately affected because we do not acquire enough land on time to deal with that. Next slide. Next slide, because I've spoken to this already. Next slide. Next slide. The issue around trunker areas to be transferred due to some reluctancy by municipality to release land, and also at times the dispute between communities and the municipality in the issue of land availability or land to be released. We were badly affected as a department not to achieve this annual target of 11 of trunker areas. Next slide. The issue of number of labor tenants applicants finalized, we could not also achieve the target with close to 850 negative variance. And amongst other reasons is the difficulties to trace the labor tenants claimants. And in some instances, there is denial of labor tenants claims by landowners and rejection of OVG land acquisition price offers. Next slide. With regard to the number of farms supported through land development support program, it's also a very key target, which is very important for the department. And we have realized that unfortunately, due to the multiple focus and priorities that the implementing agents, the community association, NERPO in this case, because they are having multiple projects which they are servicing for the entire sector, and that ended up badly affecting their capacity in having to prioritize their work, their intervention regarding this type of target. But it is a matter that the department has since engaged with them. Unfortunately, that has led to non-achievement of this target for the period under review. But this is one target that we are quite happy that in the current financial year, there seems to be a lot of improvement in trying to achieve the target. Next slide. Moving to program 4, the issue of infrastructure project completed to support FPSU, we did not achieve 2 of the intended targets, which made us not to achieve the intended target. It was mostly around the issue of behavior of the contractors, the issue of management of the contractors. But those are some of the aspects that have also been identified for future improvement. Next slide. With regard to 5 technologies research projects which were intended to have been completed, unfortunately, we only managed to achieve 1, and we are having a negative variance of 4. And it is mostly because of the delays in obtaining animal ethics clearance for research projects involving animals, which is a prerequisite. Unfortunately, it's something that could not be done without it. And it's an issue which is being relied on an external, but it's not something that has been issued to the department. But the department, it's actually we progress a lot in trying to achieve it. Next slide. Moving to economic development, we did not achieve 31 of the FPSU supported towards functionality. And I think this is unfortunately one of the target members which we were dealt a blow by the way we phrased our targets, because according to the technical indicator description, it required all 5 elements to be fully provided in one financial year before some of those FPSU can be regarded as being completed, irrespective of whether do they need that type of intervention for that specific year. So this is one of the critical target which has since been quite differently, getting into 2022-23. Next slide. Similarly, the number of new agricultural enterprise supported, we did not achieve 6 so that we can achieve our annual target of 15. But it was mostly, again, around the issue of management of operation, where there were delay in delivery of requested items between the contractors and the department. Next slide. We achieved 87 instead of 150 smallholder producers accessing Mafisa loan. Well, we all know that this is also a demand-driven type of intervention where we are relying on the producers, farmers themselves, having to come forth to apply for loan. And due again to the limited outreach of the intermediaries, so those compounded the department not to achieve the intended target in the period under review. Next slide. On the issues of public consultation on the market of agricultural product amendment bill, we also did not achieve all those consultations as intended to, simply because the facilitation of public consultation on the bill could not be undertaken due to the delays in obtaining a legal opinion from the Office of the Chief State Law Advisor. But however, the draft bill was incorporated with the comment from that office at the end of the financial year under the period under review. Next slide. With regard to the issue of bilateral agreements implemented, it's also one of the little bit challenging targets because there are a lot of dependency in it. Unfortunately, because in all those intended targeted countries, the engagement with Palestine could not be held as planned due to instability experienced. And because of non-participation of Palestine, this target was unfortunately not fully achieved. Next slide. Status report on engagement on Africa continent. Again, the issue of dependency came in, where the bilateral engagement with Burundi and Madagascar, which were one of the targeted countries, could not be held as planned, and that ended up affecting those intended bilateral engagement. Next slide. Moving to program 6, the EDRS phase, where 75% was intended to have been completed. Unfortunately, we did not manage to achieve it. And again, is the issue of dependency, which in this case, it was protracted CETA processes, which resulted in delays in the appointment of the service provider. But we are quite happy that we have since made a very huge progress as a department, and members will be able to realize when we are starting to present the quarterly performance report for this financial year. So that type of challenge which we experienced last year, we have managed, fortunately, to overcome it. Next slide. Similarly, with the issue of submission of bill and cabinet memorandum for submission on promulgation purposes or regarding the deed registration amendment bill, that also could not be achieved because of the extended need to consult, where the final NEDLAC meeting could only be held during 5 March 2022. And obviously, it was already just a few weeks before the end of the financial year. So at the time of the incorporation of the inputs, and further refined work on that work, we were unfortunately already outside the period under review 2022. Next slide. With regard to 15 days of average number of working days taken to process cadastral documents, we unfortunately also just failed by a day extra, and it is unfortunately because of COVID-19 regulation, which limited the number of staff allowed to be at work, and those led to some of the offices being closed on several occasions for decontamination purposes, resulting in a backlog. Next slide. I think this is the end, Chairperson. Maybe just a parting shot, Chairperson, to say that based on all of those, as a department, we have since started in this very 2021-22 to implement an integrated performance management. And we are quite happy that we are continuing in engaging the PSSC, each and every official in the PSSC, from the district project officers, all the staff, because it is important for us to get them understand all the needs of reporting and performance management, and we will be completely with all those engagements in the first week of November. Thank you very much. That's the end of the presentation.
Thanks, Chair. It's the CFO. I'm trying to share my presentation. It says host disabled participant screening sharing. Maybe someone can share it for me. Thank you. Thank you. Maybe we can just, thank you. Next slide. Thank you and good morning, Chair and members, DG and colleagues. I will be presenting the financial statements of the department as at end of 31 March 2022. In terms of the total assets, we were sitting at 1.3 billion, and the largest part of that is the cash and cash equivalent of 1.2 billion. Most of it is the money that we need to return to the revenue fund for not having spent. Next slide. Next. On the statement of financial position continuing, the total liabilities is 1.3 billion. And again, you've got the voted funds that will be surrendered of 1.062 billion. And of that 1.62 billion, we've got the 289 million that relates to the compensation of employees due to vacant positions. And you would realize that throughout the year, we've been reporting
on the progress regarding the filling of vacant posts and a bit on natural attrition that we have seen lately. There is also PACE money that was not spent at year end, which is 379 million. We have received 231 million approval to retain those funds for the continuation of the PACE program this year. We received the approval in August 2022. We had restitution that could not spend 210 million on their claims. It's mostly on the commitments on land acquisition that project could not be finalized in terms of finalizing the acquisition of those land for settlement of land claims by year end. On land development support, we still had 60 million that could not be spent at year end, and land tenure redistribution and tenure reform had about 194 million that could not be spent on the acquisition of land for the labor tenants. Next slide. Next slide. On the financial performance, we had annual appropriation, which is the budget that we received, 18 billion from the National Revenue Fund, and 311 million that we have collected and paid to the National Revenue Fund on the services that we offer as a department. We had aid assistance of 77 million. On the expenditure side, we had COE, we spent 3.8 billion, goods and services, 3.7 billion. On goods and services, most of that budget relates to the monies that are allocated for service delivery through rural development and EDTM, Economic Development Program, number 5. And a little bit that goes to the overheads of the department and the National Head Office project that we are finalizing, I think, beginning of March next year. And the last one is the transfers and subsidies, which is the restitution budget for the financial compensation. And we've got food security grants that goes to the provinces, and land acquisition for land redistribution and tenure reform. Next. On the assets, we have 1.7 billion. I will explain as I go. We have tried to simplify this so that you can see what makes up the tangible assets. Next slide. This is just the analysis, and most of them I've already spoken to them. On your right, you've got the expenditure per program. And you can see the largest part went to program 3, which is your food security, land reform, redistribution and tenure reform, and the food security, restitution. A larger part of our budget goes to those 3 programs that are in the land reform space and food security. The total expenditure, like I've already said, we spent 16.9 billion of the 18 billion that we had, and just below 1.1 billion was not spent, and we will be retaining that money back to the revenue fund. Next slide. This is just an indication of how we collected our revenue throughout the year. Next slide, which explain what, next slide, where we generate the revenue. We sell goods and services. We have fines, penalties, and forfeits, sales of capital assets. We've got financial transactions and assets and liabilities and interest, dividends, and rent on land. And most of the money are really collected on the first and the last items in terms of the bullets 1 and 6. Next item.
We continue with the analysis of the expenditure per economic classification, and you can see the biggest budget, which is 7.6 billion. It's on transfers and subsidies, and that is where the grants are sitting. That's where the restitution and tenure reform is sitting, and food security. Next item. On the goods and services, on this slide, you can see legal services at 258 million. Most of that was the work that we are now transferring to the Legal Aid Board of South Africa regarding the legal representations for the indigents of land reform. Not that it's just legal services for the department, but it's mostly for service delivery to the public. Then we followed by computer services, and this is where we do our systems and the computer services through SITA. Next item. Here you've got property payments. We have about 147 offices across the country, and hence you have property payments looking like that. We include in the rent that we pay, the municipal services that needs to be paid. Everything is included in the property payments. Next item. This is just the explanation of what is lying on goods and services. Next item. On the financial positions, we picked the highest items, and you can see we've got the total assets in 2021-2022 that have grown from 1.2 billion in the previous year to 1.3 billion in the current year. The liabilities have also increased from 1.2 billion to 1.3 billion. I will attempt to explain what makes up more especially the liabilities, because it looks like it's rather too much, but you will understand as we continue. On the statement of the net assets, we've got recoverable revenue amounting to just about 12 million. Next item. Major items on the financial disclosure, because we are on the modified cash standards. Under normal circumstances, this would have been sitting in the face of the financial statements, but they sit in the disclosure because we are using MCS. You've got contingent liabilities sitting at, they have declined a bit from 2.7 billion to 2.6 billion. I will speak to that. We've got capital commitments sitting at 1.3 billion, having reduced from previous year, and immovable assets at 1.7 billion. So the assets have grown, including the movable assets that have grown to just above 1.2 billion. Next item. What makes up the immovable assets? We've got the state land sitting at about 791 million. And then we've got other fixed structures at 944 million. Next item. Next item. The agent principal, the biggest amount really was sitting on Nkosi Sabelo and incorporation. This is the money that I said we are transferring that function. We're only remaining with a little bit of this function, but most of it is going to the Legal Aid Board of South Africa. Next item. On the movable assets, mostly it's our computer equipment sitting at 655 million. Then we have got the machinery and other equipment sitting at 252 million, and furniture and office equipment sitting at 148 million. And the vehicles that we use in the department sitting at 173 million. Next item. On capital commitments, we've got, we're sitting at 1.2 billion. Next item. I thought we had written, this is mostly the land, hence I said most of the work that could not be finalized by both restitution and tenure reform. It's the acquisition of land that could not be finalized at year end. So you see it coming through as commitment because work had already been started, but because of the cut-off, they could not finalize, and that work is finalized in the current financial year. On the contingent assets, we've got 42 million, that is the assets for feature unit. And then on the contingent liabilities, we have come a bit down to 2.2 billion. Next item. And this are the claims against the department, which is the contingent liabilities. So you can see legal, we're sitting at 116 million. This is the normal legal work of the department. On restitution, we're sitting at 2 billion. And on OSD, just 129 million. Next item. So the biggest contingent liabilities are coming through from restitution work. On accruals and payables, you would see that in this year, we have increased on accruals at 189 million. There was a lot of work that could only be finalized, although we have issued orders in the current financial year. So hence the big growth of the accruals. And on the payable side, we have tried to pay all the invoices for the work that was done at year end. We were remaining with about 43 million. And you will see that we are almost 50% reduction on our payables is as an indication that we're trying as much as we can to pay our invoices within 30 days. Next item. On the operating lease commitments, you see it's grown from 1.4 billion to 1.9 billion. A whole lot of the leases we have renewed for longer terms because they were expiring. These are the leases for our offices. So you can see the growth is just really the number of offices that we have and the new leases that comes with the price escalations. Next item. This is just the explanation of what is sitting in those accounts that I have been explaining. Next. Continuation of the explanation. Next. The debt recovery for staff debtors, we are sitting at 20 million balance outstanding. We have recovered in this financial year 2.5 million. Next item. This is just the aging, and you can see that we've got a total of 958 debtors, and we have tried to break them down with the largest amount going to the bursary debt of 6.8 million. We've got the Gadi students at 6.1 million, and the rest really can be spread across those different accounts, but almost over 60% of this money is just the bursary debt. We've got a total of 958. We've written off 58. How we write off, we follow the National Treasury regulations. That indicates the steps that needs to have been taken for us to recommend for write-off. And we have a debt control company that once we have tried our best to recover the money and we can't recover, we then hand them over for tracing. And this company will bring a report of whether the person is passed on or they are not in a position to pay us back because they are not employed. Then they would recommend that in those instances, we're not able to recover those monies. But the processes are quite stringent in us writing off. We've got 158 that are paying and 742 that are not paying. Next item. On the state land leases, we've got different types of state land. We've got restitution. We've got the normal state land that is with tenure and we've got 82 million outstanding balance. We have tried to recover 3.4 million of that in this year. Next item. This is the consolidated view. We're giving you the age analysis, and you can see that almost 80% of that debt is sitting on over 3 years. So this would have been old debts that we have inherited, and we, through the credit control, are trying to trace and recover these monies. But what we have seen is those that are on less than 1 year and 1 to 3 years, that's where we mostly recover the money. Next item. Agriculture leases, we're sitting at a total of 16 million, and 15.9 million is old debt. Next item. On the commercial leases, we are sitting at 38 million total debt book, and 32 million of that is on over 3 years. Next item. On restitution, it's just 3 provinces that have got that debt: Mpumalanga, Northern Cape, and Northwest. We're sitting at 21.8 million, and 21 million is already on over 3 years. Next item. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, that would conclude the presentation from the department. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tate Ramasodi and the officials of the department. Honorable members, there's the presentation of the department. I will propose we take the commission as well at the same time, so we can interact with both presentations when we go to questions of clarity. Let me then invite the Commissioner, Mamu Koboto, to present the report. Mamu Koboto.
Apologies, Chair, I am speaking on mute.
Yes.
And good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, I've already done my introductions on my own by myself. Apologies to the committee members for that. Perhaps I will then say all protocol observed. The outline of the presentation on the Commission of Restitution of Land Rights is as you see on there, where we'll speak to the general information, the vision, mission, mandate, and the issue of state land. I will not go into all of the introductory part of the presentation just for process. So Ralph, if you can assist me by going to slide 8, please, of the presentation. The slide for me, Chair, is important because it actually re-emphasizes the mandate of the Commission. I know that there is the issue of the separation between the branch restitution and the Commission. The function of the Commission emanates from the Restitution Act, Section 4.1 specifically, and our role is to solicit, investigate, and resolve claims through negotiation or mediation. And this relates to dispossessions that happened after 1913 And if we're not able to adjudicate, we then refer to the Land Claims Court to assist to adjudicate on those. Next slide, please. An important factor to raise, Chairperson, is that we are all aware that there is a Constitutional Court judgment called Lamusa 1 and 2, which interdicted the Commission from dealing with the new order claims that were lodged from 2014, and further that we were required to submit reports to the Land Claims Court on 6-monthly intervals. We continue to do so, and we usually submit copies to the Portfolio Committee. Our last report was submitted on the 29th of June 2022, and we are now getting ready to prepare the next report. We also were required by the courts to make sure that we refer any matters insofar as it relates to the old order claims that we cannot resolve to the Land Claims Court. Next slide, please. Important factor also to mention is that in terms of the Interministerial Committee on Land Reform, as well as the President's State of the Nation address, there was a key focus on transfer of state land to beneficiaries of restitution who qualify. We have set up both the national and provincial strategic committees with public works and other stakeholders to ensure that we deal with this issue. And as a result, the next slide, we have been able to transfer over the period under review 58 state land properties measuring 60,000 hectares to beneficiaries that qualified. Next slide, please. The other key issue is the road to autonomy. We have reported previously that we have developed a business case, which is in the progress in the pipeline for approval. We have still to request an approval from Cabinet. We have interfaced with other departments and consulted with the PSA, National Treasury and Parliament. And we also are in the progress of formalization of a public entity, which we chose as a 3A entity. We also have continue to interface with the department as indirect on a transitional plan. Perhaps maybe it would be proper for me to just mention at this point, I noted the comment that was made by the Office of the Auditor General around the Commission finding itself dealing with financial compensation claims or payments more than land. I will say upfront that this is my opinion. I think that it is important to remember that restitution is a restorative justice approach and not just necessarily land reform. And so it is about focusing on the needs of the people who want redress. And in instances of some communities who actually already occupy land elsewhere, they would rather get financial compensation in order for them to develop or enhance what they already have, which is the land that they currently occupy, as opposed to getting additional land. And so I think that, in my opinion, that restitution is not the key focus of necessarily dealing with land reform per se, but about restorative justice. And so the communities or individuals are allowed, in terms of the Restitution Act, to choose other alternative redress in the form of financial compensation to enhance what they already have. We see that a lot in the Eastern Cape, where communities were moved from one village to the other, and they don't want to expand the village space that they already have, but instead they want to upgrade the spaces that they occupy. And secondly, I think that there should be much more focus on providing resources to land reform so that they are able to acquire and expand the package of land reform so that we can therefore fast track or increase transformation in the context of land reform. Next slide, please. I'm going to be talking specifically on performance information, and in terms of the APP targets, we've got two indicators, which is number of land claims settled. The target was 240 land claims to be settled, and we achieved 262. And again, when we talk to settlement of claims, we talk to approval of Section 42D or Section 35 decisions of the court, where with the claim has been found valid and authorization for us to settle is signed off. And in terms of the number of land finalized, we had a target of 316 and we ended up with 442 as finalized claim. It also is important that finalization talks to having transferred the last cent that is due to a community, or transferred all the land that is due. And that is a claim that is considered as a claim that is finalized. Our target was exceeded, especially because of the progress that we are making in the context of the efficiency of the commission. We were able to move to finalize a number of claims that were non-compliant. And so we had also were able to declare some funds. Next slide, please. This is just a breakdown of performance per province. And you will note already that the Free State did not have targets, especially on settlement and more on finalization. It is because Free State is moving towards finishing the old order claims. And so finalization now becomes the process. We do not have claims that are still outstanding that need to be settled. The Northwest also has fewer claims to settle, but we have large claims that are settled in phases there. And again, as I've said before, KZN, Limpopo, and Mpumalanga have the highest number of claims that still need to be settled and finalized, followed by the Eastern Cape and the Western Cape. Next slide, please. I won't go into that. That's still the breakdown of the performance per province. This is the performance information per hectares and the beneficiaries. And the hectares that were awarded, as indicated, were 66,789,000 hectares, and the land cost of 899 million, and financial compensation at 1.2 billion. I guess this is the issue that was raised by the Auditor General. And apologies, Chair, I'm not going to see the total because my screen is not showing it properly. But we also provided grants to the various communities. And at the bottom, we break down the beneficiaries as well as the hectares that were awarded overall. And the total of beneficiaries is 36,094. And next slide, please. Chair, I am supported by the commissioners, as in the Regional Land Claims Commissioner, the Deputy Land Claims Commissioner, as well as Francis McNamara, who will assist me with the financial report. If you will allow through you, Chair, for Francis to then proceed with the presentation, and then I'll finish off the other aspects that are outstanding. Thank you, Chair.
Francis, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Basically, in restitution, or the Commission currently reports in two different spheres. So the branch restitution, we report under the department, and we have, as you've heard from the CFO, all the issues that pertained from the audit that came out there. And then on the other hand, we also do the financial statements for the Commission on Restitution of Land Rights. Now the Commission, we currently follow the same financial period as the department, and so we're also in the process to amend our legislation so that our annual report also follows these periods, and that because our annual report must be in by June, and currently our financials and audit only in by end of July. So that's something that we are also in process with. And then basically, so what I want to say is that the Commission, we started with our own financial statements 3 years ago. The first year was really very confusing for us because we tried to pull the information from on the Commission's expenditure manually from the department's expenditure, and we had an adverse audit opinion. And then last year we employed a outside community of persons to assist us, and we got a unqualified report, but with emphasis of matter. And in this financial year, we actually received a clean report from the Auditor General. If you can go to the next slide, please. So there you can see our the per item, the original budget, our financial final budget, and our actual expenditure. I see the slide does cut off, but sorry. So in terms of the savings that we had under transfers and subsidies, we had two big projects, Hans Marinsky in Limpopo, and also Mklazini in KZN, where we were waiting for the board to sign the, for Hans Marinsky to sign the sales agreement, as well as then for Mklazini, the municipality had to first go to the council to get permission to sign the settlement agreement, and then that is what created our savings. So we did pay it in this financial year, but it was not in time for the previous financial year to assist with the expenditure. Next slide, please. So this is basically just a breakdown of for what did we spend the budget. So if you look at the our biggest expenditure, you will see it, we call it lists. That is the financial compensation that we pay through our voucher process. That's 1.5 billion rand. Land purchases with 548 million rand. And then we have land and subsoil, that is where we could not transfer the land directly to the community because of issues within the community. That was 10 million rand. And then we spent 397 million thousand rand on, apologies, 397 million rand on recap, or basically grants, where we supported our community, which was then we spent 2.6 billion rand in terms of our total project expenditure. Next slide, please. This is just a graph that shows the expenditure per province. So you can see KZN is our big spender, followed by Mpumalanga and North and Eastern Cape. Although Eastern Cape mainly pays financial compensation, they do have a high level of expenditure because they really have a good process mapping going on in their office. Next slide, please. Okay, then that is all from me. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I will, if you will allow, continue from here. This is just highlight of some of the governance risk issues that we continue to oversee. I won't go into each one of them. I will go to the next slide where we talk about the capacity, human resource management and capacity. We have a staff complement of funded posts of 743 overall, and the number of posts filled is 663, and so we've got 80 and vacant, and so our vacancy rate sits at 11%. And again, it is important to mention that I'm sure that to a certain extent there is, maybe I should clarify that there is a separation between the commission and branch restitution in the context of the law, because as we indicated in the past, the commission is regarded as a commission in law, and so which is why the AG required that we operate as a commission and separate ourselves from branch restitution, although we as the commission do both the work for the commission and branch restitution. The role of the commission is to investigate, as I already indicated, solicit, investigate, recommend for settlement, and the branch restitution implements the settlement on behalf of the minister. So that's why you've got the two reports, one by us as commission and the other which also arises from the CFO's account on the performance of branch restitution. So these are the warm bodies that do the work. I always say that it's definitely not anywhere near enough, but we make do with what we have. Next slide. That's just a pie indicating the same. Next slide, please. We have vacant positions that have been identified in terms of the SMS level, which is a DLCC position. Interviews happen on the 27th of September, and we also filled the Eastern Cape head of province, which had been vacant for a while. Director restitution policy has also been filled. The director quality assurance has been filled, and director legal in Limpopo, which also had a resignation, has been filled. Next slide, please. Just in terms of employment equity, we've got a 44% male and 46% female complement in terms of our staff. Next slide. And in summary, overall, during the period under review, the commission has settled 262 claims, finalized 442, exceeding its target in terms of the APP, and we spent 98.5% of our budget. And as Francis has already indicated that, yes, there were challenges, and specifically in both in Limpopo and KZN, we are doing month-to-month management of our expenditure, and we are reviewing how we approach settlement of huge projects, because that sometimes is a problem that puts us off kilter, especially, for example, the Hans Marensky project in Limpopo, I think was supposed to take about 300 million because it was a very big project, and then it did not come to pass at the last hour and had to be negotiated as well in this financial year. So those are the challenges that we face, but we are dealing with them, and we're continuing to monitor performance so that we don't repeat the same mistakes. Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mamu Koboto, as well as the CFO, Mamu Francis, DG Ndade Ramasodi, and the officials of the department for your presentations. Or honorable members will now open the session for questions of clarity on the presentation, and you can challenge and contest issues that have been put before the committee. Honorable Kabe.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm using another gadget here, so I usually have to check where my buttons are. So let me also acknowledge and appreciate the presentation by the department and the commission. Maybe just going straight to the department. Taking it from the earlier report by the AG, the department basis for qualification was the PESI. Now, mainly because of internal controls, the weakness in your internal controls. I want to hear from the department chair. How are they going to deal with this elephant in the room? Considering that you still have 805 million lying within the coffers of a service provider to be implemented. The AG indicated that they will not dictate how you should do this. What they want is the evidence that indeed farmers got the necessary service as shown by the redemption of the vouchers. How far are you in clearing the concern of the Auditor General? And to what extent are you giving us comfort that the 805 million will not go the same route of coming here and being qualified further on matters of your internal control system weaknesses? When I looked into the issues of the programs chair, overview performance, 29 out of 50 annual targets were achieved. This is a performance of 58%. Regressed from 2021, it was 59, just with 1%. The department also spent 93.9% of the 18.636 billion allocated. And in 2021, comparatively so, the expenditure was 92.4%. And that is why, from my understanding, the Auditor General spoke of stagnancy in terms of performance. There's no significant change in the performance of the department compared to the previous year. How do you respond to that as a department? Is this what we're going to see every year, year in, year out, around 58, 59%, for a department that is expected to always take the country out of economic recession, for a department that is the backbone of economic improvement of social livelihoods of our people on the ground, a department that is tasked with food security, a department that is tasked with enterprises that speaks to the Black majority into this country. Your programs, Chair, will only pick two. Number one, administration. The payment of invoices within 30 days. Yes, we appreciate the improvement, but there has been invoices that were not paid within the targeted time frame, which has got a negative impact on small businesses. I remember Honorable Mahlatsi once spoke about it passionately to say you are killing businesses, small businesses that are aligned to your procurements. Now, you reported last time that in the last quarter, there were 138 invoices that were not paid, amounting to 1.9 million. What is the update as we're sitting here? And what measures are we putting in place to achieve 100% on this target? Because we cannot just be happy and clap hands for the slight improvement that we've made, whilst other businesses are being negatively impacted on. On program 3, Chair, I said earlier on, I will park this for the interaction with the department. That is your food security, land reform, and restitution. CFO is correctly indicating that the larger portion of the budget allocation goes to this program. Yet they couldn't spend about 1.1 billion. And this is despite the problems, challenges that we had, your KZN floods, your riots in July, post-COVID recovery measures, issues of climate change, the citrus challenges industry that is facing markets in Europe and so on. If the department is unable to spend or achieve targets of such an important program, what is it that they can say before this committee? And how are we sure that moving forward into the next financial year, this would be changed? I want to hear from the department, and I'm not taking these issues that they have put before us as reasons. But what is it that they are doing to improve on this? Because, Chair, for me, it's not about the macro aspect of it. It's about household food security. It's about the livelihoods in terms of your households when it comes to this, because your subsistence and small scale farmers are the ones that are negatively impacted on. On the financial report, Chair, I want to check with the department on emphasis of matters. There is a item there, significant uncertainties. The department has disclosed in note 20.1 to the financial statement claims of about 2.253 million that were instituted against the department. And these are coming out of litigations, the legal proceedings, and the outcome of these matters could not be determined at present as a result of provision or for any liability that may result, that the result could have been made by the department in the financial statement. What is this? What litigations were brought against the department for this amount? 2, under financial issues on the AG's report is the consequence management. AG is concerned that in some instances, consequence management is not implemented on the incurrence of irregular expenditure. DG, does your disciplinary actions or proceedings have eyes? Why are others disciplined and others are not disciplined in terms of irregular expenditure? There's a repeat finding, Chair, on procurement and contract management. Interestingly, it is said that some bid documentation or invitation to tender for procurement of commodities designated for local content and production did not stipulate the minimum threshold for local production and content as required by 2017 Procurement Regulation 8, Section 2. And this is a repeat finding. And we're talking here with a department, including its entities, that are unable to achieve targets, especially on designated groups. They can't procure or attain their targets that they set for procurement from your women, your youth, your people living with disabilities. And that is why earlier on I said some of these issues are just negligence. This is a repeat finding. How are you working on it? And how are you going to make sure that even your intervention on this one does go across your entities so as to achieve this. Chair, there was also an indication that President signed proclamation on 12 July 2019 to investigate the affairs of the department's procurement, particularly on goods and services. What is the update? Still on the food security, land restitution, land reform. Chair, my last point will be the obsession of the department about compliance of CPAs instead of dealing with the functionality of CPAs. And I know that the Minister and Deputy Minister Skwatsha in particular has been crisscrossing the country meeting with the CPAs. Is the department able to furnish us with a list at a later stage of compliant CPAs so that we are able to see the impact of this compliance on improvement of the socioeconomic livelihoods of the beneficiaries? Because my take, Chair, is that even if they would force compliance or deal with compliance, it does not translate into the benefits trickling to the land claimants. Can we have that update also on the amendment of this act, the CPA Act or the CPA Amendment Bill that was introduced in 2017? The other point from the department is getting the reports on the employment of extension officers that I think is complete so that we are able to see the uniformity or the spread across provinces, their access to emerging farmers and coverage in terms of your commodity groupings. Lastly, on the department, Chair, is the issue of, no, this one goes to them and the commission, finalizing the 108 labor tenants applications against a target of 8,000. What is it that they're doing with the outstanding 892 applications that could not be finalized? And I'm saying this, Chair, looking at the imminent report of oversight that this committee is going to adopt very soon. The commission also, even if we have to commend you on your improvement in terms of the audit outcomes, I want to stress here that it is unacceptable because you face with capacity issues constraints, that we have a vacancy rate of 11%, that is over 10% that is preferable. So we want to know what is it that you are doing with filling these vacancies? And also, when are you or the department maybe intending to fill the vacant Deputy Land Claims Commissioner post that has been vacant since 2017-18 financial year? When are you appointing on that one? And my last point on you is on your road to autonomy. It was supposed to take 3 years. The progress is painfully slow. I note that you had a go-ahead from your Public Service Administration, but you still are waiting National Treasury. How is this impacting on your performance? And do you think this would be done in 3 years, that is end of 2022? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kape. The Honorable Mamumba Bama.
Thank you very much, Chair. I must say that I am glad to see that our DG is quite healthy this time, because the last time we spoke to him, he was very sick. You could see that he was struggling. So I think he'll be very good in answering the questions that are quite a lot, I must say, despite the fact that Metlape has covered quite a number of them. What I'm seeing here, Chair, is that it seems that the department doesn't know that what does not get measured or evaluated or monitored does not get done. It seems that the staff are not learning lessons from their previous mistakes, and that talks to the repeat audit findings that are not dealt with. That also talks to you know, the COVID program that they rolled out in terms of assisting people, and also PESI now, it seems that they do not learn lessons from their mistakes of the past. And what we are not seeing again, Chair, is your consequence management. We've spoken about consequence management, and I'd like the DG to tell me what consequence management have they practiced in this year that we are talking about now, in terms of people who for instance, had had certain what can I call it? Certain mistakes that they've made. What is there any consequence management that has been done? I'd really like him to talk to that. And then talking about PESI payments, I heard that there is a commission that is paid to the service providers. And I would just like to know, what is the percentage commission that was agreed upon between the department and your service provider that is dealing with the vouchers? And in terms of the amounts that were transferred to the service providers, once again, what is happening to the interest that is sitting there? Is it going back to the department at all? Is it being set off against the commission that is paid? I would really like to get an understanding of that. Food security. We hear from the department that they did not reach their targets because of the rejection on their offers that come from the Auditor General. So that is why they could not acquire land on behalf of beneficiaries. What I'd like to know, has there been a meeting between the department and the Office of the Auditor General about this? How are they thinking to resolve this? Because something has to be done. It cannot be just left as it is. So what has there been any meetings? And if at all there have been meetings, what was resolved in terms of trying to correct the situation that is here? Okay, I've spoken about consequence management on irregular expenditure. I won't repeat that. I am very much, I'd like our CFO, the lady Rendani, that I'm very disappointed to see that the department has, under quality of financial statements, has got a finding on that. She's been the CFO for quite a long time. And I am actually surprised, and I'd like to hear from her, what has caused that? Has she had people resigning? Is there a staff problem? What is it exactly? Because in my mind, I thought she was quite experienced, but to have this kind of finding is quite a surprise on my part. And then we have a master for labor tenants, special master for labor tenants. And yet we have only finalized 108 labor tenant applications out of 1,000. Why is that? Could we hear, maybe I missed it, I don't know, but could we hear an explanation on that? And again, who do we use to trace the labor tenants? I am sure it must be outsourced. I would like to know the name of the company and what is the service level agreement between the department and the service provider. Program 4 under rural development, only 23 out of the 25 SPSU targets were achieved. I would like to know how the contractors are contracted, because apparently it is contractors that are not coming to the party, that are not doing their job. How do we select these people to do this job? Okay, and then just for my understanding, Chair, I would like to know who does the recoveries in the department. Because again, I see that the recoveries are not getting anywhere at all. And I would just like to know, is there a full department that is doing the recoveries? Is there a full staff complement? I mean, and if there is, what are they doing? You know, you can't have a whole department looking after the recoveries, and yet we are not seeing any success in terms of recoveries. That will be all from me, Chair. Oh, sorry, I have one question for the Land Claims Commission. I think the commissioner said that all cases that they are unable to resolve should be taken to the court. And I assume it's the Land Claims Court. Now, I am dealing with the Kramer Family Trust that has been coming on for 26 years. They applied in 1996, and yet their issue has not been resolved to date. Don't you think it's time that this must be referred to the Land Claims Court? And if not, why not? Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Obama. The Honorable Ntadema Tiasa.
Well, thank you so much, Honorable Chair. I hope I'm audible. Look, Honorable Chair, there's really not much to say on the report of especially the department. Because really, as I said earlier in my earlier remarks, that we have been lied to. And to engage in this exercise as if we are not being lied to is just wrong. Whereas that we are condoning this behavior. No wonder that the department deals with its report in a laissez-faire and willy-nilly in a don't care attitude. Is because we condone this behavior. So really, it is really not to be in the service of the public that we engage in the report against this serious non-compliance and legislative breach that we have observed and the misconduct in the department. Just like a waste of time. I hear that Honorable Tlhape has spent almost 20 minutes at highlighting key points, most of which she says are repeating findings. Why do you entertain a report like this when you acknowledge that most of these findings are repeating themselves, and there seems to be no intention to correct this? So, Honorable Chair, I'm in a situation where I think that we have been taken for granted. And not only that, we have been taken for granted by the department. We ourselves, we are condoning this kind of a conduct. And it makes it difficult for us to contribute meaningfully, constructively in assessing the performance of the department and its various entities. That being said, Honorable Chair, I want to comment on the Commission on Land Restitution, notwithstanding my reservations nonetheless. The Commissioner mentions the Lamosa court case, and she will rightly remember that the former Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Baleka Mbete, established a high-level panel to look into the effectiveness of legislation for the last about couple of years, about 2 decades. And one of the findings of the high-level panel was in relation to old order claims. And in that, it recommended that there's a need to amend the Labor Tenant Act, especially where restitution claims lodged on land where labor tenants reside, such claims are found to be overlapping. It further makes the recommendation that there is a need for legislation to be amended, especially section 16, subsection 1D, which relate to the cutoff date of applications. The question is, has the Commission not familiarized itself with the report of the high-level panel? And what measures have been taken to respond to the recommendations of the high-level panel, especially in relation to ensuring that there are amendment of the Labor Tenant Act, specifically for the section that I've mentioned. It will unlock many problems that we're dealing with. It will respond to many claims that have not been lodged by various labor tenants that we have met during the public hearings on the living and working conditions of farm workers. I would really, with earnest, want to hear a proper response from the department in relation, and the Commission in particular, in relation to this question. Thanks, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Treaty.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, you know, Chair, in this meeting, I have a very, very heavy heart. Precisely, there are some elements and some issues that I agree with my fellow colleagues. You know, Chair, if I may remind the committee, in the meeting of the 6th of September, 2022, where the committee, where the department was tabling before us, the quarterly reviews, which was the Q4 of 2020 and first quarter of 2020, quarter of 2021-22. The department chair presented to us that on the issue of allocation of land to women and youth, that there was about 0% or 9% of allocation. And now today, Chair, that was in the meeting of the 6th of September. Today, Chair, in this meeting of today, the very same department is tabling before us that they allocate the allocation of land to women and youth has been affected, and they did allocate, but because they allocated, the allocated was done in February or something like that, so it could not be part of the AG report. It was late to submit to AG because it happened in February. You know, Chair, I'm tempted to agree with Honorable Matias on this one, that we are misled. And Chair, that does not sit well with me. If the department reported that they allocated in February, then in September, this should appear in their presentation to us. And it did not. And today, they are giving us the same story, in fact, a different story than the one that they gave us before. Can the department clarify to us on the issue of land allocation to women and youth? What is happening there? Did they allocate late and it could not be submitted to AG? Or there was no allocation at all? Because, Chair, we are the very same people that sat in those meetings. We sat in the meeting of the 6th, and we are sitting today in the same meeting. No, Chair, inyanga, as no deslibale,
olo hlobo okanye mhlambi side singaboni ezinye izinto ngolo hlobo. Ndigqithe Chair apha. On the issue of NARSEC, let me appreciate the department chair for exceeding their target on the number of youth trained through this program. But also, Chair, let me raise a concern on this program. Chair, remember, Chair, we as the committee we raised the issue that there are certain programs or in our APO as a department that we lack or we would want to improve. And we proposed as this committee that the department must use the NERSAC program to train the youth on issues that are related to agriculture. Bayeke ukwenzisa abantwana inwele, bayobafundisa ukwenza isalon phana, ukwenza inwele and all those things. We need skilled people in the agricultural sector. And that was a resolution of this committee. Now, Chair, I would like to know to the department, Chair, that have this program increased, or has this training that NERSAC embarked on, has it increased job opportunities for the youth that they have already trained? And what kind of training was done to the was conducted to the youth? Which province or which province and district were these young people trained? Can we get that detail, Chair? Ukuthi ngabaphi utrainwe ntoni phi? On the issue of labor, tenants or farm dwellers, Chair. Remember, Chair, there is a court order on this issue of farm dwellers that might compel the municipalities to provide basic services to the farm dwellers. My question now to the department chair is, what strategies or plans does the department have to provide basic services to farms at the level of district and local municipalities? I'm asking this chair precisely because I know that our government has introduced the district development model. Ingabi department have they met with the district municipality or local municipalities to consolidate or to have a clear plan? How are they going to implement this? If not, Chair, when can we expect a report from this? How far this interdepartmental meetings have taken place? On the next issue, Chair, that I have is to the department on the issue of consequence management. The AG has just reported to us or presented to us that there is a irregular expenditure. Mhlambi, let me also ngiqabele pha comment kaMaMohlapi when she was saying, ingabe inamehlo le disciplinary actions apha ku-department? Or maybe, Chair, as a committee, we request the department to give us a detailed report ukuthi where and how were these irregular expenditure occurred and what is the plan, and give timeframes to the department to deal with this issue of irregular expenditure as highlighted by AG. Chairperson, I'm very much I'm trying to think of a correct word or a proper word to define this thing, how I'm feeling about the under expenditure of the department. We are not going to forget, Chair, that the department has underspent of almost 2 billion rand, and on two core programs of the department. Sihleli apha Chair siya-understanda sinamafama asokolayo. Abethwa i-drought, abethwa imbalela, abethwa into yonke, abethwa i-infrastructure engekhoyo. But sihleli sibukela imali iyajika. Our SMMEs are suffering. Sihleli sibukela department ezasixela into yoba ngaba, hayi, there was COVID, hayi, there was this. No, Chair, that we cannot accept that. We cannot accept that, Chair. Leyo X2 siphelelwe ngoku. The department has underspent on food security. What does that mean? Are we a country that cannot feed its own people? Ithetha uthini loo nto? When we underspend on food security, on land development programs, on economic development, on trade and market. Sinamafama Chair abafamayo, but cannot access market. Sibhizi siya-underspenda phaya. Sihlele ezi-ofisini silindele amafama azothi sifuna imarket. Senzani? Can the department explain to us what are the remedies that they think they can have to rectify that issue? Also, the department Chair has mentioned that on the farmer production support unit, there was what is it that they cannot do now? They could not finish, okay, they could not spend much because due to the contractors that were failing to perform and abandoning the contract side. Chair, there is, in my little understanding, there are fees that are paid to contractors to establish just a site. To start working, there's a certain level of payment. We are talking about taxpayers' money here. And it is our role to chase every rand, every cent of the state that has been used. Now, my question to the department, are there penalties or consequences to address such conduct by the contractors, or such conduct by the department that leads that leads to the contractors to leave sites? Can we get a clarity what is the cause of the contractors to leave site? Is it the incompetence of the contractors, or is it due to the non-payment or the late payment from the department? Can we get some clarity on that one? And lastly, Chair, can the department provide an update on the processing of land administration framework bill, which has been in the pipeline? We just had, Chair, that AGSA has mentioned that, amongst other things, as the department, we did not comply. And also on our side, we did not do our proper oversight on making sure that on the legislation side. Can the department also take us through ukuthi bandawuni kule into? Bandawuni kumaxa indawuni this land administration framework bill, which has been in the pipeline for quite some time? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Treasurer. The Honorable Ntate Masipa.
Chair, thank you very much, and thanks to the department for the presentation. Chair, I'm as worried as my colleagues are. You know, a professional public sector should obviously, be accountable, be transparent, and show some level of integrity. You know, Chair, I just want to go back to the opening statement of saying unqualified audit regarding the non-financial aspect. Chair, again, there is no such a thing. And I think, Chair, I want to remind the department what the Auditor General Makwetu once wrote, He said the Auditor General is now empowered once a material irregularity has been identified or is suspected to refer any suspected material irregularity identified during an audit performed under the Public Audit Act to relevant public body for investigation, and the relevant public body must keep the Auditor General informed of the progress and the final outcome of the investigation, take any appropriate remedial action, issue certificate of debt as prescribed, where an accounting officer or accounting authority has failed to comply with remedial action. So I think, you know, the level that we are seeing the deterioration, it seems the department is kind of pushing us to actually appeal to the Auditor General to take such action. Chair, I'm just going to talk briefly with regards to this, what you call the PESI. You know, we have agitated for speedy amalgamation of the two departments, meaning the land reform and obviously the agriculture. That was to ensure that agricultural land reform projects receive attention. As Metswete has really indicated that our farmers are crying for help. And obviously we were urging the department to stop throwing money onto the project without solving the projects. PESI was simply going that route until we have said, no, this is not benefiting the farmers, but enriching the middlemen. The department was using the middlemen who had, one, no knowledge in agriculture, overpricing the products, getting too much commission, doing nothing but standing at the shop, just collecting the voucher receipt and obviously giving the people the product. This despite the departments having agricultural extension officers who are able and well equipped in doing their tasks. So the question is, how did the department really allow this PESI voucher to get to that extent? Really, my question to the department is that who was the line person responsible for rolling out the PESI voucher? Who were held accountable for this mess? Because, I mean, out of 1 billion, only 300 million has been spent, 500 million is held. What actions were taken? What is the department doing to correct this? What processes are in place to ensure that this money reach our farmers? We get in this repeat funding, Chair, and we definitely, from a committee point of view, we definitely need to toughen our stance with regards to the department. They indicate that they have received, achieved 60%. The audit is saying 58%. Not achieved. And obviously we had some debates, the previous with ARC saying something, and then now the department is saying something. They have put them this in their reporting. We have got women and youth and people with disability not being serviced. Chair, I've just also, you know, just talking on the disability, I've just heard somebody lamenting about a disabled person who received 100,000 voucher of winning the Disabled Farmer of the Year, who up till today has not received the funding. This is really a worrying, Chair, that we have got the department, they honor the people, they give the people prices. At the end of the day, these people do not receive their due prices. There were two others. One gentleman just told me, Mr. Noku, please stop, because this thing just gives me more heartache and problems. Don't follow this thing. Don't really call the department anymore. This is how this department is treating our people. We have got FPSU, which was supposed to have really helped our farmers in terms of aggregating, getting access to the market, that are malfunction, that are non-functional. Land development support failing. And we're not really getting an answer. And the opening line, we've got an unqualified opinion on non-financial aspects. Come on, guys. Non-agricultural enterprise failing. Smallholder producer failing. Bilateral agreement failing. Chair, this is worrying. And it's also an indictment on us as the portfolio committee. It's really pointing back at us in terms of our job in holding this department to account. We've got the issues with the EU citrus. We need to get some feedback. Guys are dumping citrus worth millions and millions of rands. They don't have the market. There are no bilateral agreements that are being concluded. It's really worrying. And now I'm getting a report with regards to the locusts. The locust outbreak is starting again. And there are still issues of non-payment last year, arguments, and so forth. Yet the department is underperforming in basically all lines that is supposed to perform. We have really agitated for the amalgamation of this department to ensure that agriculture really gets specialized attention that was residing within the land reform, and it's not happening. It's getting even worse. It's supposed to get better. Agriculture and land reform supposed to be communicating. We have been on oversight, and we have experienced and listened to the experiences of our people on the ground with regards to these issues, that they are not receiving the support. This morning, I just received another call relating to the same matters. Chair, this is really, really pointing back at us. The minister is not here and obviously launching a very important project. But that project could have been launched and us as members of parliament be able to attend and to get the understanding of the project so that we can be able to hold the minister to account. Why can't we coordinate the planning and the minister be here and assist us in terms of really understanding what is the department doing to address these issues? Our people are complaining on the ground. The 30-year lease agreement are useless. The people can't even go to the to the banks to get funding. Chair, we need to do something. This is really, it's not really a good picture for all of us that are sitting around the table. It's not the department that is really failing, it's us. Also as members of parliament that are failing South Africans. And this is a committee that the people that are attending this launch of this biosecurity today supposed to be part of this, to know and to hear what the department is doing for them. This supposedly to be a breaking session for the department to say, this is our service delivery. This is what we have been doing for the South Africans. But unfortunately, it's not the case. Chair, I'm sorry that I'm just lambasting. I'm not having questions, but really, it's really a concern. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Dade Masipa. The Honorable Baukapa.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. Let me also accept the presentation from the department and only have a few questions. One, I would like to understand from the department what their approach is on the issue they have with AG on this PESI, so that we are able to perform our oversight responsibility, knowing that they are able to find each other. Because if we end up only knowing that the department says we have done this, and the AG says we have not done enough, that impasse has to be done away with. What is the department going to do to get out of this? Secondly, there's a talk of consequence management, which sometimes becomes a slogan. To me, the consequence management only makes sense when you are able to say this error or this omission was committed by so-and-so. And it's only then that to me you can talk of consequence management. Because if any person can account for their performance and their activities. Because when I asked about performance management, I was told it is done. But if performance management is not linked to this consequence management, which directly tells you that you so-and-so, you have failed to do this or you have committed this and therefore this is what will happen to you. Is the department able to identify persons that are responsible for this thing in order they can talk of consequence management? So it cannot be just vague. Something that's a concept of a department as it everybody has done this thing collectively. I've got no problem to accept collective responsibility, but someone has got a responsibility to perform that failure or commitment. Next one is on food security. I'm worried if food security does not mean that that individuals are food secured. In my village, when they talk of food security, they mean that by the time they harvest next season, they still have something to eat from the last season. To them, if that is not, there is no food security. In this case, how is this food security, besides being a concept and talking about programs, how is this food security have a meaning to the people who it is targeting, to the people who are supposed to be beneficiaries? Because if you talk of food security and when you go around, you find people who know nothing about anything that is helping them towards food security, it's going to be a problem. Lastly, is the department able to get feedback, or do they have any mechanism to get feedback from their clients? Because if we are just talking ourselves, they talk amongst themselves, and there is no feedback from the clients, to me, it will never have a meaning. Because one time when you will have them telling you that they've done ABCD, and at the same time you get something completely different, as it was being mentioned, completely different, as if then the information that is done or is disseminated is not the correct one. This can only be realistic and assist also us if there is a mechanism that the department has a way of getting a feedback so that they don't just talk to themselves or among themselves. They really get to know. And here, I'm not talking about an official who talks to a friendly farmer who is going to sing praises. I'm talking about the real feedback. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kapa. Akhbare Briat. Akhbare Briat. The Honorable Ntate Muntwedi.
Madume gape modulasetilo ke lebogela tšhono e mphileng yone modulasetilo. Modulasetilo, mine, well, I've got many issues that I also want to raise, which are of serious concern, as other honorable members have raised their issues. Number one, Chair, there's the issue that the minister at some point indicated that the COVID relief and the PAC will assist in terms of updating the farmer register. I want to know from the side of the department, is it possible for us to get the farmer profile that the department was able to do through those two programs, which should actually indicate farmers that are registered per province, and for the department to also identify if there are any other issues that they would want to share with the portfolio committee that they've picked up after that process of doing or updating or establishing the new farmer register, Chair. The other issue, Chair, which is of serious concern to me, is that the department has got extension officers who play a very important role on assisting our farmers in various communities with regard to expert advice, even at times, assisting farmers with inputs, advising what is it that needs to happen there. But when you look at currently, Chair, we are sitting at one extension officer is to about 850 farmers, where ideally the department would want to have one extension officer being equal to about 250 farmers. This simply says that there's still a shortage of 10,000 extension officers. I want to find out from the department with regard to the plans in place, when do they intend reaching this ratio of one extension officer is to 250 farmers? If they can indicate in the next 5 years, what programs do they intend implementing that would actually make sure that by the end of maybe the next 5 years, we have one extension officer is to 250 farmers, Chair. The other issue that I want to speak on, Chair, is on the administration of the department. There's a slide that reflected the leadership with regard to DG, DDG, and the likes. I want an update from the department with regard to the former CFO, who at some point was suspended, went to these legal what, and then subsequently managed to win his case that he must be reinstated back in the department. If we can get update from the department with regard to that, what is happening? Is the department going to accept the judgment or the verdict as it is, or they're going to continue wasting taxpayers' money going on review in reviewing the matter? If you can just get an update, it may not necessarily be only on the CFO, but any other legal matter that is still pending, either before the Labor Court or the CCMA or the arbitration or even the bargaining council, Chair. Now, the issue, Chair, that I also want to speak of is on program 2 of the department, which speaks of animal improvement program or kaonafatso ya dikgomo. And I think I must actually, because I normally speak about this thing, and I've never actually speaks of the monies that farmers lose as a result of the department failing to fully implement this program on kaonafatso ya dikgomo. I just want to make a simple example to say, kaonafatso ya dikgomo would actually mean that the department assists our farmers to improve the genetics of their either cows or goats or even sheep. I'll make just one example, Chair, with regard to the current prices that farmers are getting. If a astute farmer goes to sell his female cow, which is about 18 months, they stand to make 24,000 per head. But with our Black people, because the department is failing to deal with that program of kaonafatso ya dikgomo, they get about 18,000 per cow. Now, if a astute breeder goes to sell their male at an auction, they sell them in the form of bulls. They get nothing less than 40,000 per head to almost 100,000 per head. Whereas when our Black people go and sell there, they get 14,000 per head. Now, if the department could really implement this program of animal improvement scheme and stop, behaving as if ARC is not an entity of the department, where, this one points a finger, this one points a finger, this one. When will this department actually realize that Black farmers need to get as more money from their improved genetics, their stock? Why can't you implement this program without fail, so that our people also get to make maximum money out of whatever that they sell? It's a serious concern that we are continuously failing on that program. It's a very important program. Or are you saying that a Black person or our farmers that are not astute farmers, if they get 14,000 per head and a astute breeder gets 40,000 per head, it's acceptable like that? Unless if you say it's acceptable, then you will not take implementation of this program serious. The other thing, Chair, is on the labor tenants. I think one member touched on that issue, which also remains a serious concern, to say that only 108 out of 1,000 were actually managed to be finalized, and lazy excuse saying that it is because at some point people cannot be traced. What have you done? You are saying this thing not for the first time. We had this discussion a year ago where you spoke about the same issues. We asked to say, when you say beneficiaries cannot be traced, why are you not sharing those lists with us as public reps so that when you go to our different constituencies, we are able to locate all of these people and say, the department say they can't trace you, so that you are able to finalize these things and leave, bringing these excuses saying that people are not traceable, Chair. On program number 4, Chair, on rural development, I want to speak about NARISEC. I'm not going to celebrate that you were able to reach target in terms of if you had planned to recruit 1,000 NARISEC volunteers. You want me to celebrate that. I will unfortunately not celebrate that for the simple reason, Chair, that honorable members raised the issue to say, where are you placing these NARISEC beneficiaries after you have selected them? I will make an example, Chair. This department has a very serious problem of operation and maintenance. It's a very big one, and they know about it. I will tell you now and say, I'm from Taung, yes, there's Ipelechem farmers in Taung, where they've got about 200 hectares under irrigation, under pivots. For the past 2 years, they are sitting there, not doing anything because there's a serious problem of operation and maintenance. You go to Pudumo area, also about 200 hectares of land remains unused that are under pivots, the best irrigation system ever that you can get. They are not used because of issues of operation and maintenance. We said at some point, we had a physical meeting, I think it was before COVID, where we said to the minister that take these young people, give them this work so that they must go and deal with operation and maintenance and take away this burden of you having to go look for contractors. That today you come here and claim that some of the infrastructure projects are not complete because contractors are failing. Why are we not able to create state capacity so that these young people of NARISEC should be able to go close that gap in making sure that they assist our people there? This thing is a serious threat to the sector, food security, that you don't do your operation and maintenance, and the serious problems that our people are having there. Now, the other thing, Chair, under there is the FPSU, where the department has raised an issue around infrastructure projects not complete. You can't say infrastructure projects are not complete. Honorable Chwete correctly dealt with that matter there. Let me not waste time on that issue because I think Honorable Chwete dealt with that issue. On the PSC, Chair, you appointed AECI, people that deal with chemicals, that do not even have branches in all regions or in all municipalities, where farmers, for them to even go get their produce that through PSC, they will have to travel about 100 or 200 kilometers to go to the nearest branch of AECI for them to get those things. It's a serious nightmare that we are creating for farmers because these people take commissions of that 5,000, 9,000 voucher. They take commission, and still farmers have to spend almost 2,000, 3,000 for them to go access those things. I think Honorable Masipa touched on that issue, but it's a serious concern that I would like actually the department to really deal with this, to say, is this thing, this middleman, AECI, working this thing, AECI, are they reachable? Are our people able to reach them? And also to say their vouchers that have expired, are you going to open for those vouchers again for farmers to go get their produce? Because you had indicated that you had given them those produce only to find out that they have not actually got those things. The other one, Chair, is on the land and development support, where 35 out of 146 farmers were assisted. And Tate Puti, my homeboy, I don't agree with what you presented there. Saying that it's under, as your reasons of underperformance, those things are just excuses. There are no reasons. I want to ask, how many approvals under land and development support are still sitting there without any implementation? It means you have approved them And up until now, they've not been implemented. And the other question would be from the department to say, as soon as the land and development support is approved, how long do you actually implement? Because we made a proposal to say the land and development support must go the same time with the approval of the lease, so that immediately a farmer gets assistance. After how many years does farmers get that support in terms of the land and development support, Chair? The other issue, Chair, that I want to speak on is on we have seen that farmers are being terrorized by failed fires. It's a serious concern. I want to speak about where in the Northwest, at some point, you made mention that you want to create a fodder bank so that you are able to assist farmers that are in dire need, maybe as a result of drought or even disaster, which fire would actually be one of those disasters. How are you going to assist farmers? We've got farmers in Kagiso Molopo, in Kokhole area, whose whole area where they're saying to me, it's been 3 days, their cows can't eat anything because all the grass has been burned. How do you intend assisting those farmers and also farmers in the Northern Cape and all other areas of the province where failed fires has destroyed farmers there? And tell me, when a department, what assets do you have which assist farmers to deal with failed fires? Do you own even a firefighter? Do you have a firefighting machine that you own where farmers can at ease go collect them from your offices to go and assist farmers there? Because we see our farmers really struggling when they have to confront these fires, because you go to municipalities, they are just dead, those ones. You have a firefighter that does not even have water in it. What assets do you have in the form of firefighting machines that you are able to actually assist our farmers with? With regard to the commission, Chair, with regard to the commission, Chair, I know this Lamusa judgment, it is mostly spoken about, and the Free State matter, I think physically a year ago, we had a meeting in Parliament where Free State had long finished its claims. What is the process? Are you not going to start with the new order claims now that Free State is done with their old order claim, but other provinces are not done with the old order claim? The Lamusa judgment, does it not give you to continue and deal with the new claims of the Free State, which would be regarded as the new order claim, that you deal with them? Or you'll have to wait to finalize all the claims in all provinces before you can move to the Free State? It is that one. The last thing on my side, Chair, also going to the commission, is that since the establishment of the commission, you as the commissioner, you know how many hectares of land you have restored through the restitution program to our farmers. I want to speak to you specifically about one claim of the Barolombosi Tsiro CPA somewhere in the Northwest, in the area of Atamelan there. They submitted a claim in 1998. It was approved in 2009. And I can tell you now, 13 years later, the beneficiaries of Barolombosi Tsiro CPA have never been restored their land. They are still deprived of their land that was approved in 2009. Can the department, even if you're not going to respond here, but can the department in the writing response and indicate it to say, when are they likely to make sure that land rightfully belonging to Barolombosi Tsiro CPA that you approved in 2009 is finally restored to them? Because in paper, it is restored to them, whereas in reality, that land remains not restored to those farmers of Barolombora City. And with that, Chair, I think, thank you very much. I'm not sure if there's anything that I forgot, but thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Memasho.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Let me switch off my video because the connection is not too good. Once again, let me say good afternoon to you. One would like to welcome the presentation of the department. but partly I've been covered by my colleagues on some of the important issues on this presentation who spoke before me. But I still have some few things to raise to the department with regard to the issue of litigations. Chairperson, with regard to this issue of litigation, one will then ask the department, or maybe one will say, let me understand this issue. Litigation process against the trading entity were underway relating to the disputes on the registration of property and other legal matters. The total litigation before the courts is 317.732 million in 2021 and 305.558 million, and the remainder of the litigation could not be quantified, measured for the financial impact. The non-arguments of the budget amounting of 138.2 million from the deferred revenue liability was due to underspending and delays on awarding of contracts by the department. Effective and appropriate steps were not taken to prevent irregular expenditure of 4.843. It might be 4.8. It can be 4.843 as required by Section 38.1 of the PFMA and Treasury Regulation 9.11. The irregular expenditure disclosed in the financial statement resulted from the expenditure incurred on information technology expense without the necessary approval. Now, a matter of concern from my side, Chairperson, is the issue which is of a great concern from my side is that the department has received an unqualified opinion from the SG with a regression. It seems that the same weaknesses identified by SG and recommendations made to address such internal control deficiencies and non-compliance with the legislation, sorry, and SCM prescribes have led to the department and receiving unqualified audit opinion with findings. This implies that lack of commitment to to resolve the findings made by the SG to the department. The department should report on this measure, on the measures taken on that, on the measure that will be taken on those issues, and response to they must respond to the SG's recommendations and indicate what will be done differently. They must tell the committee what will be done differently to ensure that those actions plans are effectively and therefore able to address, they're able to be addressed. Repeating findings which Metlape has spoken on later on. How are they going to be able to address those issues? Should they have been, which should be being addressed before? According to the SG's report, disciplinary steps were not taken against officials who incurred and or who permitted irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. This is incurring comments in the department. I therefore wanted to ask a question to the department. What is it that they are going to do to make sure that they address this issue, which is going to be one of the issues we always get as the portfolio committee when they come to us? Because with regard to the issues of legislation that is in the department, which must be implemented, for those who are not implementing the legislation that is governing them, why can't they be punished? And who are those people that have been punished? We have never been told that because this one did 1, 2, 3, this one did 1, 2, 3. This is what we did as the department. Maybe I can get clarity on that, Chairperson. I think most of the things have been said by my colleagues, and I think when I agree with what all the colleagues that have presented today on this department. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Memahlo. Agbare Breed.
Hello, Voorzitter. Thank you so much. Chairperson, maybe let me start with, and I think my colleagues have covered it quite good when we speak about PACey and what we've learned, and the fact that it doesn't seem to me like the department is actually learning about PACey, and it is prudent that which was sent by the department regarding PACey is not a detailed report. So I think from my side, Chairperson, I would firstly start off by requesting a detailed report specifically with regard to the 53,000 subsistence farmers that were, supposedly, according to the report, assisted by PACey, so that we can get that we can, for example, have which districts, the verification system that was used, so that we can physically do our oversight in that, Chairperson. But I think my colleagues have covered that. Then, Chairperson, getting to the AGSA report, it does not look like the department is serious about effectively addressing audit findings, including auditor general report finding or repeat findings rather. The department's own audit committee raised concerns on the adequacy and effectiveness of internal controls, an issue that has been consistently and repeatedly raised by the AG, and which is central to the department obtaining a qualified audit opinion in the 2021-22 financial year. The audit committee noted significant control deficiencies in the areas of ICT, record management, financial management in Dalrad and in the ALA account, project management, contract management, management of fraud, corruption, misconduct, irregularities, and mismanagement. And the audit committee expressed serious concerns on inadequate internal control structures to prevent and detect fraud and the incidents of fraud identified in the department. To emphasize the point, the audit committee and the AG in respect of deficiencies and addressing fraud, corruption, misconduct, and mismanagement. And I must add, the lack of consequence management, as Honorable Mbabama mentioned. I would like for us to get a breakdown of, for example, the misconduct cases. A total of 88 cases were reported for the financial year. Only 28 of these cases were finalized and 60 are still pending, 60. And that's 70%. 5 employees were on precautionary suspension, and the same reason as in the previous years given for the delays in finalizing misconduct cases, example, unavailability of witnesses. And the most concerning is the lack of human resources within the responsible directorate due to the suspension on filling of vacancies. And in fact, the department should also explain, Chairperson, the filling of vacancies matter, as some appointments were made in this financial year, and there were shifted to the programs and vacancies of administration. Then grievances, out of the total of 108 reported cases in the financial year, only 49 were finalized and 59 were still pending. And then lastly, the disputes, out of 99 reported cases from 1 April 2021 to March 2022, only 44 cases were finalized. And I think, Chairperson, we need to see a breakdown on that. And just to get back to, HR, which is a problem, and the necessary vacancies, I think in one of our previous sessions, we all spoke to this new Dalrad, organogram that we need to see, and why we have filling of vacancies, but we still haven't seen that organogram. So, Chairperson, that would be all from my side. I think my colleagues covered us sufficiently in the rest. Thanks.
Thank you, Agbare Breed. The Honorable Memakadzi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Here, this is not a very good day, but hey, it's fine. Slalo, I would start with the presentation of the department. When you look at the both financial and non-financial presentation, they can clearly indicate to you that there's a challenge between expenditure versus performance versus outcome or audit outcome. That these three elements do not speak to one another. The department continues to spend money on certain things, but performance does not translate into the money that has been spent. And this has been quantified by the audit outcome. I know very well the department will always want to argue this thing otherwise, but there is lack of coherence between these three elements and clearly indicating to you that there's something wrong that the department is doing, precisely because of poor performance and lack of consequence management. Chair, the annual report is meant to give us a glimpse of the performance of the department based on the resources bestowed into their coffers, being the money that does not belong to government but to the taxpayers, only being managed by government. I want to find out from the department, having looked at this poor performance by this particular department, how many SMS members have signed performance agreements? Secondly, whether the performance bonuses were paid for the period under the review through your PDMS system. If yes, can we get a list of the amounts paid? This being inclusive of your middle managers in the department. Because we ought to find out whether these things have been paid, and if they were paid for what? Because the performance of the department based on this report, it's really bad. On irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, Chair, can we get an action plan relating to this, inclusive of offenders in the department in relations to this matter, and getting an update on, because fruitless, wasteful expenditure, depending on the amount and so on, it can, and the offense itself, it can lead to disciplinary processes, which is inclusive of dismissals or repayment and recovery processes. Can we get that list from the department? On the PERSI, Chair, I don't think I want to repeat what honorable members have indicated, but it is clear, Chair, that we've got problems. Because you can't have almost $1 billion being budgeted, 843 million being sent to a service provider, and only 40% has been spent and 508 million is not spent. This is quite bad, colleagues. It's a spit in the face of farmers who are struggling, who have gone through the most difficult times during COVID period and consistently continue to suffer due to environmental matters, when the department is supposed to be coming through to assist them. Isn't actually the department is playing a monster to our people. So, Chair, it's really, really upsetting to really make comment on this particular department. When you look at program 1, Chair, the department made only just 2 targets. One of them was to get an unqualified audit. They did not do it. Secondly, it was an issue relating to 30 days payments. They have not achieved it. And Chair, I will consistently be aggressive on this matter to the department, because just one invoice can go to a value of the entire small medium enterprise, the capital of the just one SMME. And it can collapse the dreams of young people in this country. So their inability to pay these invoices within 30 days has potential to kill the economy generally. And there is no even a, you know, a gona le maitshwarelo kore go itirelwa hela mo lefapheng le. They don't pay, they don't even take us in confidence in terms of the variables. What are the issues? On program 2, Chair, when you look on the program of Kaonafatso ya Dikgomo, it's really disheartening. What Honorable Mundwedi is saying is disheartening. And this is what is actually happening because the department has not been able to give us a clear update on the matter, besides the fact that the program is being implemented by ARC. But they have not been given us an update in terms of its implementation processes, whether is it a success or not a success. Now we come to a portfolio committee, one member must come and say, but this thing is not working. It's not assisting farmers. It's quite disheartening. When you go to program 3, Chair, on issues of labor tenants, the department has had a target of 1,000, but could only achieve 108. And this is where I get a little bit angry, Chair, with the department. Because when you do your annual performance plan, the targets you set for yourselves, Chair, and is a basic principle that comes with how you develop an APP. A basic principle is set there to say you cannot put a target that you do not have control over. The SMART principle that we always speak about in as far as, you know, development of APP relates to that. The minute you don't have a control over a target that you put there, you can't put it in the APP. They put targets themselves, 1,000 on labor tenants issues. They only implement 108 and it's business as usual. So why do they put a target that is that high? If they are unable to really meet these particular targets. On the issue of NARISEC, Slalo, when we started in 2019, the department presented before us about NARISEC program that was focusing on non-agricultural issues. They then went to develop a new strategy on NARISEC, which was speaking to agricultural matters, and we were happy. The program continues, but the output of that particular program does not give us a sense whether these young people who have been put through this particular project, as they exit, what then happens? And what Honorable Mundwedi is indicating here that we had agreed, we have spoken to this matter, to say, can we also be able to look, to check, you know, to locate these young people who have been being beneficiaries to a NARISEC project, to say how far are they, what are they doing, are they beneficiaries of other programs within the department? That's what the portfolio committee advised the department to do or recommended to the department. And equally, Chair, when we were doing the 2022-2023 APP, though it's not a matter of discussion at this point, we have taken cognizance of the low numbers. They might have exceeded the target, but the low numbers that have been taken for NARISEC project is quite questionable. We are a country that is quite youthful. We've got a population of young people exceeding almost half of the total population of South Africa. But the department is unable to accommodate many young people in making sure that we make agriculture fashionable, given that agriculture and manufacturing are the key economic drivers in this decade. So this lack of performance from this department, Chair, is worrisome, is quite painful, is a spit in the face of the young people of the country, including our people generally. The mere fact that there's money that was sent back to the to Treasury. And you know, when Chairperson, when Mr. Dickey was speaking, my heart just sank. I was just hoping that at some point our people are not listening to what this department is saying to us. That just after, you know, a period of COVID, a period of people losing their jobs, period of poverty, one was dealing with issues of inequality in the country. Irrespective of the challenges and whatever that you can say are the challenges of the department. But taking money back to Treasury because you are unable to spend. And they want to give us a picture that, no, there's a rollover. It's quite disheartening, Chair. It's quite painful. And in all honesty, what Honorable Masipa was saying, it has a direct bearing on us as members of this particular portfolio committee. And there's a general perception, Chair, in society, especially to those who are not in the political space, that they can make noise. After 5 years, they will be out. We remain here. I hope that is not the attitude of officials of Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. Because if that is the attitude, we are going to have problems. And it's not as we're just representatives of the public. But people of South Africa are watching you, are listening to you. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Bema Hlatsi. Honorable members, is there any other honorable member that I have not recognized? If not, honorable members, it is with a really heavy heart that we engage with this presentation. And I must say, it is disheartening to listen to the monies that have had to be returned back to Treasury when we know the plight of our people and the challenges that they face on a daily basis. Having been on oversight and listened to farm workers and farm dwellers and labor tenants, and seeing the squalid conditions they are living in, leaves us with a heavy heart that we have an uncaring department, a department that can send back monies to Treasury without any consideration of the challenges our people are facing. Farmers and small-scale farmers in particular are in dire need of support, and they are not being taken seriously by the department. And I think it is high time, honorable members, as we execute our mandate in holding the department accountable, look to what else can be done to ensure that officials and employees of the department can be able to be held accountable. You sit here with the AG telling you that there's almost close to R1 billion that is unretrievable. How has that come to be? And these are the things that I think sits heavy on our shoulders as public representatives to be able to find solutions with. But with that said, let me take an opportunity to also pose a few questions in the many questions that have been put to the department. And you can see that this is the passion and the commitment that honorable members across political lines come together in order to do a proper and thorough assessment of the work of the department. With regard, honorable members, to the qualification of ALA, I may have missed the input by the CFO on ALA, which I wanted to understand if the report will be able to address the concerns raised by the AG, especially with ALA. But I'm not sure if I quite understand what are the reasons for the failure to do reconciliation as per the department's agreement with the AG. What is the plan of the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development with regards to this issue in particular? Honorable members, with regard to tenure reform, we have just been looking at labor tenants applications. Our concern is that there seems to be a decline in the performance of the department with regard to these claims. For example, in 2019 and 2020, the department was able to finalize over 400 applications, whereas in 2021, 2022, it has finalized 108 applications. We are seeing a downward performance trend despite the appointment of a special master of labor tenants to oversee the department. Why do you think there is this decline? More worrying, honorable members, is the fact that the decline happens under the watch of the special master. With regards to the commission, I note that the commission seeks to ensure alignment of Restitution of Land Rights Act and PFMA in particular with regard to submission of annual reports. However, honorable members, until there is an amendment of the Act, the Commission should continue to comply with the law in terms of submission of annual reports to Parliament. Otherwise, the committee's observations will continue to state that the Commission failed to comply with the Act in terms of submission of reports. Among the list of legislation that are with Parliament for review, honorable members, the DG mentioned in his report that the Agriculture Produce Agent Amendment Bill, therefore the committee initiated the bill's processing, but following serious concerns and flaws that were highlighted on the bill by stakeholders during public hearings, the department requested time for further consultation and engagement. The committee then gave the department 6 months to do the necessary consultation on the bill and report back to the committee. However, honorable members, last month I received a letter from the minister, the Honorable Mahmoud Deza, dated on the 15th of August, 2022, informing us that After serious consideration, the said bill is being withdrawn, as the department should know the process of introducing and withdrawing legislation from Parliament. My response was that the department should follow due process as it does with introduction of bills. In this regard, can the DG, honorable members, update us on how far is that process, as we have not yet formally received a referral from the Bills Office of Parliament regarding the withdrawal, or seen a withdrawal on Parliament's ATC, i.e. that being the announcements or tabling and committee reports. Honorable members, the department should also indicate to the committee the status of the SIU investigation that was commissioned by the President in July 2019 on matters related to the mismanagement of the Comprehensive Agricultural Support Program. As part of the merger of the two departments, the committee has repeatedly recommended the reviewing and streamlining of various farmer support programs of the former DAF and former Dr. DLR, with similar objectives, e.g. on CASP, Ilima Litsema, and One Household, 1 Hectare, the Land Care and Animal and Field Management Program, as well as the River Valley Catalytic Program, Black Commercialization Program, Blended Finance Initiative, and Land Development Support Program. However, there is no indication of any integration, as the department is still reporting separately or not reporting at all on some of these support programs. The department, honorable members, should provide progress on the integration of these programs, and further, the DG Ntate Ramasodi, the committee has not received the detailed report on these numerous financial instruments, as you promised to the committee on the 6th of September 2022. That will be all on my side, honorable members. We will then invite the department, who will be followed after by the commission, to give responses to the series of the many questions posed by honorable members. DG Ntate Ramasodi, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Let me just indicate that there are a few issues that are very disconcerting in terms of the engagements that I would like to personally address later on. But suffice to indicate that if Chair allows me, I would like to request that we take program by program, where program 1, the CFO would address on the issues that are of importance, address all issues relating to the financials. There were quite a few issues, the recoveries, the quality of the statements, and I would also like that to cover with, and also the issue around the payments within 30 days. I would like that to cover with from the perspective of corporate services to respond to the issues around performances, issues around discipline, which I will also touch base on, and the issues around the filling of vacancies. I will respond to the issues around program 2.
Honorable members, please mute your microphones. Honorable members, please mute your microphones.
I will respond to the program 2 issues, as Ntate Seraga is currently attending to the biosecurity hub matters. On program 3, Mr. Mehlomakulu would then respond to the PESI issues. He would also respond to the land development support issues, and to a greater extent, the general budget issues within the program. Mr. Ndove would respond to the land tenure issues. He would also respond to the issues around land redistribution. We will also request that we move to the next level in terms of engagements, where we will have a response from rural development on the issues around NARISEC, around enterprise development, Honorable Chair. And we will also request that we also respond to the issue around bilaterals, because there was an issue that was raised around bilaterals that I thought would need to be responded to. And I'll conclude, Mekwena Komape will respond to that, and then I'll conclude in terms of those areas that might have not been responded to, and the general comments in terms of the worthy and also weighty comments that came from the portfolio committee. Thank you very much, Chair. If that order can be requested, and we proceed in that order, Honorable Chair.
You may proceed, DG.
Chair, thank you, DG. There were a number of questions that relates to the annual financial statements. Maybe I should start with the issue of the irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. Most of the balances that you are seeing there are the old balances that come from the former Department of Agriculture and the former Department of Rural Development. On the irregular expenditure, there is one transaction worth about 114 million for Agriti that we've been trying to get it written off through the National Treasury. And I think that's the biggest part on the irregular expenditure. Because our view is that they have delivered everything that the department has ordered. But when the compliance was checked, it looks like they had falsified their BEE status. So, and their VAT registration, which has created an irregular expenditure. So that part is being investigated through the forensic audit. And we know it has taken a long time, but it's a process that we need to go through. And I thought perhaps in answering, I need to take into confidence the members of the portfolio committee, the process of the identification and resolution up to the write-off of the irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, because it is a long process. I think this is the second year we've been trying to get the National Treasury to say, condone this thing, because as to the services they were received, there were just processes that were not done right, that we are going through the forensic audit to try and get into the bottom of how is it that the tender was allocated when there were some irregularities, but as to the goods they were received. Similarly with the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, there's one big transaction out of the whole 38 million. We have about, I think it's about 26 million that relates to one transaction. If you look at the year under review, the irregular expenditure went up by 2.4 million, which is the local content that you have asked about. And that local content is a transaction that was identified in the prior year as the irregular expenditure because we did not report the local content. But because when you issue a tender, expenditure, as in this instance, has gone over multiple financial years because of the nature of the contract. So only when I pay the expenditure is the irregular expenditure reported. So although the local content issue came about in a year before on this contract, it still continues to be incurred because we are still paying, the contract is still continuing. And it's irregular because we did not report. We were supposed to report, we did not report. It's not as if We did not pick it up when we were doing the tender, but in reporting we didn't. It became irregular on those instances. In the fruitless and wasteful expenditure in the year under review, we increased by 32,000. Yes, it's fruitless because it was interest. Had we paid on time, we would not have incurred this fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Where we are able to trace that it is our official that has caused this. And after the whole process of investigation is finalized, we then start to recover the fruitless and wasteful expenditure from the official concern. So of the whole 200, and I think it's 207 million that you are looking at, this year alone, only 2.4 million came about. It's a new irregular expenditure and it was local content, and it's because we did not report properly. And then fruitless and wasteful expenditure was 32,000. The rest are things that relates to the prior year, and we are engaging with the National Treasury to try and get these things written off, because most of them we have received a value for our money. Is the processes that were not done right, and then labor relations takes over on the consequence management that you have been asking about. I thought I needed to touch on the issue of the locust outbreak that is coming again, because there were issues that there were non-payment of the service providers. According to our records, every service provider has been paid on the previous locust outbreak. All of them were paid. There were a few that were paid late, and it was mostly because their bank accounts were either not registered on the CSD or the invoices were not right. But we have records of those. Where we stand currently, everybody has been paid on the locust outbreak. You asked whether there were any performance bonuses that were paid. No. The performance bonuses have been done away with, not only in our department, I think the whole public service. If there's any that was paid, it would have been the prior periods for those that would not have done their processes on time. But under normal circumstances, there were no performance bonuses that were paid for the performances of this year that we are reviewing. You needed action plan of irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. When I was sending the financials, I sent both the audit action plan that was in a presentation form and a register on Excel. And I also sent you the register of the irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. You asked a question on how the FPSU contractors are appointed. We follow the normal supply chain processes. We have the policies on how do we onboard the service providers. And that is the policy that flows from the PFMA and the Treasury regulations and the Section 217 of the Constitution of the Republic. So it's a normal process where we advertise, and we will put the terms of reference together and advertise, they respond, we do evaluations, we do adjudication, following the normal processes of appointing a service provider in government. There was a question on who does recoveries because of the long outstanding debts or the high amount of debtors that is not recovered. We have a small section of debtors in the department. If you look at most of those debtors that are sitting there, is the old debts that we are not able to collect. And those have been handed over to a debt collections company that we pay them on a percentage on the success of the collections. So we don't pay them if they don't collect. They collect, we pay them. So that serves as a motivation for them to collect more for us. However, these debts, most of them are very old. As they finalize and they see this one, either a person is deceased or they are not able to give us the money, they would make a recommendation. It's taking long, and we hope that we should be able to finalize this process. But we have a very small section of debtors in the department that does monthly collections for us in the issuing and recording of the debtors, issuing the invoices. The local content finding, we understand it seems like it's a repetition because even last year it was on the action, but the one that is identified now are prior period, and that identification will continue until the contract is fully paid, because we are not able to identify the full contract value as irregular expenditure. You only identify the amount that is paid. So as the and when they finish paying, we must then record the irregular expenditure on that one. Contingent liabilities, note 20.1, claims against the department. You asked what are these claims? We've got the register, we can send it through, but it's mostly claims from the restitution claimants where they're claiming for compensation or claiming for, it's a whole lot of things that they claim, but mostly the 2 billion is restitution, where we have not finalized or they claiming compensation for different reasons. So we will send through the register of those claims. I don't, there is the question on 30 days that kept coming over and over again, and we understand that we did not achieve our target. I think in September, I had indicated when we were reporting that for August, I think it was a milestone that we at least were able to achieve 100% on the payment of invoices within 30 days. This is a target that we chase very closely, and I think from finance, every Monday we have a meeting, but there are those that either will come late or they come with, they have dispute, they are not correct, or they come, officials are not in, they are out in the projects, monitoring their projects, and the delegations is with them. But I think we normally are between 97, 98, 99, and 100%. We understand and we really agree. We need to, at all times, try and achieve 100%. We do pay close attention to this target. We want to be at 100%, and our volumes are really big. You spoke about the APR performance versus the financial performance, the variation between 59 and 93% being too big, and it's correct. You can see that we also have sent some money back to the revenue fund. The difference, and I think what we would try to endeavor to do as we come back, because this arises at almost every meeting that we come to, that perhaps we need to just now strip the service delivery budget and say, out of the service delivery budget, this is the percentage that aligns to the non-financial performance. Maybe we'll try to do that as we come back for the second quarter report to the committee, so that we compare apples with apples. We understand it's not a justifiable difference that we have, considering that we have 93 versus 93% versus 59%, but we will try and align so that we look at similar things when we do comparison. We have met with AG on a number of occasions following or even before the qualifications. We have a protocol that we have signed with the Auditor General, and in that protocol, we meet with the Auditor General on a weekly basis when it's audit time. And after audit, we still have other meetings that we hold with them. And the issue of qualifications was ventilated on thoroughly with the AG. I think the DDG Food Security would, while responding to the issue of what are we doing to address the AG's finding, I must just indicate that from the finance perspective, and we understand that there is a recommendation that we need to now visit and do the M&E, which is coming at a very high cost for government. And now we need to also weigh cost versus benefit, because where we are, we need more money for service delivery. And the department having understood that as we were designing our processes, this was an electronic process. So perhaps that part needs to be discussed, because when we went to Treasury and said we want to do M&E on PACE, they indicated that there is no money. So if we are to do it, we must then look from within, meaning that we must cut some of the services that we will be offering in order to do M&E, because our view was that an electronic system needs to be audited as an electronic system. And in this case, from application up to delivery, it was more automated system. And where we are as the department, if a beneficiary has claimed, we can tell you where did the beneficiary buy whatever they have redeemed and how much was each item and who was the supplier. So the automated process for us could provide the evidence that is required. But I think the food security, when they would respond appropriately to that, it's just that from the finance perspective, it's gonna cost us a lot to drive to every beneficiary across the country, because those verifications were done before approval of the application. Member Mbabama, you said you are disappointed because of the quality of the FA annual financial statements, because the CFO is very much experienced, and thank you very much for the vote of confidence, Member Mbabama. But we agree that yes, there might have been issues on the quality of the AFS, but if we take the report of last year and put it against the report of this year, there has been a lot of improvements in terms of the audit, except for the outcome. And really the outcome was qualified because of PACE. Outside PACE, I think there has been a lot of improvements in terms of the processes within the department. And one case in point is the fact that our irregular expenditure did not go up even by 1%. Even the fruitless didn't go up even by 1%. We understand those are supposed to be 0.0, but there has been a lot of improvement. Even if you look at the limitation of scope in this year, it has been very limited because there has been an improvement in document management within the department. So yes, we agree the quality might have been impacted, and that's why we end up with the qualification. But as we prepare, I've indicated that I've already sent the action plan on what are we going to do. And part of that is that there would be a rigorous review of our AFS by the internal audit. And concurrently, we also are appointing for the department a technical review team that will assist us on technical issues and also act as another layer of review of the annual financial statements. I think I might have dealt with all the finance issues, unless I might have perhaps forgotten one, but on all those that I recorded, I have answered all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and honorable members. I will respond to questions posed by honorable members that relate to corporate support services. I will start with the question posed by Honorable Tlhape, which is focusing on performance of the department. That overall, the performance for 2021-22 is poor performance, and that what is it that the committee should expect going forward? I would like to respond by saying that there are indications already that as we go on with the financial years, the performance of the department is going to improve. We, particularly during 2021-22, we could say it was a learning curve to us in terms of how we coin our targets and how we coin our performance technical indicators. And this relates to some of the examples cited by members, like allocation of hectares to designated groups. We have since realized that the way we had coined the targets for those indicators wasn't appropriate. The targets were not smart enough. And we have since improved on that by introducing a planning tool, which is used by the different programs at the time of planning. I would like to say that looking at the performance of the first quarter of 2022-23 financial year, it becomes demonstrable that the department is taking a new trajectory in terms of performance. I have no doubt, honorable members, that as we proceed, the standard set for Q1 will be maintained. If it is not maintained, it will be exceeded. Honorable Tlape also asked a question to say program 3 in particular gets a larger chunk of the budget. And yet when you look at the performance, there is no proportionality there. The performance doesn't tally with the budget allocated. It is true, it is a true observation. If you look at the performance of this program in 2021-22, because this is the year under review, that is where most of the targets were not properly constructed. When you talk about a certain percentage of hectares allocated to young people, to women, to people with disability, the targets should have been better constructed than the way they were constructed. So I think as we go forward, Chair and honorable members, and we have seen this in this financial year, that there is some improvement in terms of the performance of this program. Honorable Tlape also asked about consequence management on irregular expenditure. What is it that we have done? Do we discipline others and leave others? I think the response to this is that we discipline all. And we do have reports on consequence management and on the handling of misconduct cases and on the handling of grievances. And maybe suffice to say, honorable members, that we can share with the honorable members reports on these, detailed reports, which actually indicate the name of the official, the designation, the type of misconduct, and the progress on handling that disciplinary process. I will move on to, I think Honorable Mbamama also touched on the issue of consequence management. I think many honorable members have touched on this area, whether we execute consequence management. And I would like to assure honorable members that we do execute consequence management. We do deal with cases of misconduct, as I've indicated. And I must indicate that we have a unit in this department which is called Employee Relations, which is entrusted with this responsibility of leading when it comes to disciplinary matters. And over a period of time, we realize that it is not properly capacitated in terms of the number of officials that are dealing with these cases. And there has since been an executive decision to say, in order to deal with these cases, because it is important to deal with them, we should find a way of even going to an extent of outsourcing. And we have since done that. And we do have reports in terms of who has been outsourced, how many cases is this person dealing with, and so forth. The cases of misconduct have substantially increased ever since we merged to become one department, former DAF and former Dr. DLR. We also have a section in the department which is attached to internal audit, which is called Forensic Investigation Directorate, FID. And I must indicate that on a regular basis, we get cases which are ceded to this Directorate Employee Relations. And by the time they are ceded to this unit, it is when investigations have been completed, recommendations have been made, evidence stored somewhere, and recommendations approved by the Director General for implementation. We do have a report on this, honorable members, which we can share with the committee. I think there was another question from Honorable Kapa, where he was emphasizing that consequence management must be linked to performance or non-performance. In other words, it must not be generalized. It must be known that in this particular era, whether it's irregular expenditure, somebody must take accountability. And that is how we are dealing with consequence management. For every case, there is a name linked to that case. But generally speaking, we do exercise caution and circumspect in terms of to what extent do we share the contents of such cases, depending on how far the case is, the matter is. Because at certain stages, the cases may still be sub judice. Honorable Breed, sorry, before I come to Honorable Breed, Honorable Mundwedi talked about the farmer register. We do have the farmer register, Honorable Mundwedi, and there are plans underway to make sure that it gets updated regularly. It is a fully fledged key result area in the department, which will require resources, because if we are to maintain it, then we will need dedicated resources. And with this dispensation we find ourselves in, where we are developing a fit-for-purpose organizational structure, there are considerations in terms of what will be the future location of this important activity. It must be borne in mind that we have spent almost 200 million to develop this national register of farmers, and we therefore cannot just forget about it. We have got to keep updating it. We have to keep registering new farmers as we progress. So it is a key result area, which is important. It is also very important for decision-making in the department. But we are looking into in terms of how to configure the function that will take full responsibility of this unit of work. Honorable Mundwedi also asked about the former CFO who was suspended. I will not talk much to this question, Honorable, because there are some matters that are still sub judice, but it will depend on the Director General to what extent he wants to respond to this question. There was a question by Honorable Matho. Again, this question touches on disciplinary action against officials guilty of irregular expenditure, particularly where we find ourselves as a department sitting with a qualified financial report. I must indicate that disciplinary actions are taken. However, public service is a highly regulated environment. Things must be done procedurally and must follow process, because should you miss a step, it is that step that can cost the department the whole matter, the whole case. So, but at the end of the day, we deal with these culprits who are guilty of any sort of misconduct. Again, Honorable Brett also raised the issue of consequence management report, and we commit that we will definitely provide this report to the Honorable Committee. On the filling of vacancies, a question which was also raised by Honorable Brett, we are talking about 2021-22 financial year. I want to provide a context to this to indicate that we became a new major officially from the 1st of April 2020. So the financial year we are talking about is the second year since we became a major. There were processes which had to be taken care of before we could come to the filling of vacancies. Some of those processes involved placement of officials on the new macro startup organizational structure. We had an approved structure. Now we needed to focus on placing officials, and placing officials on the structure is a process on its own. It has to be done meticulously. It involves consultations. It involves comparing the skills of officials with the job requirements and the job functions. So this process commenced from the time we declared a new department up until 2021. I must indicate that in terms of Resolution 1 of 2019, we could not overlook any step. According to that resolution, we had to place officials first. Once we are sure that officials have been placed, it would then be an opportunity for us to advertise vacant positions and to fill them. So the process of placing officials dragged from the time we declared a newborn department until 2021. So it was around June or so, around May, June, when we actually started focusing on the filling of vacancies once we had completed the process of placing officials on the structure. We started with placing members of senior management on the structure. And once we completed that, we focused on placing employees at salary level between salary level 1 and 12. May I make honorable members aware that this is a rigorous process which entails and which involves consultation, where the employer and representatives of labor unions form a structure. As and when the employee is consulted, there must be labor, there must be representatives of the department. So this process has to be observed in that way, so that it is seen to be transparent and it is seen to be fair. So we can also provide a fully fledged report to indicate by the time we reach the end of 2021-22 financial year, how many posts had been filled. We are still busy as I speak in terms of filling vacancies. The process has been accelerated. We had hiccups which were caused by personnel suitability checks department in our department. Once a candidate has been recommended, he has to be subjected to what is called personnel suitability checks. And this forms a major dependency for the department, in the sense that the name of this employee who has been recommended has to be sent out to outside bodies, South African police and other security agencies, to check, to verify citizenship, credit checks, criminal records, and so forth. So in this financial year, we had hiccups in terms of this department. The more we advertise posts, the slower we got feedback from the department which is dealing with personnel suitability checks. But we have since appointed a company which is assisting us. And ever since that time, there has been tremendous movement in terms of getting feedback on personnel suitability checks. Honorable Mahlatsi asked a few important questions related to corporate support service. Among others, how many SMS members have signed performance agreements? We are talking about the financial year 2021-22. I must indicate to Honorable Mahlatsi and members that we have on record that 92% signed performance agreements. But I must also hasten to indicate that those that failed to sign performance agreements are guilty of misconduct, and disciplinary processes have already started in terms of dealing with those types of SMS members. It is also a similar approach to those that did not disclose their financial interest. It becomes a gross violation if they do not comply. Honorable Mahlatsi also asked about EPMDS payments paid out. I think the CFO has already responded to this question. There has been an announcement by DPSA that this type of incentivizing employees must be halted. So there hasn't been any. The last question from my side, Chair, I think it's also from Honorable Mahlatsi, which says there are only two targets for administration. One is on invoices, which must be paid in 30 days. And I think the Honorable Mahlatsi was a lot more interested in this one, failure to pay invoices in 30 days. I think the CFO has responded to this question, but I must also add, Chair, that our target is to achieve 100%. We know that we are not yet there, but I'm sure when honorable members look at how we are doing in this financial year, there has been tremendous improvement in this area. There has been incessant call from the office of the CFO, creating an awakening among branches to say, as soon as you receive an invoice, please forward it for processing. And I think we have seen a tremendous improvement. On the other target, of course, relates to our non-financial performance information being unqualified, and we have achieved that. It has already been stated that we are not qualified when it comes to our non-financial performance. Chairperson, I think I'll stop here. I think I've touched on all issues pertaining to corporate support services. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mehlomakulu.
No, thank you very much, DG, and good afternoon to Honorable Chair and Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. I will take three areas that I believe were raised. One is on the extension officers, a lot under PES, and the last one will be under the LDS. Honorable Mantwentu, you are asking about the 10,000 that we're looking for and how far we are in that regard. Just to remind the members that this pronouncement never came with the budget, and therefore we had to look internally. We wrote to Treasury trying to still find some money, but we are about to issue an advert in a couple of days for a short contract than the 3-year we originally wanted, because we have not yet secured the funds for 3 years. So it's going to be a contract basis, and advert is going to go out looking for just over 4,500 for the current financial year. Funds we were able to secure through the savings within the organization under the year in review. DDG Kgobokwe spoke to the issue of database that you also were raising. And indeed, because we were using the online system through the PESI, and therefore we do have a database of those farmers that received the PESI support, including those that were under the Solidarity Fund, which will then be, as you were asking, exporting to expand database that we have in the farmer register. Members on PESI, there were a lot of questions that were raised. Allow me just to indicate that I think CFO also started towards that angle, that this was a lesson learned from COVID-19. Where we were found wanting in paper-based process and we went digital. And AG in the morning when they were presenting acknowledged that through the value chain itself,
Omehlo Makulu, are you
Honorable
still
Chair.
there? Okay. You are
Am I-
not audible. Continue.
Oh, my apologies. I'm not sure when you lost me, Chair, or if I was lost by all members. But I was addressing the question on PESI, Honorable Chair, and saying that we went digital because of lessons learned from the previous support to COVID, because there were remarks that perhaps the organization is not drawing lessons on previous programs. And we're just beginning to indicate that we did so on this one. We were implementing lessons learned. And we went digital, as I was saying. The application, as members would know, was done through USSD code, which we had with Vodacom, and after the advert, of course. And then we will then do a verification. I'm mentioning the verification because now we are again being asked by AG to do verification. The first verification we did was to verify that the applicant indeed is a deserving farmer. Because of the nature of the application, anyone could have applied. And that entailed us dispatching physically, so people to go visit where they are saying they are farming. It was a costly exercise and time-consuming exercise, but we had to do it because we wanted to make sure that those vouchers would ultimately be issued to those that are deserving to be receiving farmers. Sorry, receiving those inputs. We then appointed service providers to provide these inputs, and the first call did not yield much response from the bona fide agro dealers. And one of the reasons was the relationship that they experienced with the department during the COVID-19 intervention program, where there were some delays in perhaps dealing with their payments. So then the second call, then that's when it opened up for what members were saying, middlemen. So the second call, because we didn't get responses to your Alzus or teasers and the others, the second call now opened up for the middlemen. And that's where the question of the commission and the markup that was asked came into being, where then there was a 20% markup made provision into that second call, where we realized that there was a lot of blind spots across the country. And again, I think Honorable Mantwentu were raising the same issue of the distance that farmers had to spend. So that was the justification in the time to say, let us then get people who can then get these inputs from the agro dealers and bring them closer to where the farmers are. And that's how the issue of the markup and the commission came about. And of course, as members would know, it raised a lot of challenges until we had to put a stop to the program, and we reviewed and we held meetings with the industry players in the production input supply. One of those meetings chaired by the DG to try and say to the real agro dealers, you have to be part of the program. And then that's how now we're able to then terminate the services of all the middlemen in the system and only remain as the case is now with the real agro dealers. Currently, we're having over 450 service points across the country, no middlemen. So what currently farmers are getting is a shelf price that any other person would get when they walk into the store. We are able to deal with the issue of the markup. There was a question about service providers, also just to try to explain the process, that through the Transversal National Treasury contract, we brought into this program Vodacom. And Vodacom is therefore the only service provider in this value chain. We are using their USSD code. They're the ones that are issuing vouchers and also effecting payment to the agro dealers when the invoices come through. So there is no other service provider in the system. And yes, Vodacom has a dedicated account for our budget, and on a monthly basis, it's an interest generating account, as the question was asked. On a monthly basis, they give us reports in terms of the interest generated, and it gets deposited into that account. We, honorable members, gave AGSA 100% record of all invoices with itemized items, reconciling 100% of the payment made. And those invoices are listing the farmers' details, and they are there. We also generated a survey 123 system. The last part now where the challenge was, and I'm coming to us to say what we're going to be doing moving forward to meet the AGSA. At the onset, we generated a survey 123 where when a farmer redeems the voucher at that service point, that service provider will then load into the system. But as we said earlier on, that once you now start having a human interaction with the system, the manipulation of the system can come in. And that's where the challenges were, where now those, and at that time it was the middlemen, those service providers started taking shortcuts to try and load. And when AG went into the system, then they find those discrepancies that they then said, but your system is not reliable. And we also pick it up ourselves. That's when we then activated our own M&E system, not the entire population, but we then visited on a sample basis some of the recipients randomly that we had to start doing the M&E, now done by our own officials, not relying on the service providers to be the one loading. And that is still ongoing. And we gave, at the time of the audit, we gave AG close to 10,000 of those that we have already visited that were generating, doing the verification process. Now AG, then we gave those to say, yeah, we can see this, but you cannot still not confirm 100% confirmation that every single applicant received these goods. And the answer was, indeed, that's the case. But we have 100% invoice linked to the farmer with the number. AG, at any given time, you can pick here and you can call any of these farmers randomly to also do your own sampling and see where you will arrive at. And that's where AG then said, that's your job, not our job. You have no control of the entire population. I mentioned that we did the verification before we could issue the vouchers, 100% for those that we issued the vouchers for. And now we have to go back again and do a verification of receiving those vouchers. That's when now the CFO comes in on the issue of value for money. Now, because some of these vouchers range from 1.5 up. And now if we have already spent money going to the farmer to confirm that they are a real farmer, and now we must spend money again saying now you receive these inputs. And now the actual verification costs way outweighs the actual investment to that farmer. And this is the point we were making to the AG, but that we failed. And now we have to come back. This morning they were saying we don't want 100% verification. We want 100% confirmation. And how do you confirm without verifying? But we're going to have a meeting with them because we have developed our action plan, but before we execute it, we want to sit down with the AG and say, this is our plan. If we do this, will this satisfy you moving forward? Now dealing with the previous financial year, but moving forward in the current disbursements and redemption, which is currently continuing, we have introduced and enhanced our internal control, where because now we have reputable agro dealers in the system, and we have instructed our service provider, in this case Vodacom, that payments must only be effected when the invoice that comes in has been signed by the farmer confirming. So the farmer goes to the store with a voucher, they redeem what they want to redeem, they sign to say they received these goods, then the service point send that to Vodacom, the invoice signed by the farmer. Only at that time then Vodacom triggers the payment. Before, once the invoice came in, irrespective whether that was signed or not, that was paid. And we have assigned officials here at National Office to every agro dealer in the country. They receive the update twice a week from Vodacom and reconcile. So Vodacom gives a weekly report to say in this week we redeemed 5,000 vouchers as an example. Then we must be receiving 5,000 invoices, and those 5,000 invoices must be having a signed invoice by the farmer. And if we pick discrepancies immediately, we're able to deal with this. So moving forward, this is what we have introduced. But a challenge, as even AG was reporting earlier on, is to go back, because the only way to go back now is for the farmer to write you a piece of paper and say, I confirm I received or I did not receive. Because I think Didoti made an example of seeds are under the ground, long harvested, there's nothing you can see. We're going to take what the farmers are telling us. So that's where we will be meeting the AG in that regard to say how we clean that one. But moving forward, this is what we have introduced. So that's where we are as it relates to PACE. There are a lot of questions, but I thought I'll just try to summarize them in that approach, just to outline the process of application, verification, and what we're doing to try and mitigate the repeat of the finding as the case. Sour as it is for us to swallow, given what we've done, and we're of the view that it suffices, but not to the eyes of the AG. Then there was also a question around the LDS in terms of the capacity, and one of the major reasons, honorable members, here was on the built environment, because we are using commodity organizations who are more specialists on the actual commodity itself, but they really are found wanting in the infrastructure side of things, and this carrying between 75 to 80% of the investment we're making on the LTS. We are at an advanced stages of bringing into the system an institution that will then help us to take care of the infrastructure side of the support we're providing to the farmers, so that the organizations are then dealing with the other softer parts, mentorship, and perhaps acquisition of the biological assets where applicable, or production inputs and mechanization, but separate that which is their challenge on the infrastructure. And we are also reviewing with one of the common organization our agreement, given the unsatisfactory performance that they really were battling to perform, and we have received the legal advice from the legal services on how we are handling that, and we will be dispatching that correspondence to them in that regard. I will submit there, DG. If I left out any question, I'm happy to come back. Thank you very much.
Mr. Ndolo.
Thanks, DG, and greetings to the chair and members, Minister in absentia, Deputy Minister, AGSA, and my colleagues. There have been several issues around land reform, and that is the area that I'm going to address. Some of the questions came in repeatedly, so I'm not going to respond individually on those questions that are almost the same. I'll try to sum them up in the interest of time, but ensuring that areas that have been highlighted by members are addressed. The first question was around the CPAs, coming from Honorable Tlhapi. I need to indicate that CPA, as we all have acknowledged, that they are really a challenge and a threat to land reform. Because as per the Act of 1996, the CPA supposed to be the vehicle to hold land on behalf of communities for land reform purposes. However, there has been serious challenges, and that we all know that led also to reviewing or amending of the Act. Is an area that I will talk to later. I need just to indicate, as per the question from Honorable Klape, that we seem to be so obsessed with the compliance and do very little in terms of the functionality of the CPAs. The department has a role in terms of the Act, what to do with the CPAs. We all know that CPAs, they are a legal or statutory entity on their own, independent and having a land, and but managed through the Act, where the department has a role to play. The role that the department plays in the management or assisting of the CPA include the following, and I'll be very brief. The registration of the CPAs. That when the CPA are established, put together, they need to be registered. Obviously, for them to be registered, they need to have a constitution. The department plays an important role of assessing the constitution in line with the Act, as well as ensuring that they are properly registered and thereafter given a certificate of registration. Apart from that, the department has got another role to play in terms of when dispute arise within the CPA, which is common because it is constituted by many members in some other cases and communities. Of course, with different approach to the same land that they have. And obviously, in some cases, there are differences amongst them. The department has the role to try to resolve through conciliation, to ensure that there's harmony within the CPAs, and also to ensure that the conflict are minimized in many cases, to provide support to the committee and members through ensuring that they understand governance issues that actually are very critical for any organization that is managing the assets on behalf of the communities. That is one role that we as a department play as per the Act. And obviously, we have got limitation in terms of what we could do, limited because of the provision of the Act. However, the business part of the CPA in terms of the Act, that has not been, there are no provisions that we can actually be able to interfere into their business activities. That remains the work of the CPA on their own. But it does not mean that we don't provide guidance and support, but we may not be able to interfere to the extent that we can make decisions for them. However, the DG has got the powers, if members agree or some members feel that the functioning of the CPA is to the extent that it is dysfunctional, that it may not be able to do its business. Therefore, the DG can place the CPA under judicial administration. I thought it's important to indicate this so that we also look at what are the powers or what is expected as per the Act from the department in terms of how the CPA supposed to function. Indeed, that's the second question from Honorable Klape regarding the progress on the amendment bill of the CPA, which was done in 2017. That is true. Yes, that was done. And it was supposed to, it has gone all the way up to the president for asserting. But until now, the process stalled there. So there is not much progress to report, but I should indicate that there has been engagement through the IMC on this matter. And to the extent that it was agreed that we rather allow the current process that is going on with the engagement of the CPAs, including the work that is done through the department currently in terms of taking audit of the CPA, with the intention that we would want to sit back, engage with, out of the report that will come, engage with various stakeholders as to what should be the future role of CPA. And that will also have influence as whether the current legislation or even the bill is still relevant or not. And that, to that extent, there is a suggestion that we may have to withdraw the current bill that was supposed to be asserted by the president, so that it can incorporate all other things that may come out of the current activities that are aimed to establish the future role of CPA in this country. The next question deals with the issues of labor tenants, and this is a question that has been many members have asked. I need to agree with Honorable Member Mahlatsi when she indicated that how can we come up with a key performance area, or key results area, or indicator, to simplify it, where we don't have a full control. And I also want to add to what DDG Howoko have said, that there was a realization by the department that some of our indicators are actually the source of our problem. With respect to the issues around labor tenants, truly as analyzed by the chair, that there's been a decline, while the opposite was supposed to be the reality, that since we have the special master assisting us, there was supposed to be an increase, not a decline. There are some factors that can be attributed to that. Some of the factors include that in terms of our assumption, when the special master came into the picture and through the court, was that we will be able to finalize all the labor tenants claim in 5 years, and that is linked to the contract of the special master. And the numbers that were used when we developed the implementation plan was based on that. And I believe we did not even take into consideration that there could be some teething challenges at the beginning as we begin to implement this program, working together with the special master. But with the benefit of the hindsight, we can say, yes, there has been some challenges. However, there are other challenges that relates to the cooperation from the landowners. That become a huge challenge. Some landowners actually reject even the claim. And if they reject, then it means it must be referred to court. If they have not rejected, when an offer from the OVG comes, they reject the value. And if they do that, then it has to go to court. And those court referrals contribute to the delay in the finalization of these claims. There are some efforts that are being done to try to enhance the quality of the claims to the extent that so that when they are referred to court, the chances of success should be higher. We're working together with the special master on that regard. I'll move on to Honorable Mbambama. With regard to the rejection of offers by OVG, which is related to what I have already indicated, but it's not limited to labor tenant issues. It also includes other forms where we need to acquire land, whether for tenure or for redistribution. The question was, do we engage with the OVG looking at these challenges of rejection by the landowners? The answer is yes, we do. And we do it more regularly. However, the OVG use legislation and a system to arrive at a particular value. That is the area that we cannot challenge. However, that in itself is a problem because there are higher level of rejection, like I indicated, not only for labor tenants, but for wherever government acquire land. Because where there's acquisition, we have to use OVG to determine the value. Yes, there was also a question that talked to the value of the special master, value that is added by the special master since the special master came to assist the department. Yes, indeed, there is a value, and there are areas where we are learning to do things much better. However, there are still challenges, as I've already indicated, that may fall outside what ourselves and the special master can do, especially with regard to the value of the land and the rejection by the landowners or rejection of the claim themselves. Those claims, those claimants that are not traceable, we have not yet reached a point where we have decided to employ or outsource a private company to do this work for us. We still believe we can still trace them. However, if it reaches a point where we realize this work become a burden for the department, together in consultation with the special master, we may decide to follow that route, but we're not yet there. So there is no company that has been employed to assist us in tracing claimants that we cannot easily find. There was a question coming from Honorable Matthias with specific reference to Labor Tenants Act and indicating the need for amendment as advised by a panel, high panel on land reform, to review the date, the closing date for lodgement of the labor tenants claims. This matter has been discussed amongst ourselves, even together with the special master. We also have involved, even have a discussion with organizations that represent the labor tenants. However, it has been very difficult and painful to arrive at a decision of opening up the lodgement of labor tenants claims. The reason being that, one, we have learned some lesson from restitution in terms of that process. I'm not going to talk to that. We are all aware of that. Secondly, is that the approach of government through the department, whether somebody has lodged a claim or not, if their tenure rights are not secured in terms of the Constitution, the government has got the responsibility to ensure that tenure rights are secured. So in this case, whether the affected people have lodged a claim or not, if there is insecurity of tenure, we have an obligation to address that. And that in itself makes it very difficult as to, if we open up, what will be the reason? Because the issue of tenure rights is an obligation as per the Constitution, as well as ESTA, that all the tenure rights of any person should be addressed through ESTA, even if they have not lodged any labor tenants claim. However, it's a matter that can still be discussed. We are open for engagement around it, but that is where we are on this matter. I'm moving to Honorable Swete regarding the allocation of land, and also making reference of the meeting that was held in September on the same matter. Let me indicate that when we appeared before the portfolio committee before, we're dealing with quarter 4, the last quarter. And today we are dealing with the annual report, which means it's the combination of all the quarters. Indeed, we have indicated previously that as much as we have acquired more land in the last quarter, as indicated, and also reflected on the annual report, that we have actually overachieved in the acquisition of land under redistribution. However, because the land was acquired very late in the quarter, on the last quarter, allocation could not happen at that particular time in most of the land that we acquired very late. And hence we have got higher land, number of hectares acquired. However, it could not be translated into allocation during the quarter as well as during the financial year, because it was at the end of the quarter, at the end of the financial year. And that is a challenge that we actually explained to the portfolio committee last time. And hence it's still reflected now, even on our annual report, because the amount of land that we acquired on the last quarter was much higher. And obviously it increased we actually overperformed. However, we could not translate that into allocation. And that affected the allocation to women, youth, and the persons with disability. And that's what my colleague said earlier on when he made the presentation. I thought I should be able to clarify that as requested by Honorable Judge. The issue around provision of basic services to labor tenants, occupiers, was raised as well. And there was a request that we need to indicate whether what are we doing on this matter. There is a famous court judgment in 2018, if I'm not mistaken, of Zabalaza Mshengu, which made it very clear, explicitly clear, that the basic services are the work of the municipalities, whether in land reform or outside land reform. That includes provision of water and related services. We are also working very closely with the municipalities on this matter. We also have developed a program that also addresses both issues of security as well as tenure security, as well as the addressing the basic needs of those farm dwellers or labor tenants or any occupier. And we work closely with the municipality on that regard. However, the responsibility remains with them to provide those basic services. Apart from that, we also work with SAPs on issues related to rural safety to ensure that communities that are living in the rural areas, I'm referring to the farming areas, are also given attention, and we work closely with the SAPs on that regard. I'm not going to repeat the question on the finalization of the labor tenants as question from Honorable Mutwedi. The same applies to the question, same question was also asked by Honorable Mahlatsi. The same applies to the chair. I have already indicated the assumption that we held with regard to our planning on the finalization of the labor tenants claims and how we are working with the special master to make sure that we resolve as many labor tenant claims as possible. Definitely, the current performance is something that is not acceptable even to ourselves. I thank you so much.
Memoyo.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and the members. I will be responding on the questions raised regarding the rural infrastructure development, particularly on agri-parks and FPSUs, as well as on NARISEC. The CFO has spoken about the contracting process that is followed to contract the service providers for the infrastructure projects. However, I thought I should highlight to the portfolio committee of some of the challenges that results in a slow pace of delivery in some of the infrastructure projects. The first one, I think, is the supply chain process of contracting the service provider. We have found that it does take long. It takes between 6 to 18 months to contract these construction companies. We also have limited capacity of infrastructure staff in the PSSCs in the 9 provinces. Currently, a province like KZN has 3 people who are meant to do over 50 projects in the entire province. Northwest only has 2, and the challenge is the same in other provinces, which is an issue we are currently addressing with the assistance of DDG Kobokwe in corporate services. The issue around capacity of the contracted service providers has been real in a number of provinces. You would find that a provider who has been contracted would work halfway and then run out of cash, or either they will plead unavailability of construction material. Sometimes we find after investigation, they are doing multiple projects, finding that they don't have enough capacity to do our projects. How we are dealing with that is to enforce the penalties that are in the SLA and withholding the payments where they have not completed the work. We also withhold a 10% retainer that is in the contract. And in some cases, we have taken legal action against them. What that means is that while we are invoking that consequence management process with the contractors, the work has stopped. We then have to start all over again, the tendering process of getting another contractor to start the work from where the last one has ended, which has really played a very big role in ensuring that we don't complete. I should also say that in the 3rd quarter leading to the 4th quarter, I found that the moratorium by National Treasury to procure any services more than 30,000 has affected in the department, their branch rural development, particularly infrastructure. It was only lifted 3 weeks before the end of the financial year. We also had our own internal SCM issues where the infrastructure team was waiting for SLAs to be signed with implementing agents, which process only concluded during the current financial year. But what we have done in addressing some of these things is through the assistance of the CFO is to get a panel of service providers for a period of 3 years where we don't have to do the long tendering process. We would then get quotations from those who are on the panel, particularly with boreholes and fencing. That panel is already in place. With regard to the capacity of the industry, we are talking to the CIDB to see whether we can have supplier development programs, particularly for SMME, that we contract to do the construction work. And also noting that rural development is a concurrent function. We have initiated discussion with the provincial departments of agriculture and rural development to partner with us in the planning and implementation of these infrastructure projects. With regard to NARISEC, in March this year, we have the new policy or the revised policy approved, and that was taking into consideration the call by the portfolio committee to focus on the agricultural sector linked to the agriculture and agro-processing master plan. So the changes in the policy was that we have reduced the entry qualification from grade 12 to grade 9, taking into consideration that youth in rural areas, not all of them have managed to get to grade 12. It also meant working with the provincial departments of agriculture, the district and local municipalities, as well as traditional council, because the policy says that we will recruit and link the youth to economic opportunities in terms of jobs, or either for them to open their own enterprises in agriculture. And we do have discussions with traditional councils to allocate land, particularly because the discussion with the department, particularly on the land redistribution to allocate land to NARISEC, is ongoing. We do know that the response has been positive. We just need to finalize that process. But traditional councils, particularly in Northwest, KZN, Limpopo, have been responding positively to allocate land to graduates of NARISEC. The curriculum members, the concern that was raised on hairdressing and other areas that are not linked to the agriculture, we have taken heed. As a result, the current intake that has started in July 2022, the focus of their training has in the majority been around poultry production, around beef and dairy production, around plant production. So we have looked at the animal production, feedlot management, which is linked to the field management. So we have taken into consideration, we're more than happy to share those areas as well as the districts and municipalities where they come from and the job opportunities which we have been able to secure. The implications of the new revised policy is that there's a shift from taking mass registration of young people and training them without secure job opportunities or the plan to introduce them to enterprise. So we do have a reduced intake per year. For the year 2021-22, which is the year under review, we have been having graduations taking on. You will find that there is an overlap from the areas that the members of the portfolio committee saying we must move away from, but we're having graduations from the previous intake that focuses on issues of maintenance, your electrical studies, your fitting and turning, water and waste management, your pipe, the welding, including some of the agricultural areas. We are also looking at issues around business management, business operations and finance, because we do think that it is important for those who choose to open their own enterprises and run their own businesses. The area of road traffic law enforcement and management is one that we had taken a decision to reduce while we focus on agriculture and maybe some elements of construction, but there are municipalities who are still coming to us requesting for partnership where we train some of the youth whom they will secure job opportunities for. For the financial year, I've spoken about the current financial year where there are 677 NARISEC intakes who are on the 24th and 27th of this month, passing out from their leadership development program under the South African Army in Gauteng and Western Cape. And they are getting ready to get into their training, which is agriculture, as I indicated. In terms of the intake for the fourth quarter of this current financial year, that training is mainly focusing on agriculture and agro-processing commodities, as well as some additional training that's linked to issues of maintenance. So some detailed information on the different districts and municipalities, we are happy to submit that in writing to members of the portfolio committee. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
I guess it's my turn, DG. Thank you very much. And good afternoon to the chairperson of the PC, Honorable Kgoshi Mandela, and to the members. There was a comment with regards to bilateral engagements that we couldn't get through. Through your chair, when DDG Khobokwe started with his intervention, he talked about how we craft the performance indicators. This is just one of those indicators that needs to be looked at. I have indicated to this House previously that the performance indicator has got dependencies. This is not the only one within the branch that we couldn't achieve because of the dependencies that it has. For example, the Marketing of Agricultural Products Amendment Bill, we couldn't achieve because there were other people outside of the department that we dependent on in order for us to achieve that. So, Chair, through you, I just want to submit that going forward, as the DDG has indicated, these are some of the issues that we have to look at and we will be looking at in terms of crafting our performance indicators. The Honorable Chair at the end requested that the House be updated on the upper bill. If we remember very well, most of the issues which were raised during the tabling of this bill were mainly from the APEC, from the Upper Council. And at the moment, we are exchanging notes with them. We are ensuring that we agree with the text that we are going to put into the document. I must indicate that if the department was actually not the department, the directorate responsible was invited to join the members at the harbor just to get an understanding as to how they go about in doing their work so that we really understand how where they come from. So I can indicate to the chair and to the House that the process now, it's still at that stage where we are engaging each other, we are correcting the text, and from there, once we agree and are satisfied that we can go on, then we'll follow on the other processes. I guess that is it from my side, Chair. And if there is anything that it's raised, I have missed, I will be happy to come back and address it. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks to you, colleagues, for the responses. Chairperson and the Portfolio Committee honorable members, thank you very much for allowing us time for the responses, and I would like to thank my colleagues for that. Mine is just to go on a few issues that I thought were very important. Some of those may be in program 2 that I have got to outline because the responsible DDG is caught up elsewhere. Let me thank the Portfolio Committee for the insightful discussions today. And it also reflects on the importance of this sector and how this needs to be moved forward as per the guidance of the Portfolio Committee. I would like to thank Member Bama for reflecting on my health the last time I was here. And thanks for your concern, Honorable Member. It's highly appreciated. I would just like to indicate that the department recognizes and understands and alludes to the frustrations, the dissatisfaction, the concerns that have been raised by the Portfolio Committee. And personally, I deem them to be reasonable and also fair and reflective of the mood that she has got to be there when the performance is at this level. Because what is expected of us as public servants is that we should be accountable, and the reflection in terms of accountability would be reflected also and find expression in the economic reconstruction and recovery plan. And therefore, the issues that are raised with us today are taken to heart by the department in totality. We as a department may be reflecting on the issues. We have no illusion that we are a model department. With all the faults that this department has, with all the reflections that we have had, either in the previous forms or the current forms, we are committed to come up with a department that would make this portfolio committee and South Africans very proud. And we are very aware that we as a department have got a checkered past, both in former departments and now. And I would like to pause and reflect on those, because Honorable Matthias and Honorable Montwedi, I think also Honorable Mahlatsi, they reflected on the issue around the department. And I would like to pause on those issues, Chair, and just reflect on them. And reflect on two issues that got me very concerned, Chair, as a person who's the accounting officer of the department. And those issues around dishonesty and lack of commitment. And I think if I don't pause on these issues, it would be remiss of me, because if there were such actions that lead to lack of integrity, I would like to reassure you, Honorable Chair, that as a department, we stick to the issue around transparency. We have got to look at processes as the cornerstone of where the department needs to go. And I would like to ensure that where there are issues that make that reflection, because if there's a perception that is looming, there are practical issues that lead to that. And some of those may have been said today. But I think from where I was sitting, listening through, there were two issues that were at hand. One, it was the issue around seeking context in terms of how things are being put. And then secondly, the terminology that is broadly being put. But I would like to say, Chair, if there are issues around integrity, I'm the first one to stand up to say we are not a department that would stand and not stand on the integral part of this. We would rather come to this portfolio committee and be transparent and say, this is what's happening and transpiring in the department. In that line of transparency, I would like to reflect on what Honorable Mahlatsi was saying. If we have got to look at irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, I would not like the committee to move forward to say, in the next year, we will have a better report than we are having. What we are dealing with currently are legacy reports. They are reports that I'm still receiving as far back as 7 years or so, where there were issues around irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure that were not processed. And we still have got to process them in terms of accounting standards, and they may reflect in the outer years as we go forward. Because there are cases that were with the SIU, there are cases that were with the forensic unit of our department in the prior era that would likely have an impact in terms of the three areas in our work. And therefore, that transparency needs to come in. The other areas around the disciplinary cases in the department, I am very sure that the number would ultimately rise on the very same facts, the SIU issues, and also forensic issues that we are having, investigations that are there in the department. And this is a very important issue that I needed to reflect on. On the issue of performance, honorable members, the last time that we presented the Q4 report, I was indicating that we are now almost at full management, executive management. The only post that we have not filled is the post of the executive in the post of agricultural production, biosecurity, and disaster management. And this gives me the realm to then take appropriate action, because in most instances, there were acting people in terms of this, and they would be acting for a short period of time. And therefore, one could not pinpoint. Now, there are substantive DDGs, and therefore, there is a clear line of march. There's a clear line in terms of mandate that would lead to a direct consequence management, both in terms of performance management in its financial and non-financial form. I would want to also reflect on the issue that was raised by issues that were raised by Honorable Montwedi. Honorable Montwedi was asking about the former CFO of the department, and Tato Kgoboko has indicated where we are on this matter. But I would like to also add it up to say that based on the information that we have at hand and the discussions that are there within representatives of the department and what has transpired in terms of representation from the former CEO, there are issues that are unfolding, and therefore there's information that we would like to indicate that we reserve the right as a department just to exercise and see the applicable legislative environment being done, so that at the end of the day, we are clean and surgical in terms of dealing with the issue of the former CFO, and therefore that matter is receiving attention. There was an issue around the outstanding vouchers which were not redeemed and those that are about to expire. I would like to indicate to Honorable Montwedi that we assist with that matter. We have just extended the expiry of the validity of certain of these vouchers, and we will do same with others that are in the pipeline. If there are those that you have, Honorable Member, we would like to also request that you assist us with those in a broader context. I think we have got to make an admission that it's always easier for us when we deal with leases to also come up with a financial package if it so requires of that particular allocation. Because this is contained in terms of the beneficiary selection and land allocation policy that was approved by Cabinet in 2020. And therefore, this is the right approach, Honorable Montwedi. But we would like to reflect that on these farmers that we are currently having, there was a prior process, and that process reflected on an assessment that was done by the department then, and we are trying to deal with that issue of allocation to these farmers, the plus farmers who were there on that list. So we are dealing with a legacy issue, but going forward, you are correct. The beneficiary selection and land allocation policy is the source of engagement. You had reflected on the AC issue and the sparse locations, and not knowing this, I will take this up with the colleagues, and I will also take it in line with you also after the engagements that we have had today. You are also correct on the issue around veld fires, especially in the areas Northwest, Northern Cape, Free State, and other areas. And I had discussions with the minister and the importance of then an engagement with the Department of Fisheries, Forestry, and the Environment, because the act lies with them, the implementation lies with us, but there are issues around the committees that are supposed to be there, or how government needs to be involved, and the legislative changes that were brought in terms, were about to be brought in terms of the act. So we will be engaging at my level as DG and also at ministerial level, because the damages that we have had are quite sizable. But it is also important that we reflect that the Disaster Management Act is prescriptive in terms of what needs to happen, that escalation from a district point, a provincial and national level, but we stand ready to assist in terms of this engagement, disaster, possible disaster that we are facing. I'll say it's a disaster, but not in the context of that Disaster Management Act, because we have seen the damage. There are issues that were raised by Honorable Masipa on market access. And maybe in the heat of our discussions, in the heat of discussing this report, there are other areas that we may have not expressed ourselves well, because in the area of market access, I think you would be aware of the market access issues that we have had, the opportunities that we have created and continue to create for our farmers, the interventions that the department is having at different levels to ensure that market access goes. I'll indicate around China, I'll indicate about the new markets in Philippines. Those are the interventions that we are having as such. So we were just focusing in terms of the report. Some of the issues may not have been contained in the report. We are also looking at other markets. I think Honorable Masipa was saying that what is that we are doing in terms of other markets. We are just about to conclude an MOU with Saudi Arabia on a few issues. So that's the work that we are doing. You have also indicated, Honorable Masipa, on the engagements with and consultations with the EU. Let me indicate that consultations on a matter of dispute are based on a non-disclosure condition. where those who were there or the parties that are there would not disclose, because it will then impact on how the engagements go forward, whether we will go into a full dispute resolution mechanism that would then have a panel set up that would be impacted by such a measure. But suffice to indicate that in partnership also with the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, the engagements that we are having with the EU, there is a possibility that in the next week there would be a senior officials meeting in the EU to resolve this issue around the citrus dispute that we are having. And in terms of that, post the senior officials meeting, if it happens, then you would have both Ministers Patel and Didiza engaging at the ministerial level on the same. And we remain optimistic, because negotiation at international level is something that we should not tire, especially if we look at the size of our citrus industry and the quality that our citrus industry is able to offer to the world. Honorable Mbabama and Honorable Mahlo, I think you have identified a very important issue around the issue of litigation in the department. Now, this would arise as an inherent risk that the department has got to deal with, because the department has got no less than 37 pieces of legislation or acts of parliament. Now, in all of those, the department stands the risk of being sued if a decision does not go according to what the client would want to have. What we have got to also understand is that there are a plethora of other legislation in the public service space that would also have an impact in terms of this, whether labor or public legislation that would impact on the service delivery. But what we have got to do from our side, which is an issue I think that Honorable Mbabama is raising, is to ensure that we have got an ethical workforce. We are capable in terms of the areas where we have been mandated to deal with issues, and we are able also to train our officials to ensure that where such issues arise, we are able to defend the decisions as taken by our officials, recognizing that South Africa is a very litigious society, has a litigious society. Sorry about that. There were issues that were raised around KYD, Honorable Chair. And I think that this is one area where also we may have had crossed lines on the matter. I do not think that we have got challenges per se in terms of KYD. When the DDG responsible for agricultural production was responding, he was saying, in order to ensure that there is alignment in terms of the delivery, the report would be from the ARC, because the department still pays for KYD. So the report that was requested the last time around is currently with Parliament, and I'll deal with it later on when I talk about what we had done. So KYD is not a problem. When we have got issues that have got to be outlined, like Honorable Mundwedi was saying, the margins and difference in terms of a breeder vis-a-vis a person who then sells for other purposes. That is why KYD is there. That is what KYD needs to bring in. If there are areas where KYD needs to be implemented and honorable members have identified those areas, the department and the ARC stand ready to deal with this, because we still finance KYD. We don't have a problem with the ARC. The issue that we are raising is that the department cannot be reporting on the very same report that the ARC has done. What the department needs to do is to add value to the report in terms of either from a perspective of the Animal Improvement Act to say this is how it's going to be done, or in terms of M&E. I think Mr. Mahlo has answered pacing, but it's very important maybe to reflect, Honorable Chair, that in consultation with the AG, we had agreed that there were areas where we might not necessarily be reflecting on the same page, but we had agreed that there are areas where we can traverse and look at possible solutions of how do we look at the entire population and report back to the AG. And AG had committed that they are quite willing to relook at that population once we have done this. So I just needed to clear that pathway that we have outlined. There is also an issue around an investigation on the matter, which is contained in the report, which I'm saying, once the investigation is open, disciplinary action will be taken against those who were non-compliant where this has been determined. I must say, Honorable Tapa has given me a new meaning in terms of food security, especially for a subsistence farmer. And I would really welcome that, because I think sometimes at an academic level, bringing the very complex ways and conceptual areas into simplistic ways is what is very difficult. He has come up with a very, very practical way of looking at what food security means. And I think for me, this is the biggest takeaway on food security today, to say, if we have got to look at that definition of food security, to say you should be having a remainder of your harvest at the beginning of the next harvest. You should be able to have sold, you should be able to have stored and used, and you should be able to have buttered to sustain the household until the next harvest, is a very great way of looking at it. And I will sustain this kind of engagement in my colleagues when we look at subsistence farming in the department. On communal land administration bill, Honorable Chweta, we had responded the last time around that engagements with cabinet on the communal land administration bill and its policy is currently unfolding. Once we have cabinet has given the go ahead, then we will get into the next phase, which will also outline the timelines for coming up with both the policy and the bill. I would like to conclude with the issue that was raised by Honorable Chair, Honorable Chief Mandela, on the commitment that we had made at the last meeting. Now, on the 23rd of September, Honorable Chair, we submitted the reports that were requested by the Chair on the deadline that the Chair had requested, bar one report, and that report is around Mafisa. And during that time that we had our engagement in September, I had indicated my dissatisfaction with the level of gaps that were in that report, and that we need to clean that report before submitting. So all those reports have been submitted, Honorable Chair, including the issue around blended finance, including the issue on Kaonafatso ya Dikgomo. I would pause here, Chair. Thank you very much. And I would like to really appreciate the time that Chair has afforded us to respond to the issues that were on the table. I submit, Honorable Chair and honorable members.
Thank you. Thank you, DG. Also, let us welcome the Honorable Minister Mamuti Diza, who's back on the platform. But I must say, DG, from the explanation that was tendered, I didn't understand what the DDG was saying in regards to the Agriculture Produce Agents Amendment Bill, which he afforded us an explanation. Based on the letter that we received from the Minister's office regarding the withdrawal of the bill, all that is required from the department is actually to follow the right procedure in withdrawing the bill. The same way that you have always introduced bills to Parliament. It is not the first time that you are withdrawing a bill. Sending a letter just to us or to the chairperson or the committee is not how a bill is withdrawn from Parliament. Otherwise, the bill will continue to appear in the process of Parliament, and the committee will always be expected to report on it. So I wanted just to flag that one out and request that as the department, you follow due process in withdrawing the bill. Honorable members, I'm looking at the time and also that we have the commissioner to afford us responses. So let me packet here in terms of the responses that we have received from the department, and request to afford the Commissioner Mamu Koboto as well as Francis the opportunity to respond to the honorable members' questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I won't be long. My questions are not long. I will answer the questions except for one which will be answered by Francis, which is about the submission of the annual report. An issue was raised around the vacancy rate in the commission. I think that the department has already explained that at some point in time, we had some challenges around moratorium on the filling of vacant posts because of the joint of the two departments. But as we've indicated, we are now in full swing in trying to fill those vacancies where we have received approval. I've already indicated on the presentations that we filled most of the senior management posts that we're able to, or we had authority to fill. And we have interviewed on that of the DLCC as well. Perhaps the DG can also add because he was the chairperson concerned. On the question on the road to autonomy and the pace, as indicated previously, Chairperson, we have created and submitted the business case on autonomy, and we have presented an interim proposal, including the structure that would assist us to move towards that. There are, however, some concerns and approvals that we still need to receive from our principals. And so we're engaging with both the DG and the minister on some of those issues so that we can then move forward. The drafts bill, the amendment of the Restitution Act to deal with some of the technicalities is also part of the business case, and we have to submit it also to our principals so that we can then get direction on the next process that we need to undertake. The question of the Kramer case in the Eastern Cape, just to indicate to Ms. Mbabama that yes, we are continuing to communicate with the claimants, and they have agreed for us to proceed on the portions of land where we are in agreement in terms of performance. They are challenging the extent of hectares that they claim are valid, where we've given them a limited number of portions that are valid, and they are wanting to claim broader land. We have agreed that we will get further investigation or research on the allegations that they make around the extent of their claim, and we've already appointed a service provider, and they are ready to interface with them. The agreement is that once that has been done and there is no agreement, that the matter will be referred to the Land Claims Court for adjudication. It is, we can't refer it now because the Land Claims Court will also ask us about the issue of further research. So the agreement is that once further research has been determined and there is no agreement, the matter will be referred to court for the court to make adjudication, deal with the question of the extent of the land that is under claim. The question that I was asked around the Lamusa reopening, as well as our position in dealing with the claims that are new order claims, for example, in the province like the Free State that has finished dealing with the old order claims. Chair, we must acknowledge that we are still dealing with a situation where we have been interdicted by the land claims, by the Constitutional Court, as I said. But we have received an opinion from Advocate Majosi on what would be the best approach for us to deal with the new order claims. Remember that the order from the Constitutional Court also mentioned that at the right time, any of the parties, interested parties or affected parties can approach the Land Claims Court either for guidance or processing of the new order claims. But that is on condition that either we have finished the claims, the old order claims, or we have referred them to court. The current opinion that we've received suggests that we possibly could identify specific provinces that have finished with the old order claim and see whether we can approach the Land Claims Court for direction on whether we can then deal with the new order claims in those provinces. We have a strategic planning session that is coming up later on this week, and that is an issue on the agenda for us to finalize a strategy on how we would possibly deal with that. The issue, though, that we would have to consider is the question that was raised already in the Constitutional Court under Lamusa 1, where the old order claimants were saying that we are prejudicing them by dealing with new order claims at their expense because the budget currently is allocated for old order claims. But that's an issue that we will deliberate on, and we will advise once we have we've come up with a strategy and we have presented the strategy to our principals. But it's a matter that we are very aware of and we're trying to manage. We're also, in the meantime, trying to make sure that we make use of the staff in the Free State by them assisting other provinces as well, especially the provinces that still have a higher number of outstanding claims, and provinces like the Eastern Cape, where they deal with a lot of financial community large claims where they have to pay a big number of community members. The matter of Barolong Tiriso is an issue where we have transferred land to the community through a CPA, but there are conflicts, and as a result, some of the land that was outstanding could not be transferred because of that. However, in March already, the minister did have a meeting with the community and suggested a way forward. However, we will provide a report to the committee as requested so that we are able to provide a comprehensive report. Yeah, I think those are the questions. If there's anything else that I did not respond to, I would appreciate being reminded, but generally those are the issues. Francis, can you assist with the last response, please? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, CLCC. Chair, just regarding the annual report, we submit our financial statements by the 31st of May. So in June, we are then still being audited. If we submit a report, annual report for the Commission by June, it would not contain audited financial statements. Only after the financial statements are audited by the 31st of July, can we start preparing the annual report for submission. If we have to do two reports, it would be duplication of information and also cost. So it's best for us to then rather do our financial statements, finish it, and then publish it in our annual report with all the Commission's information as well, because otherwise we'll have a report without financials if we publish on the 1st of June. Thank you.
Perhaps, Chair, if I can just finalize there, I think we would then be guided by the Portfolio Committee on the best approach, because we acknowledge that the Restitution Act was one of the first pieces of legislation in the new democracy. And so it's got some misalignment in the context of the PFMA because it came before then. And so while until we had the AG's finding that we were not operating as a commission, we relied on the department to submit the annual report, and our information would be part of the annual report. But since we are now regarded as a commission in law and we have to comply, we are unable to then submit as per Restitution Act, which says June, because we have now to prepare our own independent financials. And so that is the conflict, Chair. But if the requirement is that we should submit twice in June, and after the AG has done its work, then we'll do so. But we will wait to hear what your recommendation is. But as we've indicated as well, we are looking at amending the legislation to deal with some of those technicalities that are a misalignment in our process. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you to the Commissioner, Umama Komodo, as well as the CFO, Mama Francis, for your responses. I think we'll look into as to what is the best manner to attend to this, and then perhaps through the Secretariat, I will send a communication as to what you would prefer. But let me revert back to the DG, because I've had to look into the reports that we requested. And having checked with the Secretariat and also our management team, I can confirm, DG, that there are no reports on other financial instruments that have been sent by the department, except two which we have received, that is on blended finance as well as on PERSI. But if you look into the correspondence that was sent on the 23rd of September on the committee, which we have received responses on we have received written responses on the BRRR as well as labor tenants issues. But we have yet to receive the detailed report on conditional grants, as well as the land development support, also on the 1 hectare, 1 household, the River Valley Catalytic Program, also on the Animal and Field Management Program, and the Agri-BE Fund and Mafisa, which are still not with us. And I must say, even with PERSI, we have indicated that what was sent to the committee is not comprehensive, and it will not assist us with oversight on our part. And we've asked for that to be resent back to us with more information that could assist the committee. This is how far we've been able to advance in terms of the engagements, DG, and would be happy if you can ensure that the rest of the reports are sent to the Secretariat. Honorable members, this is all the questions that have been responded to in terms of what we had sponsored. I will request that the DG and the officials do send all of those questions back to us in writing, and perhaps we'll afford you the next 2 weeks. So can you ensure that by the 28th of October, DG, you've managed to send us the responses in writing so that we can be able to compile a report on our part. We'll also request that we get from the commissioner as well as the CFO responses also to be sent to us in writing no later than the 23rd, the 28th, as I've put it to the department as well. We would greatly appreciate that. Manyauza, you've been with us on the platform for the whole morning, as well as this afternoon. Please mute your microphone, Mamukapa.
Sorry.
It is echoing as we speak. So we will hand back to you if you have closing remarks, unless you want to delegate upwards to the Honorable Minister. Will be guided by yourselves. Over to you, Manyauza.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon, honorable members and all our teams today. Thank you for the opportunity, and the Minister Mamutoko was already ready in the morning to participate but had to cut short her stay here. I would rather give it back to her. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister Mamukapa. Mphathisi Mamutidiz, over to you.
Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, thank you very much, Chair. As you know that I indicated that I'll be in and out of the meetings, it would not be possible for me to summarize, having not had the comments on all members. Though I heard from some of the responses of the department, I would like to indicate that we take into consideration the issues that you have raised and those that have been raised by the Auditor General that we need to follow on, and we will be able to come back to the committee on those matters to report how far we are. Thank you very much once again, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister Mamutidiza. We had registered that you'd be in and out of the meetings due to the other commitments, and this is why I put it to the Honorable Deputy Minister, who has been with us throughout the morning, if she had any closing remarks. But we have had a real ample opportunity to engage with the department, and honorable members have been robustly engaging with the presentations put by the department. And I think it is with a heavy heart, and it is to honorable members been disheartening to see funds being sent back to the coffers of the Treasury, whilst the plight of our people is immense, particularly in rural areas, but also with a bias to black small-scale farmers that are still trying to grow and enter into the industry. And the plight of young people that are looking to find opportunities of work and also to get into the sector and also be young upcoming farmers has been dealt a blow. But I think many of us are coming fresh from the plight of our farm workers and farm dwellers and labor tenants, living and working conditions, and having seen the challenges that they are facing. I think This is why the emotions were high today, particularly when we were seeing that the budget has been sent back almost 1.1 billion going back to Treasury. And we would like to find best ways of ensuring that those monies are utilized for the best of our communities, best interest of our communities. So let us, honorable members, thank the minister, the deputy minister, the officials of the department as led by the DG, and the commissioner and the CFO in the commission for their input today. We wish you well in the rest of the proceedings tomorrow, which will be beginning as we engage with all the entities that account to the department. We look forward to seeing you again in tomorrow's deliberations. But for now, have a wonderful evening and enjoy your time with your loved ones. Honorable members, this brings us to the end of our session. We will proceed again tomorrow.
Recording stopped.
As we will be taking presentations from the entities of the department. And on my side, I will be making my trip back to our beloved country, South Africa, flying through Amsterdam. So I'm hoping I will be able to do the session out of Amsterdam while I await my connecting flight. So have a wonderful evening and do enjoy the restful time. Thank you. Meeting stands adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Bye-bye, colleagues.
Thank you, Chair.